Good morning, race fans. Welcome to Teesside Karting for the 2019 O-Plate meeting. Christmas is out of the way and it's time to go racing. I am David Sullivan. It's my pleasure to take you through all of today's action with 6 O-Plates up for grabs in Bambino, Junior Pro Kart, Junior Rotax Cadet, Senior Pro Kart and Senior Rotax. We are just coming to the end of our practice sessions and then we will have the first of our qualifying sessions with the Bambinos, starting the cycle of 6 races, which will start then with Bambino. We'll then move on to Junior Pro Kart, Junior Rotax Cadet, Senior Pro Kart and Senior Rotax. Plenty of changes in place here at Teesside Karting, the main one being that our Bambinos will take on a race format at Teesside for the first time, moving from time trial onto a race format. First trialled at Warden Law for round 1 of the Winter Series, this being round number 2 of that. One further round of Winter Series action will take place on the 26th of January at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit in Lincolnshire. So that will be have Bambinos, Cadets, Junior Pro Kart and Senior Pro Kart. So if you're not already signed on for that, get yourself signed up. There'll be plenty of on-track action there at the PFI circuit on the 26th of January, expecting a lot of Bambinos there to get the opportunity to race at what is the Premier Circuit in the United Kingdom. The checkered flag is out in the final practice session of the day. Bambinos will be lined up on the dummy grid, ready to go for their qualifying session. 10 drivers signed on in Bambino in the all C50 class, using the Commer engine as the sole engine from now on here at Teesside in our Bambino class. No more armies, so it will be a straight battle for the O-Plate, and it'll be the first time our Bambinos have competed for an O-Plate here at Teesside. We had 2 O-Plates up for grabs last year, one in Cadet, which was won by Ollie Poole, and then one in Senior Pro Kart, which was taken by Josh Fulkus, and he'll be looking to defend his O-Plate in Senior Pro Kart later on today. Format will be a qualifying session, 3 heats and then a final. If you've the first one over the line to take the checkered flag in the final, you will have the honour of wearing the O-Plate for the 2020 season, which will start here at Teesside on the 23rd of February. And we'll run 9 rounds over 7 weekends, 2 double headers here at Teesside, which will bring us the 2020 season. Last few drivers coming over at silence on the circuit as the 22 comes over. Bambinos will be getting ready in the background. They will be out for qualifying very, very shortly. And we look forward to welcoming them onto the track here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit. Watch our weighbridge there and our circuit photographer handing out his equipment and showing everybody how he gets some wonderful pictures here. That is Gordon Walsh, and you will see him around the circuit throughout the day, taking all the pictures of the action here at Teesside Karting, and you'll be able to see those pictures on the Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint group, which you will find on Facebook. If you are with us on Facebook today, thank you for joining us. Thank you as well for joining us through the YouTube channel. Please do get in touch with us and lend us your support on the YouTube. Give us a like, subscribe to the Alpha Live page. There's plenty of karting action and further races going on there. So, and remember to press the bell icon, stay notified, and you'll be able to receive a notification when any action goes live on Alpha Live. We are underway with our first qualifying session of the day. Our Bambinos are out on the circuit. First driver out, the number 44 of Edward Haynes, one of the favourites for the O-Plate in Bambino. Came very, very close to the championship here at Teesside last year, pipped just at the end by Thomas Potter, who himself has moved up into the Cadet class. We will see him later on running in the 200 class of our Cadets. Cadets split in half with 200 and 160s running on a mixed grid. So we are underway. Haynes will be the first one round and over the line to start his flying lap. The session well underway as we follow the number 9 of Riley Buckton Young, coming out of hairpin number 4. unfortunately ran into a little bit of trouble in the practice session and stopped prematurely on the way out of hairpin number 4. I think he turned the choke on accidentally, and that ground the kart to a halt just before the start-finish line, bringing a premature end to his session. We go through the chicanes, and Haynes is well on his way round hairpin number 1, and we'll be through, and he'll be the first one to set a time, and that time will be the benchmark. We follow the number 10 there, Joshua Sullivan, going through the chicane, followed by the number 66 of Edward Rye, and we have the 35 of Dax Farah. 17 is Alex Harrabin, a driver who we've not seen here at Teesside before. And all 3 of those go down the back straight. Harrabin trying to find a way past the 66 of Edward Rye. Haynes will be coming through very shortly across the line, and he will set the benchmark time in Bambino. He's over the line. That time is a 1-minute 1:6.56, closely followed by the number 15 of Jacob Rump with a 1:01.819. Sibbald jumps up with a 1:02 into 3rd. Buckton Young 4th. Smith is 5th. Harrabin 6th. Rye 7th. Sullivan in 8th. Farah 9th. We wait Ollie Carter to come through to complete our grid of time so far with 5.5 minutes remaining. Carter will come out of hairpin 4, and he'll be the final one to set a time. So we'll see where he slots in, but at the moment it's Haynes at the top of the pile from Jacob Rump in the 15. Then Oliver Sibbald, Riley Buckton Young, Lewis Smith, Alex Harrabin, Edward Rye, Joshua Sullivan, Dax Farah, and Ollie Carter slots himself into 9th place with a 1:09.188, nudges Farah down to 10th. We follow the 13 of Smith out of the final hairpin through the 2 sweeping bends, following the number 4 of Oliver Sibbald, currently 2nd, now half a second behind us. Haynes improves his time to go to a 1:0.45. No improvement for Sibbald. We do have improvement though for Smith. He goes up to 4th. Buckton Young drops down to 5th. 2 more coming over the line very shortly. Rye improves his time but doesn't improve. He remains in 7th, but it was only for a few seconds. Farah improves, goes to 7th. Sullivan 8th. Rye down to 9th. Carter is in 10th. 4.5 minutes remaining, so it's just over 1 minute a lap for our Bambino drivers, running on their grooved LeConte tyres, all-weather tyres in Bambino, so hopefully we won't have any rain here at Teesside. We've seen far too much of it this season, and hopefully it will stay nice and dry on what is a very pleasant but windy day here up in Middlesbrough. To say that it's just gone Christmas. Hope you've all had a lovely time, and we'll find out later on whether any of our more senior drivers are carrying any success ballast from quite a hearty Christmas lunch as we watch those come over the weighbridge. 3.5 minutes remaining in our first qualifying session of the day. Haynes has improved ever so slightly. 1:0.310 is the time to beat as Rye goes round the outside of the number 10 of Sullivan. Slots back in behind, though. Rye, though, up to 8th, improves his time. We have a big split in times. The front is 7 tenths. Haynes has the lead in qualifying and looks well on his way to setting pole position. 7 tenths back is Rump. Then we have Sibbald, just over 4 tenths back from that. So that's your top 3, Haynes, Rump and Sibbald. So onto the back straight, we see the 66, and that is Edward Rye. Cuts to the inside of the number 10 of Sullivan. He's going to go past, backs out of the corner in the end. Sullivan looks to his right. Sees that Rye is out of the way and continues round the south bank corner. Keeping it tight. Rye's going to go round the outside as he puts back in. See 2 drivers battling out. They'll be fairly close on the grid. Rye is 8th, Sullivan 9th as it stands. 2.5 minutes remaining, so our drivers are going to have 3 laps maybe to get their times in. Rye will this time run right round the outside. No improvement on his time though, but now he's got track position and some clear tarmac in front of him to get his head down and away. So 66 of Rye. We now follow the 10 of Sullivan through the chicanes, making his first appearance here at Teesside in what will be his first competitive race situation. We'll see how he progresses throughout the day. A couple of practice sessions for him. And he will take the start grid and the flag for the very first time later on when we make our start of races in around about an hour's time. Riley Buckton-Young will come over the line very shortly to see if he can improve. Currently 3.6 seconds off pole position in 6th place. No improvement for him as Rye and Sullivan continue their on-track battle. Can't see that helping either of them improve their lap times. But we'll see as they both now come over the line. Rye and Sullivan come through. No improvements. A slight improvement for both of them, actually. It took a while to register, but Rye goes up to 7th. Sullivan is 8th. Farrett down to 9th. Carter remains 10th, as we see Oliver Sibbald being followed by the 88 of Carter around hairpin number 3 into our final minute. So drivers coming over the line now. They will have one final opportunity to improve in our first qualifying session of the day. There is Oliver Sibbald, currently comfortably in 3rd place, but only a couple of tenths behind the 15 of Jacob Rump. So it's Haynes, Rump and Sibbald, your top 3. Buckton-Young comes over the line, now almost 4 seconds down, as Edward Haynes becomes one of the first drivers in 2019 to go below the 1 minute mark in a qualifying session at Teesside. A superb 59.883 for him puts him well out at the front of the pack in the number 44. And as we mentioned earlier, he will certainly be the one to beat for the Teesside O plate in Bambino, as long as he can keep that number 44 facing in the right direction. They've come through just in time to get one more lap. The checkered flag is out. First driver over the line to take the checkered flag will be the number 15 of Jacob Rump. We have no improvement for him, so it's going to take something very special for Oliver Sibbald. Needs 1.4 seconds to take pole position off Edward Haynes. He doesn't. Looks like it's going to be a comfortable one unless somebody pulls something out of the bag. Lewis Smith is over in 4th. Improvement for him, but he will remain in 4th place. Ollie Carter's come through as well. No improvement, stays in 10th. Riley Buckton-Young comes through, takes the checkered flag for no further improvement for him either. He will remain 6th at best. Same for Alex Harabin in 5th. We have 4 more drivers to come through. One of them is Edward Haynes, as we have a spinner at hairpin number 3. That's Joshua Sullivan in the number 10. So he won't be improving on his 8th place. Edward Rye will come through. Very comfortable 7th for him. He will stay there. So we await for Edward Haynes. No improvement, but he's well out at the front of the pack as it is. Dax Farrer in the 35, the final one to come over the line. He stays in 9th. So Haynes will be your pole sitter in our Bambino class. And we grid those up for their first time racing here at Teesside. Very, very shortly we'll have our junior Pro Kart drivers out on the track. And, quite a good grid actually of junior Pro Kart drivers. We have a couple of drivers as well moving up from our cadet class into junior Pro Kart for the first time, and we'll bring those to you as they go out onto circuit, and we'll spend a bit of time talking about at least 2 of our drivers that have moved up from cadets into junior Pro Kart as we watch our Bambinos go over the weighbridge. That's the number 13 of Lewis Smith, followed by the 88 of Ollie Carter. Drivers will just have a quick look to their left, have a look on the weighbridge, make sure that they exceed the 69 kilo Bambino weight limit. We have 3 more drivers to come off the circuit, and then we will be underway with junior Pro Kart qualifying. There in the background, the number 44 is your pole sitter. That is Edward Haynes, and you will be out at the front of the pack, and it's going to take a lot for any of these other Bambino drivers to beat him today. An impressive qualifying session, dropping it below the 1 minute mark in our Bambino class. In the background, as the final driver comes over the weighbridge, that's Dax Farrer. You can see in the background, that's our junior Pro Kart driver out onto the circuit for their qualifying session. And the first one out is our 2019 Teesside champion, Aaron Alexander, in the number 38, and certainly the favourite for the O plate here at Teesside Karting, having added the Teesside 2019 championship to the Shennington title that he won a few weeks prior. And we will watch him as he throws the number 38 in his customary style round the two final hairpins of this Teesside National Circuit. Blasts through the two chicanes, two sweeping corners, into the chicane that starts the circuit, and he's the first one to get us underway with a time lap round the national loop, through the chicane section, two rights and two lefts, before stamping on the brakes and throwing it into the left as we have a spin for the number 12 of Thomas Braid. That was just after he'd come over the start-finish line, so his opening lap ruined by a spin through the D chicane at the start of the circuit. Alexander goes round the national loop and into hairpin number 3. He will come through, set the benchmark time for our junior Pro Kart drivers to beat as he threads the number 38 through over the curbs on the inside. And his opening lap of 48.457, currently half a second or more in front of second place Jake Richardson, as all of our drivers come through. We will await the final 5 before we update on positions, but it almost certainly will be the 38 of Aaron Alexander at the front of the pack. There we see the number 99 of Alex Mallard making his first appearance in Junior Pro Kart, having had his Cadet Championship curtailed early on in 2019 to step up into Junior Pro Kart, having exceeded the weight limit for a number of rounds. Pulled out of the Cadet Championship, having sat second for the majority of the season behind eventual winner Oliver Buckton. You'll find him later on in our Junior Rotax class, so he's made a sideways step into Junior Rotax. Alex Mallard has moved up into Junior Pro Kart, and he currently sits in 10th place in the number 99, just behind another one of our newer drivers, the 08 of Bella Franklin, who also moves up, having taken the Cadet Championship at Shennington last season and finishing well into the top 5 here at Teesside. She moves up and into Junior Pro Kart as well. Drops down to 11th though, just behind Alex Mallard. So the two of our newer drivers running in 10th and 11th respectively. We are almost at half distance as Kieran Lambert and Sandro Ballesteros in 6th and 9th. Run round, we've got a change for the lead though at the top. Jack Morris in the 24 puts a 47.342 in. And that's a driver ever increasing in confidence, having taken his first win here at the final round of the 2019 summer season. And he jumps onto provisional pole with 6 remaining. It's Morris, Alexander, then we've got Lambert and Ballesteros who are working together out on the circuit. They're currently provisional on the second row. So it's Morris, Alexander, Lambert, Ballesteros. Booth is 5th, Richardson 6th. And we've got Braid, Spears, Jennings and Franklin rounding out the 10. Hogarth, Pereira, Mallard and Caitlin Frame are your 14 drivers on the Junior Pro Kart grid, as we see the 37 of Hogarth in 11th, followed by Mallard and Braid. So drivers running Bella Franklin there with a big jump from into the top 10, goes up to 7th, now only a second off the time as we see Mallard bounce over the curbs and ruin the start of his lap. He will drop to the back of the train now, and he'll have the sights of number 12, Thomas Braid, in front of him. That is your front 2. Pole sitter at the moment, Morris, running in front of Aaron Alexander. So the 24 of Morris, high on confidence following his wins towards the end of 2019. He's provisionally on pole, but Aaron Alexander has dropped behind and looks like he's going to try and use a toe to slingshot onto the back, and he does. They've both improved, but it's Aaron Alexander with the biggest improvement, goes to a 47.127. It's 1/10 he's got, and that's the gap now. So A very, very evenly matched front row, but Aaron Alexander right on the back will use the slipstream down the straight to close right up onto the back of Morris. Morris has gone to the inside, backed out, and the game of cat and mouse continues. Alexander goes in front, Alexander pulls back out, and now we have Morris back at the front. These two playing around could impede the two behind them. That's Callum Booth and the 9 of Jake Richardson. Their laps now possibly impeded as we have a train of 4 drivers coming through over the line. No improvement for any of those as expected as they get themselves all involved. We have 4 minutes. Richardson, though, does improve slightly. Morris will back out and allow Aaron Alexander back to the front of the train. And what has turned into a very tactical qualifying session between Alexander and Morris. They've got 3 tenths back to third place with a much improved Sandro Ballesteros up into third. Lambert 4th, Richardson 5th, Booth is 6th, Jennings 7th, Spears 8th, Braid 9th, Franklin in 10th, Hogarth 11th, Mallard 12th, Pereira in 13th, Frame 14th, with 3.5 remaining as Morris just in front of Jake Richardson. Richardson right on the bumper of the number 24 as Kieran Lambert slides himself up into 4th place. There in the background you see Mallard drops to the back of the pack, will sacrifice this lap to try and improve the next time round as they find their way past the 18 of Caitlin Frame. Alexander ducks to the inside and now gives chase onto the back. 3 remaining, so Jack Morris finds himself back at the front of this train of drivers. Jake Richardson there in the number 9, missed part of 2019 with an injury caused mid-season, having had an unfortunate accident on the way out of hairpin number 1. Came back strongly though towards the end of the season, finds himself in 6th place in this qualifying session. Very little improvements for any of these drivers as they continue the tactical battle for track position. Lambert, though, running out on his own, improves. He goes up into 3rd. Ballesteros improves as well, but he still finds himself nudged down to 4th. Jennings, a superb 5th in the number 71. Then Callum Booth, a long-time front-runner during the summer season, who found a very challenging end towards that season, looks to bounce back as we enter round number 2 of our 3-round winter series, the first of which was at the start of December at Warden Law, which will end on the 26th of January at PFI. Here we are though for round number 2 of the winter series, which doubles up as well as our O-Plate meeting here at Teesside, as Aaron Alexander puts in a fast lap again and extends a very, very slight lead, which was it remains under a tenth with 1 minute 20, so our drivers will probably have 2 laps remaining as they continue to battle. It's Richardson now at the back of the front as we see Sandro Ballesteros and Kieran Richardson running 5th and 6th respectively in qualifying, and right behind each other on track. Ballesteros trying to close right up onto the back as much as he can in that bright green kart, running only in 1 class today. Pulled double duty towards the end of last season at the final round, running in Junior Pro Kart and our Junior Rotax class. Will stick with just the 1 class though for the winter series. Both of these drivers seem to be closing up onto the pack of 4 at the front, which Alexander moves right from the back to the front of, as we see the 71 of Jennings currently running in 7th, has run as high as 5th, followed by the number 8 of Bella Franklin, who is in 8th place in the bright yellow and blue MS kart with the bright yellow frame. And as it's Christmas, I think it would be only right to point out her brand new helmet, which Santa Claus brought, and looks very, very nice. And we'll see how many other drivers have had a Christmas present. The checkered flag is out. No improvements towards the rear end of the field for Hogarth, Mallard and Frame. neither as well for Spears, so he will start 9th. There's only a couple behind him that could move him. Pereira's one of them. He comes through, takes the checkered flag, will start his first race here at Teesside in 12th place. The battle for the lead is about to come through though, and it's Aaron Alexander at the front of that, and he's just got to come through, see if he can make any improvement. He can't, but neither can Morris, and it will be Aaron Alexander on the front row. A late jump though from Kieran Lambert finds himself on the outside of the front row, so it's Alexander, Lambert, Morris, Richardson, Booth, Ballesteros, Jennings, Franklin, Spears and Braid. So right at the end there, Kieran Lambert was there or thereabouts in the top 5, makes a superb jump right at the end of the session and will find himself on the front row alongside our 2019 championship winner Aaron Alexander for heat number 1. Superb qualifying session by the 38 of Aaron Alexander, driver that we will expect to see at the front of the pack for most of the day. See if he can add an O plate to his 2 championships in Junior Pro Kart last season. And by last season, we mean 2019, the summer season, which ended here at Teesside in October. We had a short break before the Winter Series started on the 8th of December at Warden Law, and we are now well into our qualifying session. That's Junior Pro Kart out of the way. Following them out in the background in a few moments, I think we'll have our junior, first of our 2-stroke classes, which will be Junior Rotax. Let's keep an eye out for that. I think it's either them or Cadet, so we'll have a quick check in the background, see which ones are coming out, and be fairly quick to understand. There'll be either the unmistakable hum of the 2-stroke engine or the low rumble of the Honda GX200 sealed extreme engines, with a couple of 160s thrown in there as well for the cadets. Let's have a quick look to our live stream and see who is getting themselves involved. It is, in fact, it's definitely Rotax out there, and you see our junior drivers getting themselves out. So if you are watching us today, thank you very much for joining us here. The NRG Cycles Teesside O-Plate meeting for 2019. Please get in touch with us with your comments via the live stream on YouTube. We've got William Young, one of our drivers, who's usually racing here in our 2-stroke class, supporting Sandro Ballesteros. Those 2 drivers normally racing out of the same morning, as we have a driver, and that is the number 66 of Buckton, and he is ground to a halt on the outside of hairpin number 3. Our 2019 Cadet Extreme champion, as his qualifying session looks like he's come to a premature end, trying to drag that kart back onto the circuit, but it looks like the session is over before it's really got started, and he will start his first race here at Teesside in the 2-stroke class from the back of the grid, having not had the opportunity to set a time. Yellow flags there will be out at hairpin number 3, as that kart remains stationary on the outside, which is almost on the racing line. You can see it there, the number 66 stationary, as we see the 43 coming through, and he will be the first one to set time. That's Harry Pullen in the 43. He comes through with a 47. 6.52 was the first lap, but then we have Alex Warnaby goes to the top of the timesheets with a 46.265, close behind the 86 of Alfie Lindsay, one of our regulars here at Teesside last season, and came very close to taking the championship away from the number 33 of Max Prentice, who has moved up into our senior Rotax class in the number 33. You'll see him out in the final qualifying session of the day. The 66 of Buckton has been pulled out of the way into a little bit more safety behind the tyre wall by the marshal up at hairpin number 3 as the qualifying session continues. Lindsay jumps to the top of the pile with a 44.7, has a comfortable 8/10 from the 77 of Jude Cole, and we have the 25 of Warnaby and the 43 of Pullen. we're expecting, I think at some point as well, we were expecting to see the 22 of William Young joining us, but doesn't look like he's out. And as he's commenting on the live stream as well, I think it's fair to say that we'll not be seeing him here today at Teesside. And it's Lindsay going around hairpin 3 as the marshals continue to move the 66 of Buckton further away. I think he's positioned that one ready for the recovery quad to collect that on the outside of hairpin number 4 at the end of this session. 6.5 minutes remaining as Warnaby goes onto the provisional front row in second, 2 tenths behind Alfie Lindsay. And there he is in the 25, following Lindsay onto the back straight. So the front 2 line astern down the back straight, and they'll head into the South Bank loop at the bottom of the corner, bottom of the circuit. The camera doesn't give the bank on that corner the justice that it deserves. And these two will close up very shortly onto the back of Harry Pullen in the 43 as he comes through and over the line. Improves ever so slightly but remains in 4th. Warnaby though does improve, goes onto provisional pole. Lindsay down to 2nd, Cole remains 3rd, 3 tenths off. Then there's a gap back to Pullen of just over a 2nd as Warnaby goes slightly wide into hairpin 1. See if he maintains speed, and looks like he does. Closes ever so slightly on Lindsay down the back straight. Both of these drivers will be up onto the back of the 25. The 43 of Pullen ever so shortly. There are 4 remaining drivers in our junior class, split for the Winter Series away from our senior class as they ran together for all but 1 round of the 2019 season. Have been split again for the Winter Series as we have quite a few senior drivers signed on in Rotax and 2-stroke, so they will be out ever so shortly. It's will be cadets to follow junior Rotax, and then we'll have senior Pro Kart and our senior 2-stroke to bring qualifying to an end, and then we'll be straight into the race action with our Bambino class. We see the 77 of Jude Cole picked up a couple of wins towards the end of the season. It looks like he's at the very least got himself a new sticker kit, if not a new kart, as he was certainly running with the Tony Kart livery. Looks like he's now got a Mad Croc chassis on there. So as we see the 66 of Oliver Buckton, he's walking back to the paddock. Still seems to be in high spirits as he gives a thumbs up to the comm box as he's going to walk back to the paddock. That kart will be collected ever so shortly as the session comes to an end in 4.5 minutes time on the back of our ever reliable recovery quad here at Teesside. 77 Cole getting to grips with his new kart as he'll come through the 2 sweeping bends at the end of the lap over the start line. No improvement as he throws it slightly sideways into the D-shaped chicane and round the right hand national loop at the start of the circuit through the chicane section and into hairpin number 1. Lindsay has got himself past Pullen down the back straight and now has clear track in front of him. 3.5 minutes remaining, little improvement, but the gap between the front 2 of Warnaby and Lindsay of well under a second, well under a tenth. Same for Cole. Means that looks like we're going to have a very, very exciting races between those 3 throughout the day. And then we've got the unknown quantity really of the 66 of Buckton. Unable to set a time, unfortunately. His session coming to an end halfway round his opening out lap. 2.5, just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Lindsay down the back straight and once again into the South Bank loop. Then take the sweeping right hand hairpin. It's quite an open hairpin compared to the 2 at the start of the circuit. And the variance in the 4 hairpins at this circuit, bookended at either end by the National Loop and the South Bank Loop, with some chicanes thrown in at the start of the lap on this tight but technical and at times unforgiving Teesside circuit. There's very little time for a driver to catch his breath. In the sprint races, there's always a lot of action going on rather than on the international circuit here at Teesside, which you may catch a glimpse of later on. You can see it, often see it in the background from the camera looking at the national loop, where drivers will normally peel off after the first chicane and head off onto the international circuit. There's a lot longer straights on that circuit where you can often have a breather and give yourself an opportunity to recompose yourself, as we see the 25 of Warnaby struggling to get past the 43 of Pullen. And, might have to back out and give himself a run. 1.5 minutes remaining, so he's going to have at most 2 opportunities to cement his time at the top. So it's Warnaby, Cole and Lindsay. And there's very, very little between any of those drivers, but Warnaby struggling to get past Pullen, who has improved ever so much in this session as it's gone on. He's now down to within half a second. It was well over a second at the start as the 77 of Cole peels off into the pit lane and will take no further part in qualifying. So as close as he is to Warnaby, he will not have enough to get past him. Lindsay, though, as we say, that goes onto provisional pole. So it's Lindsay, Warnaby, Cole and Pullen. Buckton will start 5th no matter what, unable to set himself a time, but as it stands at the moment, it's going to be Alfie Lindsay on pole position. These drivers should just about get round as the clock ticks down before the checkered flag to get one final opportunity in. Lindsay comes through, no improvement. Warnaby, though, remains behind Pullen. And as improved as Pullen has been in this session, still 4 tenths down, and Warnaby behind. Unless he can find a way through very early in this session, looks like he may have to settle for second place on the grid in our 2-stroke junior class. Our 2-stroke classes will run with a rolling start, so they will come through the chicanes towards the after hairpin number 4, which these 2 drivers will come through very, very shortly. They will come through side by side, be greeted by the green flag, and then we'll run straight down to the national loop, miss out the chicane on the opening lap, and it was in fact Alfie Lindsay who managed to hold on to pole position there as Warnaby and Pullen come into a little bit of contact as they go round the national loop after the checkered flag. Warnaby puts his hand up and acknowledges that it probably shouldn't have happened and backs himself off. So that brings an end to our 3rd qualifying session of the day, and there we have confirmation of Alfie Lindsay in his pole position with Alex Warnaby lining up alongside. Jude Cole, Harry Pullen will be on row number 2. Oliver Buckton, a somewhat unknown quantity, will line up on the inside of the 3rd row. 5 drivers in our junior class who will now watch these drivers to come off, and then we'll have what will be our largest grid of the day, which will be our cadet class. And quite often our largest grid here at Teesside. We have 27 drivers signed on, a mix of 200 and 160 engines, the 200 running the sealed GX200 RPM Extreme engine and running to a fixed gearing of a 20 tooth clutch on the front and a 68 cog on the back end, which means that we have a very evenly matched cadet class in 200s. They go out in the background. We also have 160s and they can run open gearing in that class. So we will have a mix, and we will endeavour to bring you the front runners in the 160 class, 200 being a slightly more powerful engine, and you will find the majority of the front runners, if not all of them, will be running the 200 engine. The number 38 going round is Thomas Potter, our 2019 Bambino champion. Had that one wrapped up by the start of round number 9, and made the overnight jump into cadets at the end of the season and handled himself more than well enough, and he finds himself now out full-time in our cadet class. Drivers come through time, and you will see as they come through just how busy the track has become with our cadet drivers. The 16, David Mack, a driver often finding himself in the top 5 last season, and finished the season just about in the top 5 as well in the championship. As we see him go down the back straight, followed by the number 50 of Lizzie Mentier, one of our most improved drivers during last season. It was a difficult between herself and Isabella Stanmore-Wilson, see which driver had improved the most. Both drivers entered the championship towards the start of the season, and then both of them found themselves running well into the top 10. I think Mentier even had a front row start in one of the wet-dry qualifying sessions that we had towards the end of the season in that number 50. And she will be certainly a driver to watch this season. The driver at the front, going over the line at the moment, is Ollie Poole. You'll notice he's got, if you're watching on the live stream, has a red background on his number. He's trialling out a mini rock kart today and will be the only one out there, so you would expect to see him at the front as we see a nose cone doing a beautiful pirouette and is collected by the marshal. So we'll keep an eye out and see if we have which kart that is missing a nose cone. I think it's going around hairpin number 4 at the moment. I'm not sure whether that will be brought in under a technical flag or allowed to continue, but we'll see. It is. It's the number 64 coming around. The arm is up and they will pop off into the pits to see if we can get that one back very quickly and strapped on. So Ollie Poole will be out in front in the slightly more powerful mini rock kart. So we will then look back at our drivers with the blue backgrounds. Lizzie Mentier in the 50 on 200 pole at the moment. The 11 of Gracie Mitchell, or Jared Fox-Whiteley jumps up. So a number of our cadet drivers that ran towards the front last season have moved up. So championship winner Buckton moved up, and we've just seen him have an unfortunate qualifying session in Rotax. We've also had Bella Franklin and Alex Mallard move up, so leaves us in cadets with a number of drivers that ran well into the top 5 last season. The top one of those at the moment, the number 20 of Catherine Potter. So certainly ones to watch. The 20 of Catherine Potter, the 23 of Charlie Wyatt, and the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell, along with the 16 of David Mack. Those drivers, along with the 3 that we previously mentioned that have moved up, regular front runners in cadets last season. The O-plate in this will go to the leading Honda driver. Seems like we've got the 54 with the missing front bumper. That would be Cian McLeod. Let's see if we can, if he makes a return to the circuit. As we see 44 of one of the 2 Boweries, that's Max Bowery, sliding out of hairpin number 2, getting it slightly sideways. He comes under pressure on the back straight from the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. So it's Potter, Mentier, Wyatt, Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell, Mack, Corking, Stanmore-Wilson, Benson and Shields, the top 10 in the extreme class. Ollie Poole well out in front. In the much more powerful mini rock, he's got 1.5 seconds from Catherine Potter. And Potter certainly one to watch, and will certainly be in the mix towards the end of the season. And that is the 94 of Ollie Poole. As you can see there, that is certainly not a Honda engine that is strapped to the 94 of Ollie Poole. Last year's O-plate winner, which went to the top 160 driver in the 2018 O-plate meeting, will this year transfer to our 200 class. And at the moment, it is Catherine Potter on provisional pole, and what looks to be at the moment an all-female front row will line up alongside Lizzie Mentier, but Jared Fox-Whiteley ruins the party, moves up into 3rd overall, which will be 2nd on the grid for our 200. So it's Potter, Fox Whiteley, Mentia, Wyatt, Mitchell, Max, Shields, Corking and Stanmore Wilson, although Wyatt, with a superb lap, moves himself up in the number 23 onto provisional pole position, as Ollie Poole puts in a faster lap in that mini rock, goes to a 47.5. Max Shields is followed by the 52 of Sebastian Corking and the 37 of Jack Thompson. Thompson ran a 160 for much of 2019. Finds himself with a 200 powering that number 37 kart for the O-Plate meeting, as Gracie Mitchell looks to be impeded there by a kart in front and has to back out of the lap. It's the 86 of Jake Bowery running in 19th, just in front of the 15 of Addison Smith. Mitchell will then go to the inside. She's followed by the 88 of Isabella Stanmore Wilson, who's just been nudged down to 11th overall by the improving Charlie Benson. Goes from 11th to 10th. So it's Potter now back at the front with a minute 20 remaining from Wyatt and Fox Whiteley. Stanmore Wilson cuts to the inside, gets in front of Bowery. She will now try to catch up onto the back of the 11 of Gracie Mitchell and try and get herself back overall into the top 10, although we'll start 10th in class with the 94 of Ollie Poole removed from running in terms of battling for the O-Plate towards the end of the day. A reminder that after qualifying we'll go into a cycle of 3 heats for each of our classes before then going into our finals. It will be the first driver over the line to take the checkered flag in the final that will take the O-Plate, and we'll be able to run the number 0 for the whole of the 2020 season here at Teesside, which will start on the 23rd of February with round number 1. Before that, though, we have one final round of the Winter Series to bring that to a close on the 26th of January at the PFI circuit. 20 seconds remaining. The start line marshal has the checkered flag in hand. We'll be ready to give that a wave, and it'll be see who can get over the line to get one final lap in. 5 seconds remaining. Looks like the 15 of Addison Smith can come over and get one more in. Charlie Wyatt, though, will take the checkered flag, and he'll be the first one over. And that will leave him second at best. Catherine Potter, though, still has to come through, and Jared Fox Whiteley only needs to find 3 tenths. Mitchell finds herself down in 6th overall. Probably slightly disappointing at the moment, half a second off the pace. So it's Potter, Wyatt, Fox Whiteley, Mentia and Mitchell. A few of those have already come over. And we just need to await Fox Whiteley and see whether Mitchell can make one final improvement. She can't, takes the checkered flag, and unless somebody makes a big improvement, and it's going to need around about half a second for Fox Whiteley, though, but we'll await him for coming over the line. There he does, takes the checkered flag, and it looks like it'll be Catherine Potter on the front row for heat number 1, alongside Charlie Wyatt, with Fox Whiteley and Mentia on row 2, Mitchell and Mack row 3, Benson, Shields row 4, Corking and Potter the top 10, and that's Thomas Potter in the 38, our Bambino champion from 2019, finding himself inside the top 10 for the first time with the 200 engine strapped to that number 38, one of our, if not the youngest driver in the cadet class out there. That's the 94 of Ollie Poole coming over. He will start at the front in the number 94, but expect him to blast off into the distance with the mini rock engine on that number 94 kart. Last year, he took the O-Plate here in the cadet class, running in the 160s. And he will then now let that O-Plate go to somebody else. But this will be the first time that we have an O-Plate for at least 4 of our classes. That will be Bambino, Junior Pro Kart, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. The first time they've competed for a Teesside O-Plate. In a few moments we'll see our Senior Pro Kart class out in the background, and we will see an O-Plate attached to the front of one of the karts in that. That will be Josh Folkers. He will be defending his O-Plate here at Teesside in what will, as always, be a very competitive Senior Pro Kart grid. See the final of our few drivers coming over, but the pit lane entrance is clear and out in the background. Senior Pro Kart are out onto the circuit. 20 drivers signed on for our Senior Pro Kart class. And there, blasting through, is the unmistakable bright yellow, blue and pink liveried number 43 of our 2019 champion, Connor Lucas. Pretty much had that championship sewn up by mid-season, having taken the first 20 races of that season without reply before Josh Folkus managed to put his kart to the front of the pack. By then the damage had been done by the number 43 of Connor Lucas, and he just had to bring it home towards the end of round number 7 to get it wrapped up. We run 9 rounds here at Teesside and we have 7 which count, so drivers able to either miss a round, or if they've had a poor round they can drop scores and focus on future rounds. The O-Plate meeting there was a standalone meeting in terms of winning the O-Plate, but also sitting sandwiched in the middle of our winter series here, run by Teesside Karting, which has seen us have a trip to Warden Law in Sunderland, and we'll see us head south towards the Grantham area for the final round at PFI on the 26th of January. See the drivers coming around the bottom corner. Looks like we've had one driver run off ever so slightly. That's the 117, Ross Jackman, finding what could possibly be the only puddle remaining here at Teesside from the round in October on the outside of hairpin number 4. Drivers coming through to set their first time, and as expected at the top of the pile, the 43, Connor Lucas with a 48.5. 2 tenths from Rob Lowe, and then in third by the 41 of Mason Barker. Barker moves up from our Junior Pro Kart class at the ripe age of 14, moving up ever so early in his karting career. Unfortunately, running well over the weight limit in Junior Pro Kart by towards 12 kilos at the end of the season, so moves up into Senior Pro Kart with the support of Chain Car Sales Bridlington. And our regular viewers here at Teesside will remember that he was the main challenger last season to Aaron Alexander for the Junior Pro Kart Championship. As we see a couple of drivers coming in. The start, one of them, the 43 of Connor Lucas, and Jackman, who did have some problems. Looks like Lucas is going to spin that kart round and get himself back out onto the circuit and see where his time comes, although he has just come through with the time of 41.8, so that suggests that he's missed out part of the circuit at some point. Marshall there removing a chain from the circuit, so at least one of our drivers down to half power. Now, we know that Jackman has been off circuit. We know that Lucas has as well. Lucas, though, looks like he's been removed from the times, or at least dropped well down the table as Folkus goes to the top. So it's Folkus, Nicol, Lowe, McDonald and Barker, the top 5. As I was saying about Barker, driver that spent most of last season battling Aaron Alexander for the Junior Pro Kart Championship. And I fully expect him, when the 2020 summer season starts, to be battling it out for clubman class honours here in the Senior Pro Kart class, and a driver that's pretty much ran at the front of every class that he's had, having taken the Cadet Winter Series in 2016 before going on to win the Summer Series in Cadet in 2017. Back then, though, we didn't have a Junior Pro Kart class, and he jumped straight into our seniors before taking a season back in Junior Pro Kart at the age of 13. Now at the age of 14, we've got another driver going off on the outside of hairpin number 4. That's the number 4 of Josh Yeadon, getting himself off track. So as we reach half distance, we have the O-plate of Josh Folkus being followed by the 13 of Adam Nichols. Nichols, the 2018 champion here at Teesside, as Jackman has another off, and this time on the outside of hairpin number 1. And it looks like he's gone off on the outside of hairpin number 2, so he's just got to go off at hairpin number 3 to get a full house. As he seems to be having a little bit of trouble with that 117 kart. Jackman, a driver normally running well into the midfield, struggling today though to keep that 117 kart facing in the right direction, as we have a new provisional pole sitter. It is the 2018 champion Adam Nichols, before he took a sabbatical from racing in 2019, and back to see if he can take the O plate there from Josh Folkus. And at the moment he will find himself on provisional pole position. Folkus follows him now in seconds. We've got a driver going quite slowly around the outside of South Bank, arm in the air to let drivers know that he's got a problem, and he will cut through and head towards the pit lane. It's the 81 of Mark Tate, currently runs 6th, but with 4 minutes remaining and his arm up, looks like we're going to see no improvement for him. Also, Emma Brown has come into the pits in the 98. So with 4 remaining, it's Nichols, Folkus, Lowe, Barker, Brown, Tate, Darren Brown in the 89, Mick McDonald in the 111, and Ross Jackman has managed to put a time in, finds himself in 9th. Simon Doughty is 10th. Nigel Richardson 11th. Steve Nichols, a race winner last season in the 58, is 12th. Stephen White in the 25, 13th. Then we've got Scott Tate, Thomas Lowther. Nick Smales makes a return to sprint racing, having missed most of last season. Started in his sprint racing and then spent most of his time focusing on his endurance racing. Makes a late sign on and returns to sprint racing for the first time in almost a year in 16th. Looks like we've got Thomas Lowther jumped to the top of the timesheets with a 45.7. So it's Lowther, Nichols, Folkus, Lowe, Barker, Brown, Tate, another Brown, Darren running in 8th, Mick McDonald 9th, Ross Jackman in 10th. Connor Lucas in the 43, he looks to be 2.7 off, and he's down in 18th as the number of our drivers come back into the pits though. Still 2.5 minutes remaining for those that are out on track. Maybe some of the drivers feel that they can offer no improvement and are happy to save their tyres for the remainder of the day. So we see the very bright DWS livery kart of Steve Nichols in the number 58, currently running in 13th place. He will go out onto the back straight. He takes a huge chunk of curb and has a quick look left to make sure everything is still where it should be. Steve making the long trip to Middlesbrough from his home in Surrey to race with us here today in the hopes of taking the 2019 O plate. It's the 55 of David Brown, currently running in 6th, 2 minutes remaining. So it's Lowther in the 186, Nichols second. He's shown as 133, but I think his kart's got the number 13 on the back of it. Normally we see Martin Brown in the number 13. Not with us today. Nichols taking the steering wheel of that kart and currently finds himself on the outside of the front row from the 2018 O plate winner Josh Folkus and Rob Lowe in 4th. The other one of our two Tates, the 31 of Scott Tate, drives slowly into the pit lane. And that is his session done as the circuit slowly clears itself of drivers. We still have 1 minute 15 remaining for everybody to improve, but it's Lowther, Nichols, Folkus, Lowe, Barker, Brown, Tate, Darren Brown, Mick McDonald, Ross Jackman are your top 10. Simon Doughty 11th. And that time of a 45.788 by Lowther, incredibly quick. And it's a 1.2 in front of Nichols and Folkus, and not entirely sure that one's going to stand in when it comes towards the end of the session. He's either put a monster lap in or missed part of the track out, because any driver that is 1.2 seconds faster than Adam Nichols around this Teesside National Circuit has certainly got something about them, and there he's finally dropped away on the timing. So it's Nichols back to the top of the pile from Folkus. Lowe, Barker, Brown, Mark Tate, Darren Brown, Mick McDonald, Ross Jackman, Simon Doughty, the top 10. 18 seconds remaining. Folkus will come through just before the checkered flag, followed by Mason Barker. They're going to get another stab at improving their time, and Folkus has got Very little to find. Lowe and Barker need nearly 3/10 to get themselves onto the front row. Checkered flag, though, is out. And the first driver that will come over to take that checkered flag, the 27, Nick Smales, backs out of his lap and will peel off into the pits, as does Josh Eden in the background. So no improvements for either of those drivers. Very few of our senior Pro Kart drivers still running. It looks like we've got 8 or 9 out on circuit. Everybody else already off into the pits, and the biggest surprise is that the number 43 of Connor Lucas will start heat number 1 from 18th place, well down the field, and will have a lot of work to do to come through. Folkus has backed out of his lap. Barker doesn't know, but it's Nichols, Folkus on the front row. Lowe, Barker, David Brown, Mark Tate, Darren Brown, Mick McDonald, Ross Jackman and Simon Doughty. Over the weighbridge there, 2018 O-Plate winner and defending O-Plate champion Josh Folkus will start on the outside of the front row in senior Pro Kart, and he will start alongside 2018 series champion Adam Nichols. And as we mentioned, the biggest surprise in qualifying was that the number 43 of Connor Lucas, well down the pack in senior Pro Kart, having completed only 1 lap at the start of the session, finds himself down in 18th with plenty of work to do, but I'm sure he will be relishing the challenge as our final driver, the 41 of Mason Barker, comes off circuit. And a superb qualifying session for him finds him on the outside of the second row in his first senior Pro Kart race in a long time, having challenged for junior Pro Kart on his last season. That is our final driver off, and we have one more qualifying session for you, and it will be our senior 2-stroke class. Majority of our drivers running Rotax. I think we've possibly got one driver on a with an X30 out there potentially, but we'll keep an eye out for that, and we'll let you know as they go. So as we await our final qualifying session of the day, we will just have a quick look at our live stream comments, and please do get in touch with us on YouTube. Let us know. There's plenty of comments coming in. Support from Mason Barker from Brother Jensen, telling him to go out there and get himself an O-Plate championship, and certainly has done himself no harm at all with his qualifying session, which puts him well towards the front of the field. He'll start in 4th place. Got some international viewers as well coming in. We've got Mark Alexander watching us all the way from Russia and supporting the number 38 of Aaron Alexander in our junior Pro Kart class. And I'm sure he'll be liking what he's seen so far today with Aaron Alexander, putting that number 38 junior Pro Kart on pole position for heat number 1. Looks like we are underway in our senior 2-stroke class. The majority of our Rotax drivers out on circuit. The drivers will have quite a slow opening lap, getting the engines and the tyres up to temperature in our 2-stroke class. Most other classes are just straight out there, throttle down, and away we go. And it looks like we've got a number of drivers trying to find optimum track position. 33 there in the white helmet and the red overalls. Our junior Rotax champion from last season, Max Prentice, moves into our senior class this season. And we'll see how he fares. Rotax split in terms of weight between 2 classes. We have a 162 and a 177 class, so there's 15 kilos between those. So allows drivers that either are slightly heavier or who've had a very, very enjoyable Christmas to compete in the 177 class. And we'll watch these as we go, and this session will go before a blink of an eye. 44 is Samuel Harrison, following the 77 of Casey Watson round, and these two will be the first 2 drivers to come over the line and to set an opening lap, and the time to beat is a 42.789. Harrison sets the opening lap, fastest lap, and he's got 8 tenths from Kai Hunter. Casey Watson third, Prentice fourth, Gibbon fifth, Collison sixth, Kell seventh, or he's dropped down to eighth as Barrett improves in the number 7. I think Barrett's running an X30 rather than a Rotax. We've got Tom Reeve, Daniel Kell and Reese Hunter in the O-plated number 11, an O-plate that he didn't win here at Teesside, but one that he's certainly won in there. Well, let's be honest, he's won a British Championship, and that's why he's wearing an O-plate in that one. So he's a senior British champion O-plate, so keep an eye out for him. Currently down in 11th, looks like he had quite a slow lap, just getting himself getting that kart warmed up and ready, so we'll expect him to make quite a large jump up the time. And, currently running around in 10th place. So Harrison, the early pace setter from the number 15 of Kai Hunter, last season's British Junior Rotax O-plate winner, along with taking the overall championship as well in the number 15. And there he is in the bright yellow and blue Dan Holland Racing number 15 kart, and he needs to find 3/10 to catch there up onto provisional pole sitter, the number 44, Samuel Harrison. Just under 7 minutes remaining. Last year's junior champion Max Prentice, 4th. He's followed by Andrew Collinson. Sam Barrett remains in 6th. Daniel Kell in 7th. Chris Gibbon, 8th. Steve Kell, 9th. Tom Reeve, 10th. Reese Hunter in 11th. Looks like we've certainly got one driver missing from the original sign-on sheet, and that is the driver that should be in the number 7, which is Richard Cannon. Looks like his kart's had a starter motor issue, and he's looks like, well, one of the karts that either him and Sam Barrett are running has had a starter motor issue, and Sam Barrett has taken the wheel of the number 7, which we would expect to see Richard Cannon in. So Cannon missing out today with some problems. Barrett takes the wheel of the number 7 and currently sits in 6th place. So it's Harrison, Hunter, Watson, Prentice, Collinson, Barrett, Kell, Hunter, Gibbon, Steve Kell and Tom Reeve, 11 drivers. As we go through, we are at half race distance. Looks like Prentice might have a bit of a problem, pointing down towards the front left of his kart as he comes over the line, indicating to somebody spectating on the bank that something might be wrong with that number 33 kart, but he currently remains in 4th place. Collinson improves his lap time up to 5th. One driver we certainly are missing that was signed on, the 14 of Andy Ambrose, last season's Teesside champion, not out there setting any times as we get to half quali distance. So it's going to be Harrison and Hunter at the moment on the provisional front row. Big jump though from the 89 of Daniel Kell. Goes up to 3rd, quickly down to 4th. There was a 77 of Casey Watson improves. That removes Prentice down to 5th. Collinson 6th, Barrett 7th, Hunter 8th, Gibbon 9th. Tom Reeve in the number 22 is 10th. Stephen Kell in the number 90 is 11th. As Daniel Kell comes through and over the line, no improvement, but we do have an improvement by Watson. Not enough though to improve his time, as we have at least one driver peel off into the pits, and we often find our senior Rotax drivers will only really entertain the first 2/3 of the session before a number of them seem to peel off into the pit lane and preserve their machinery for later on in the day. 4 minutes remaining though. Harrison remains at the front as he has been for the entirety of the session thus far. Kai Hunter in the number 15 still remains 3/10 behind in this twisty Teesside National Circuit. He will come over the line. No, he won't actually. That's the O-plate of Reese Hunter comes through in 4th, the 26th of Gibbon. His session comes to an end with 3.5 minutes remaining, and he's on the weighbridge, having discussions with the weighbridge marshal as we follow the senior British O-plate of Reese Hunter, looking to add the Teesside O-plate to his many previous honours, and he's currently going to start provisionally from 4th place, which will be outside of the 2nd row. As mentioned with our junior class, it's a rolling start for our 2-stroke drivers, so they will come through the sweeping bends that Reese is coming through now. See the green flag, plant the throttle, miss out the chicane that he's currently going through, and go straight into the national loop. That is the other one of the Hunters. That's the 15 of Kai. Very, very similar livery. He's currently on the front row. So as it stands, they will line up behind each other in 2nd and 4th respectively, unless we have any changes in the remaining 2.5 minutes of the final qualifying session of the day here at Teesside for the 2019 NRG Cycles O-Plate meeting. Hunter outside of hairpin number 2 and onto the back straight, gets his head down behind that steering wheel into the South Bank loop. 2 minutes remaining, so drivers will probably get 3 laps left to improve their time. And Kai Hunter has improved ever so slightly, 2/10 the improvement, but he's going to need at least another 10th if he can come through this time. Let's see if that head down action made any difference down the back straight. It didn't. So Harrison remains at the front with a 42.144, the time to beat. 1/10 back is Hunter, then we've got another 3/10 back before we have Casey Watson and Reese Hunter right on his tail. Then we've got Daniel Kell, long-time front runner in 2019. Came just short towards the end of the season, although did miss a couple of rounds racing his saloon car rather than his kart. And towards the end of the season could do nothing about the 44 from last season, Andy Ambrose. Ambrose down as the 14 this season, the 44 taken by our provisional pole sitter at the moment, Samuel Harrison. We have almost 1 minute remaining as Steve Kell in the 90, arm up, comes into the pits. That's the end of his qualifying session. He's going to start from 11th. As you see, provisional pole sitter Harrison out onto the back straight, sitting comfortably, although very, very little between him and the 15 of Kai Hunter, the junior O-Plate and British champion in junior Rotax last season, now racing in seniors. Also can't run the O-Plate as that one's already been taken by Reese, and he's obviously moved up class, so we'll take the number 15. Harrison is through and will have one final opportunity to improve his time. We're not going to get round in the remaining 25 seconds of this session. The 22 of Reeve peels off into the pits and he won't improve on 10th either. So at the moment it's Harrison Hunter. Reese Hunter's moved up in front of Casey Watson though for 3rd. So Hunter's in 2nd and 3rd. Watson is 4th. Kell 5th as we see Tom Reeve session come to an end. He'll just make sure that he's on weight, and the checkered flag comes out. One of our drivers peels off into the pits, and through for the final time is Kai Hunter. No improvement for him, so unless Reese Hunter can find half a second, it's going to be Samuel Harrison on pole position from Kai Hunter in 2nd, with Reese Hunter 3rd, Casey Watson 4th, although all of those drivers still to come through and set the time. Max Prentice will come through, although I think he's had some issues towards the end of the session, and he's going to be rather slow over the line, as is the 7 of Sam Barrett. So everybody else has backed out of their session, so it'll be Samuel Harrison on pole position for heat number 1 in senior Rotax from Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter and Casey Watson row number 2, Daniel Kell and Max Prentice row 3. Then we're going to have Andrew Collison and Sam Barrett on row 4 before we have Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve and Stephen Kell. That brings an end to qualifying here at Teesside. Don't go anywhere though, we're going to be straight into our race action with our first race of the day, and it will be Bambino, and at the front of our Bambino grid will be the number 44 of Edward Haynes for what will be the first competitive race situation to be held for Bambinos here at Teesside Karting. Previously we've run a time trial format which saw drivers set off in a single file format at regular intervals and then run on what would effectively one long lap all the way round. So at the moment you will see Edward Haynes at the front, and if you're wondering underneath their names what the points are, drivers are given points based on their heat finishes, And then at the end of the third heat, the points are all added up, and the driver with the most points will find themselves on pole position for the final at the end of the day. So we have 3 heats, and then we have a final for each of our classes. On the front row, though, we have Edward Haynes on the inside, Jacob Rump alongside him. Row number 2 with number 4 of Oliver Sibbald, then the 17 of Alex Harrobin. Row 3, Riley Buckton-Young in 5th alongside Edward Rye. We have on the 4th row, 7th, Joshua Sullivan alongside Dax Farrer, Ollie Carter and Lewis Smith, our remaining drivers. I think Lewis Smith has had some problems as he finds himself down in 10th, shown as minus 10 places for his qualifying session, so I get the feeling he might have fell foul of the weight limit on our classes. We've got drivers lining up, so on the inside there, the 44 is Edward Haynes. Drivers getting themselves all sorted out and into grid position. Everybody else getting themselves cleared off, and the start line marshal will make his way to the front very shortly, green flag in hand. Just going to swap 2 drivers around there. Looks like Farrer and Sullivan have got themselves mixed up at the start of grid session. Sullivan moves forward into 7th. Farrer goes into 8th on the outside. Lewis Smith edges himself forward impatiently in that number 13 to get himself underway, and he'll look to get himself back into the mix in the middle, and the green flag has dropped and we're underway. It's a quick start at the front for Haynes. Looked like Sullivan in the 10 didn't anticipate the green flag, and he's dropped back into 8th, but Haynes well on his way at the front. And that number 44, Jacob Rump, Oliver Sibbald, and the 17 of Harrobin chasing him down, and we are underway in a race situation for the first time here at Teesside Karting. It looks like we've got early problems for the 9 of Riley Buckton-Young on the outside of hairpin number 1, going very, very slowly in the number 9. He did have some problems earlier on in the day in qualifying. Looks like he's got that back up to pace, though. Looks like it's going again down the back straight. He certainly dropped from his start of 5th position all the way back to the back of the pack, and he's well down now in 10th, and he's got a little bit of work to do to climb up onto the back. But as we come through at the end of the opening lap, the front 2 have broken away ever so slightly, and it's Haynes in the 44 from Rump in the 15. Sibbald is 3rd in the number 4. Then we have Harrobin. Buckton-Young will drop down. Rye is 5th. Looks like we've got Lewis Smith, who jumps up from 10th all the way up into 6th place. Then we've got Sullivan in 7th, Farrer 8th, Carter 9th. Buckton-Young does come through, having got that cart going back in. That cart is a very, very slow opening lap, though, of a 1:18 for him, and he looked like his race was over, so it's great to see him back and running, and he's right now onto the back of the pack. 8 laps for our Bambino drivers. The front 3, though, are well away, as we've got a slow-moving number 10 of Joshua Sullivan. He looks like he's going to drop now to the back, and he's going to have to try and catch up onto the back. So it looks like he's had some problems as Farrer comes under pressure from the 88 of Ollie Carter as they go into the South Bank loop. Riley Buckton-Young on the back of there, looking to make amends for opening lap, and he's going to look to go to the inside of Carter. So this is where the action is at, and it's towards the back end of the field at the moment. It's Farrer, Carter, Sullivan and Buckton-Young, and Buckton-Young looking very racy on the back, and he's going to try and get past. So it's Farrer, Carter, Buckton-Young. Sullivan, recovering from his earlier excursion, will close right now up onto the back. So it's Farrer, Carter, Buckton-Young and Sullivan bringing the 10 Bambinos over the line. Out at the front, though, it's Edward Haynes. 2 laps of the 8 down, 6 remaining, and he's got a gap of 1.7 seconds back to Jacob Rump in that number 44, and having run well towards the front of the field and was still in with a shout of the championship as they entered round number 8 last season. We find himself well positioned to take the O plate here at Teesside. He will come through. Rump, though, has had the gap closed by Sibbald for second. That will close right up now. There's less than a tenth between those two. as we focus on the battle for 7th. So that's Farah, Carter, Buckton Young. Sullivan in the 10 has dropped away at the back, and he's had another spin at hairpin number 3. We see Rump and Sibbald battling it out for 2nd place. Sibbald out of the corner, will have a quick run. Rump has a quick look behind to see if he's there, but he's probably too close to even notice that he's right on his bumper into South Bank. Sibbald closes right up and will try to run right round the outside. See whether he can make that one stick. He's going to have to stick it all the way out, and he doesn't. He backs out and will have a quick look and see if he can get another line. He's going to try and get the run out of the corner. They've got quite a long run now with these Comet 50 engines as they come down into the chicane over the line. We are at half race distance. Haynes has just come through to chalk that one off, so it's Haynes, Rump and Sibbald. Sibbald all over the back of Jacob Rump. Rump though holding firm. Sibbald, will he go to the inside into hairpin number 1? He doesn't. I think he stays right on the bumper. Maybe too early in the race for him to be making a move and then risking Rump coming back at him as we have 3.5 laps remaining. Farah's dropped away, and it looks like now it's going to be Carter and Buckton Young. It looks like Farah's got himself into some trouble. He's going to drop away, and he's going to be 4 seconds back from Buckton Young, who's now moved up to 8. Sullivan will come over the line in 10th place as the battle for 2nd continues, and it's now Sibbald in front of Rump. Rump now doing the chasing. It's going to be 3 remaining as they come over. Sibbald gets his head down over the line as Edward Haynes sets the fastest lap of the race so far, just a fraction over 1 minute with a 1:02.71. Sibbald and Rump continue to battle over the same piece of tarmac, and now it's Rump's turn to try and get himself back past Oliver Sibbald as our drivers entertain a race situation here at Teesside for the first time, having moved from time trial. And Rump dives to the inside. Sibbald chops the nose off that number 15 and remains in 2nd place, and it's caused Jacob Rump to have to back out, and the gap has opened up between the two of them now. So Rump no longer right on the bumper of the number 4. We'll have to close that gap again with 2 remaining. Edward Haynes will be coming through very shortly, and it will be 2 laps remaining for him. He comes over the line now as Jacob Rump has a quick look to his left to see whether anybody's following him. There's nobody there. It's Haynes, Sibbald and Rump at the front of the pack, and it's Haynes well out of the way in that number 44. And once the green flag went, he just got his head down, and any first lap challenge was defended well enough, and now he's just well out on his way. 1.5 remaining. Rump trying to close the gap on the back of Sibbald. Looks like Sibbald though quite comfortably out of that final of the 2 hairpins at the start of the circuit. Cuts to the inside and doesn't allow any opportunity for Rump to get on the back. Battle going on further down the field. Riley Buckton Young still trying to get past the number 88 of Ollie Carter. Carter holding firm. There's the 2 of them. Riley Buckton Young trying every which way to try and get himself past that cart as the number 44 of Edward Haynes comes through to see the last lap board for the first time here today. And he's got 1 minute lap remaining of the Teesside National Circuit to take the checkered flag and win heat number 1 if you can keep that cart facing in the right direction. Also means that Jacob Rump's only got half a lap, if that, now to close up on the number 4 of Oliver Sibbald. As we watch our race leader, the number 44 Edward Haynes, using every part of the tarmac onto the back straight here, and he will go down the back straight into the South Bank loop for the final time. And he's got hairpin number 3 and 4 to negotiate. He's not going to get caught up in the battle between Carter and Buckton Young, which will go for 1 final lap. Young trying every which way to get round Carter. Carter just holding his line and firm, but will follow our leader through to take the checkered flag. It's the number 44 of Edward Haynes. Comes through and takes the first race win of the day in our Bambino class. The 44 of Sibbald will come through for second, and he will hold off Jacob Rump. So that's your top three of Haynes, Sibbald and Rump. Looks like we'll then wait for the 17 of Harrabin. Smith is fifth. They'll come through very shortly. As we see the 35 of Dax Farah. Both him and Sullivan have come through as they battle to the line for fourth place. Harrabin holds off Lewis Smith. We've got Edward Rye, Ollie Carter and Riley Buckton-Young. And Carter and Young still battling it out round hairpin number 3. Rye is comfortably in 6th place. He will come over to take the checkered flag. And the battle for 7th looks like it's going to be taken by Ollie Carter. Unless Riley Buckton-Young can find a way right round the outside over the line. It doesn't look like he can, and it's the 88 of Ollie Carter who drove superbly in that race, holding his racing line and making Riley Buckton-Young do all the work to try and get round him, and he couldn't get it done in the end. So Carter remains in 7th, Buckton-Young in 8th. Our drivers will start where they finished for heat number 2. So you will find Edward Haynes there in the number 44 on pole position for our next round, which will be 6 races for each of our classes, or six races in each of our rounds, 3 races and then a final. We'll move very, very shortly on to our junior Pro Kart class. As the final of our Bambino drivers make their way off the track. There's the 35 of Dax Farah and the number 10 of Joshua Sullivan rolling over the weighbridge. So we're just checking some weights on the number 10. We've got 3 more drivers to come off the track, and then we'll have Junior Pro Kart out and underway. In the front of the grid, you will find Aaron Alexander in the number 38, lining up alongside the number 14 of Kieran Lambert, who put a superb final lap in to get to the outside of the front row berth. Jack Morris in the 24 lines up third with Jake Richardson in fourth. There they go in the background. Junior Pro Kart underway for their first race of the day. So it will be the 38 of 2019. Teesside and Shennington champion Aaron Alexander on pole position. Kieran Lambert alongside on the outside of the front row. Jack Morris and Jake Richardson share row number 2 with Morris on the inside, Richardson on the outside. Booth will be in 5th with Sandro Ballesteros 6th, Brandon Jennings 7th, Bella Franklin in her first Junior Pro Kart race here at Teesside in 8th. Owen Spears 9th, Thomas Braid 10th, Ben Hogarth 11th, Sebastian Pereira in 12th with Alex Mallard and Caitlin Frame rounding out a 14 kart Junior Pro Kart grid. Drivers will come round, and it's a standing start for Junior Pro Kart, so they'll be lined up with Aaron Alexander on the front row. On the inside, a staggered grid, so it's Alexander to the inside, and he'll have a kart length advantage from Kieran Lambert. Drivers will go through the chicane on the first lap, and we'll see the grid tighten themselves up as they go through. Drivers rolling into position. Normally drivers are stopped on the outside of the 2 chicanes prior, but everybody is gridded up nicely and in position, and they've been afforded the luxury of just rolling into position without being sent 2 by 2 on their way. Start line marshal picks up his green flag, and it looks like we are only seconds away from racing, and it's down and we're away. Alexander with a great start. Lambert slides himself into second from the outside of the front row. So it's Alexander from Lambert, Morris and Booth with a superb start from row number 3. Goes right round the outside and into 4th place. Morris is 3rd. So once they've sorted themselves out round hairpin number 2, but well out on his way at the front, Aaron Alexander from the 14 of Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris, Callum Booth, the 9 of Jake Richardson. Drops back from the 2nd row down to 5th. Looks like we've had a great start though from Bella Franklin. She runs up in 6th from 8th on the grid. Sandro Ballesteros has dropped from his 3rd row berth, and he's down in 8th. So as they'll come over the line for the first of 10 Junior Pro Kart laps. Aaron Alexander leads from Kieran Lambert and Jack Morris. Callum Booth, Jake Richardson, Bella Franklin, Thomas Braid, Sandro Ballesteros, Owen Spears, Brandon Jennings, Ben Hogarth, Alex Mallard, Sebastian Pereira, and the 14 of Caitlin Frame comes through. Pereira there on the back of Mallard as the 12 of Braid gets himself involved with the 19 of Sandro Ballesteros. Ballesteros will go to the inside, down the back straight, and he's got the move done before they enter the south bank. He goes up into 7th place. Braid down to 8th as Jack Morris is all over the back of Kieran Lambert. This is allowing Aaron Alexander in the 38 to break away at the front of the pack. And Morris looked like he was going to be on the front row until right at the end of the qualifying session, and Kieran Lambert put a lap in that put him on the outside of the front row, and now Morris trying to turn the tables and get back into 2nd place. Alexander, though, is going to hold firm, and it's going to see whether Morris can get a run onto the back straight. Both drivers have a quick look over their shoulders. These evenly matched, sealed GX200 Extreme engines leave almost everything down to the driver's skill, and you see there down the back straight, neither driver able to pull any sort of distance on each other. Alexander, though, is out at the front and has at least a second's gap the last time round. Looks at least very similar as they come through. It's 1.3 this time as Sandro Ballesteros is all over the back of Bella Franklin. So that's Franklin in 6th, Ballesteros 7th, Spears 8th. Braid has dropped all the way back down to 9th, having run as high as 7th earlier on in the previous lap. Then we've got Jennings, Hogarth, Mallard, Pereira and Frame. Number of drivers setting fastest laps as they come over. The fastest of those drivers, Ballesteros, a 48.2 in his battle with Bella Franklin for 6th place. Acquitting herself very well in her first junior pro kart race here at Teesside as Morris dives to the inside of hairpin number 4 and takes 2nd place. Lambert's going to try and cut back, and he's going to run right round the outside, and Lambert retakes 2nd as it looks like we've got Frame off and into the tyre wall on the outside of hairpin number 1. Our leaders will be coming through very shortly to that corner. Looks like the yellow flag is away just in enough time to allow drivers an overtaking opportunity. Alexander, though, well out at the front. 2 seconds is his gap as Morris will once again try and move on Kieran Lambert and try and make it stick this time. Lambert superbly coming back right round the outside, as we often see here at Teesside. The hairpin 3 and 4 combination of a driver diving down the inside of hairpin number 4. Morris decides against it this time. We'll always see a driver then attempt to cut back and try and then run all the way out round the outside. As drivers are flat out all the way through to the chicane just at the start of the lap that we're about to go through, as the number 8 of Bella Franklin holds on to 6th. Sandro Ballesteros in the 19.7 with Spears just behind them in the all-blue number 17 car as we are just beyond race distance. Spears now right onto the back as the 18 of Frame gets herself out of the way as the field comes through after her earlier altercation with the tyre wall. So it's Aaron Alexander out at the front as we watch the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, and Ballesteros looked like he was going to go to the inside, but Bella Franklin cuts that move off very, very early. Very, very familiar with the circuit here at Teesside, and knows all the tricks of throwing that number 8 junior pro kart round as she makes the move up from cadets last year, having won the Shenington Championship and come very, very close to the Teesside one as well. Moves up into junior pro kart and acquitting herself very well. Currently running in 6th, Ballesteros 7th, Spears just behind in 8th. And, see if either of these drivers, Ballesteros looks like he's got a very good run down the back straight, will go to the inside but has to back out at the end as we've had a change for 2nd place. The number 24 of Jack Morris is through, and he's got it done before the hairpins as well, so it doesn't look like Kieran Lambert's going to have the opportunity to come back down the inside. He doesn't, and Jack Morris is in 2nd, and we'll now see in the remaining 3 laps whether he can close the gap, but it's a big ask at 3.5 seconds. Aaron Alexander looks like it's got this one comfortably in the bag. Change for 6th though. Ballesteros finally finds a way past Bella Franklin in the number 8, so Ballesteros up to 6th, Franklin 7th. Franklin, though, always very racy when it came to Cadet, will be no stranger to making a move, and will now look to close back up onto their number 19 of Sandro Ballesteros. Spears, though, looking and waiting in 8th, will aim to dive down the inside of hairpin number 3. Can't get it done. Franklin, he goes very tightly, will go to the inside of hairpin 4. Franklin will try and run all the way around the outside and does. Holds on to 7th place. The battle, though, between those two is bringing Braid in 9th and Jennings in 10th into place with 2 laps remaining. Aaron Alexander, though, sets the fastest lap on his final lap round. Remains 3.4 seconds in front of Jack Morris. There is Morris with Kieran Lambert closing right up. Morris goes defensive with 1.5 laps remaining to hold on to second, which will mean that he'll start heat number 2 from the outside of the front row, which is where Kieran Lambert started this first heat from. Lambert, though, has other ideas with 1 lap remaining. The last lap board is out for our leader as Kieran Lambert comes through, tucked right onto that back bumper of the number 24 of Jack Morris. Tries a little bump and pass as they go into the national loop. Nothing beyond acceptable there, and Morris remains in 2nd place, but Kieran Lambert all over the back of that number 24 in the 14. Down the back straight, they have got half a lap remaining, but well off into the race distance, already entering hairpin number 3, our race leader, the number 38 of Aaron Alexander, as Kieran Lambert goes to the inside of hairpin number 3. Gets the move done on Jack Morris. I don't think Morris expected it. He tried to close the door very late, but Lambert has got it done. Lambert looks over his shoulder. It looks like Morris has already conceded that one as Alexander comes through to win. Jack Morris will have to settle for 3rd. Kieran Lambert is 2nd. Callum Booth over the line in 4th. Richardson 5th. Ballesteros 6th. Franklin, Spears, Jennings and Braid round out the top 10. And we await Ben Hogarth to come through in the number 37. And they've had a race-long battle with Alex Mallard and Sebastian Pereira. And we have the 14 of Caitlin Frame, 1 lap down after her excursion off into the tyres early on into heat number 1. She will come through to take the checkered flag very shortly. There we go for the checkered flag. All 14 drivers over the line, and the first one of those, the number 38 of Aaron Alexander. He leads the whole pack through. One thing Aaron does when he wins, he likes to slow down and back all the pack up, and the whole pack of junior Pro Kart drivers always come off the track line astern, and as you see them there sliding through our screen, that is almost all of our drivers out of the way, barring the battle for 11th place, which was taken in the end by Ben Hogarth. They'll come through. So there is your race winner, and second was Kieran Lambert, and a superb race for him. Got the job done right towards the end. Looked like Jack Morris was going to get second towards the end, but a superb effort in the end for Kieran Lambert, and adds on to his qualifying session, which put him on the front row, and that's where he'll be starting heat number 2 from. Junior Rotax will be up very, very shortly, and whilst we have a small grid of junior Rotax, it is a very competitive one with very little splitting our front 3, at the very least in qualifying, of Alfie Lindsay, Alex Warnaby and Jude Cole. Less than 3/10 between those 3 in qualifying, which sets us up very nicely for an interesting race. And then we have Harry Pullen and Oliver Buckton. Buckton unable to set a lap time in his qualifying session, which came to an end with inside the opening lap for the number 66. Buckton, having won our Cadet Championship here last season, moves up into our junior Rotax class on board the number 66. Hopefully he's got all of his problems sorted, as we've got a spin for the number 43 of Harry Pullen on the outlap. So it's Alfie Lindsay, Alex Warnaby, Jude Cole, Harry Pullen 4th, Oliver Buckton 5th, but we'll have to see whether the spin for Pullen will drop him down to 5th and will move Oliver Buckton up into fourth, as is often the case here at Teesside. A spin on the outlap will generally find you demoted to the back of the grid, although those two drivers will pretty much be alongside each other anyway. Remember, rolling start for our Rotax drivers. They will come through side by side at little more than walking speed, although it's fast walking. The minute the green flag drops and we are underway, and it's Alfie Lindsay takes the lead. Jude Cole will come through from the second row, although the inside, Lindsay goes wide and Cole dives through into the lead from third to first in the space of one corner. Warnaby follows him through into second. Lindsay will drop all the way back to third after a superb start. Look to have him well on his way, but he carried a little bit too much speed into the national loop, ran wide and allowed Jude Cole to come through from third place. So Cole, no stranger of running towards the front, having taken a couple of outright victories here, even though he was in a junior last season. Got himself to the front of the pack in what was damp conditions at round number 8 and took 2 outright victories at the start of the day. So it's Cole, Warnaby, Lindsay, Pullen and Buckton. Remember, Buckton having not had an opportunity to set a time. This is the first time that he's been out on circuit today other than the practice session at the start of the day, and those practice sessions generally starting from 9 o'clock. The circuit very cold and occasionally quite slippy, although dry conditions for us here at Teesside Autodrome today for the 2019 NRG Cycles O-Plate meeting. Although very, very windy, as you can see, as they'll come through in a moment. You'll catch the NRG flag on the inside flapping away in the wind as the front three come through with no change. Cole, Warnaby and Lindsay. The battle for fourth, Buckton on the back of Harry Pullen as the front three thread their way through the chicanes, the first of which are just little flicks, then the final left-hander a little bit more on the steering wheel, as we see the 25 of Warnaby trying all he can to get down the inside of Cole. Cole's going to go quite wide. Warnaby looks for the inside, but Cole carries all the speed round the outside of that corner and closes the door before the opportunity even arose for the number 25 of Warnaby. 10 laps of junior Rotax racing, and with very quick lap times around 44 seconds, this one will be over before you've probably finished your drink. We've got Cole at the front, Warnaby second, Lindsay third. The battle in the background is Pullen, still in front of Buckton, although Buckton all over the back of the number 43 of Pullen. Cole, though, onto the back straight. Warnaby, quick look to his right, see if Lindsay's there. He's not, he's still right on the back of him. And very little between these drivers in qualifying, even less between them in a race situation. Though Cole, though, has pulled out a little bit of a gap at the front as Warnaby turns his focus into holding off the number 86 of Lindsay behind him. He'll come through and over the line and through the D chicane, which you drop into with the right-hander, rises up as the left-hander and then drops away again into the national loop. Lindsay sliding around onto the back of the number 25 of Warnaby. Warnaby a little bit wide into hairpin 1. Same again into 2. Lindsay's going to see if he can get a run. Warnaby sticks the left rear out onto the bumpy rumble strip on the outside of hairpin 2. Round South Bank into hairpin 3, and Cole has broken a little bit of a gap out at the front. The timesheet says 2.5 seconds between each driver, but Warnaby's fell back ever so slightly into the clutches of Lindsay. Not enough of a gap for Cole to breathe easy just yet, but it's out to half a second between each of our drivers. Warnaby, though, no stranger to a curb on the outside of hairpin 2, catches a chunk on the way into the national loop as Oliver Buckton has found his way past Harry Pullen for 4th. So Buckton 4th, Pullen in 5th. And Buckton taking a few laps to get past Pullen. Will now set off in search of Alfie Lindsay as the top 3 battle. And we'll see whether he can close the gap at the very least. And if he starts in 4th for heat number 2, we'll see whether he can progress any further, but there's at least there's a comfortable gap between the two drivers in 4th and 5th now, as Pullen has dropped away from the back of Buckton. No change with 4 remaining, although Alfie Lindsay sets the fastest lap of the race. Warnaby sets a personal best, but Lindsay's fastest lap of the race is a statement of intent of where he wants to go further forward. So we've got Jude Cole, Alex Warnaby, Alfie Lindsay, Oliver Buckton and Harry Pullen. As looks like Warnaby off and onto the grass, and the number 25 has expired. Cole and Lindsay, the remaining 2, out at the front. A retirement for the number 25, Alex Warnaby, and that kart stopped very, very abruptly on the outside of hairpin number 2. And looks like he's got a chain in hand. And without your chain, that number 25 is not going very far very quickly. So Cole leads. The gap is now almost a second to Alfie Lindsay. Alex Warnaby will drop all the way down to 5th, and that's where he's going to start, and he's going to have some work to do in heat number 2. 2.5 laps remaining for our leaders as Alfie Lindsay now tries to close the gap in our junior Rotax class onto the back of the number 77 of Jude Cole. And gap on screen is around about just under a second, although Lindsay looks to have got his head down now. He hasn't got to try and overtake Warnaby, and he's going to try and catch up onto the back. He's got 2 laps remaining as they come over the line. He's going to need around about half a second a lap to close the gap up onto the back. That's the first chunk out of the way, 3/10, and now he's got 6 to try and close down with 2 laps remaining. Lindsay trying to catch up onto the back, and we've got Buckton now comfortably in third, with Warnaby having dropped away into retirement on the back straight. Pullen is 4th as Lindsay, with every corner, is going to close up, and it looks like we're going to have quite an intense last lap battle for the lead. These 2 drivers, if they manage to keep themselves out of each other's business, will start heat number 2 from the front, but as they come through to take the last lap board, it will be the 77 of Jude Cole at the front. Alfie Lindsay can only take a tenth out, and he's got half a second to find on the final lap of the Teesside National Circuit. Round national for the first time. And then we've got through the chicanes into hairpin number 1. Cole lifting the inside rear. Same again, and out onto the back straight. Half a lap now. Round South Bank as they come. Goes to the inside to see, make sure Lindsay can't offer any opportunity, but I think Lindsay's too far back to try anything from there, and I think he'll comfortably settle for second place, although he's closed right up towards the end, just to let Cole know that he's got the pace, but he's going to come through. Checkered flag is out, and Jude Cole will win heat number 1 in junior Rotax from Alfie Lindsay. Oliver Buckton will come through in 3rd place from Harry Pullen. And then we've got the number 25 of Alex Warnaby, our only retirement in junior Rotax. His chain removing itself from that number 25. And there it was in the background. And, disappointment for the number 25 of Warnaby. Ran very, very well at the start of that race up into 2nd, and that car is being pushed back as the drivers make their way round, and that will save the recovery quad having to make a trip out onto the circuit, and that car will probably be back into the paddock before any of our 4 other drivers are round and onto track. Once they're clear, now we have Warnaby just having a quick walk across. He's going to wait for our front 3 to come through before making his way across the track, and hopefully he'll bounce back from that disappointment later on for heat number 2 of junior Rotax. He will, of course, be starting from the back of the 5-kart pack. We'll see if he can progress back through, as he ran very, very well and was challenging at the front for the lead until the unfortunate incident with the chain. There is your heat number 1 winner, the 77 of Jude Cole, coming over the 43 of Pullen. The final one, we then now have our cadet grid. And on pole position for that will be Catherine Potter in the number 20 Honda Extreme. Looks like we've had all of our Hondas move to the front, and then we will have Ollie Poole's Soul Mini Rock will start at the back of the pack in the number 94. And as we saw in qualifying, that car is around about 1.5 seconds a lap quicker than the Hondas, so we'll see, interesting to see how he progresses all the way through On screen, though, he is shown in pole position, although it will actually be Catherine Potter on the inside from Charlie Wyatt. Then we'll have Jared Fox-Whiteley, Lizzie Mentier, Gracie Mitchell, David Mack and Sebastian Corking. Charlie Benson, Max Shields, Thomas Potter in 10th. Stanmore Wilson will be 11th, although shown 12th. Frankie Smedley, Oliver Watson, Connor Duddy, Jake Bowry are through 15. Then we've got Jacob Giblett-Lee, Finlay Fishburne, both drivers with 160s. Kian McLeod, Addison Smith, Sophie Pawsey, Max Bowry, William Howood and Felix Smedley. We've got 27 drivers on the grid, or 28 actually, with Oliver Green, Josh Cook and Jack Thompson rounding out 28. 29th of our drivers will be Ollie Poole in the mini rock, although I'm not sure he's going to come through, and I think he was just out practicing that kart earlier on in the day. So on the inside of the front row will be Catherine Potter lining up alongside Charlie Wyatt. Row number 2, Jared Fox-Whiteley on the inside of Lizzie Mentier. Then we're going to have Gracie Mitchell in the 11, David Mack in the 16 for row number 3, Sebastian Corking and the 25 of Charlie Benson. And then we've got Thomas Potter and the 18, which is Max Shields. That is your top 10. Stanmore, Wilson and Smedley, one of the two Smedleys lining up on row number 6. And then we've got Oliver Watson on the inside of Connor Duddy, Max Bowry, and then the 28 of Jacob Giblett-Lee as the final few of our drivers line themselves up. We do have the 94 of Ollie Poole. He will line up in the Seoul mini rock on the outside of the grid, and we've got Addison Smith in the 15. He will be sent forward, I think, and he will join onto the back of the outside of the back row. He will join onto the back of the number 3 of Josh Cook. Everybody is in place. Start line marshal, green flag in hand. Cadets run straight down and round the national loop. No chicane for those either. Green is away and down. Good start by Potter from pole position. Gets to the inside. Wyatt comes across and slots into second. So it's Potter from Wyatt. Mentier in third. We've got the 22. Fox-Whiteley fourth. Mitchell into fifth. Mack remains in sixth. There's a slight gap though back. Looks like Ollie Poole's made a good start, and it's split the rear end of the pack as Catherine Potter leads for the first time onto the back straight. Charlie White behind as the 25 of Benson tries to come to the inside, chopping and changing as they go down the back straight, but everybody's got themselves into a single line apart from David Mack, who tries to move to the inside of Sab Corking. So it's Potter who will lead over the line for the first time. 8 laps in Cadet. So it's going to be Potter from Wyatt, Mentier, Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell in 5th. Corking 6th, Max 7th, Benson, Smedley, Stanmore, Wilson round the top 10. Fishburne, McLeod, Watson, Bowry, Giblett-Lee, Thompson, Duddy, Shields, Poole and Thomas Potter. Tough start for him. Is down in 20th from his 10th place berth. David Mack has got himself back past Sebastian Corking. Runs Corking to the inside of the track. Corking's on the white line. Corking will get the job done though and gets back into 5th, into 6th place. Mack drops back to 7th. Aggressive defending there by the 16 of Mack. Corking though got the kart to the inside, and Mack gave him just enough room to remain on circuit. Potter will come through for the second of 8 laps at the head of the field once again. So it's Potter, Wyatt, Mentier, Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell, Corking, Mack, Benson, Frankie Smedley and Stanmore Wilson, the top 10. Then we've got Kian McLeod, Oliver Watson and Ollie Poole up to 13th already in that mini rock. There he is in the background in the blue kart as we have the 22 of Fox-Whiteley giving up 4th place to the charging Gracie Mitchell. She's now right onto the back of Lizzie Mentier for 3rd as the top 2 have broken away. Potter and Wyatt, although if they start battling very shortly, I think they'll back themselves up into this battle for 3rd place. Mentier quite slow out of hairpin 4, and Mitchell is right on the back. Will she make a move into the chicane. I don't think she's going to have enough room to slide it down the inside, but it's Mentia third, Mitchell fourth, Fox Whiteley in sixth. Paul is up to 11th, Stanmore Wilson down in 8th. Giblett Lee jumps up into 14th. Looks like he could be our leading 160 driver out there. It's Wyatt now on the back of Potter as contact at the early part of that corner, and we've got Gracie Mitchell spinning up and into the gravel on the outside of the loop. We'll stay with the leaders as Wyatt will look to go to the inside of Catherine Potter, but we've got Gracie Mitchell now well down the field and out of fourth place. Contact as they went into the South Bank corner, and she found herself up and facing the wrong way in the gravel on the outside, but she's back running. So it's Potter, Wyatt, Mentia, Fox Whiteley, Corking, Mack, Benson and Poole all the way up to 8th from the back of the grid. There he is in the 94, last year's O-Plate winner. Will give that up this season, having opted to test out a mini rock for the first time here at Teesside. So the battle for heat number 1, with 4 laps remaining, remains that at the front of the number 20 of Catherine Potter from the 23 of Charlie Wyatt. Contact warning for the 22 of Jared Fox Whiteley. So there we have the answer as to what sent Gracie Mitchell round South Bank and up the bank. It was the number 22 of Jared Fox Whiteley. There we see the marshal in the background with the half black, half white flag, the warning flag for the number 22 of Fox Whiteley. The lead battle, though, between Potter and Wyatt remains with a slight gap. Looks like they're going to close up onto the back of one of our first back markers. And, we'll see whether Wyatt uses that to try and slingshot his way past Potter. Tries to go for the inside. Very late move, though, and backs out and lives to battle for another day. They're going to catch the back marker, though, mid-corner. Potter's going to go to the inside. Look, gets balked slightly, and Charlie Wyatt's now going to see if he can get right onto the back of Gracie Mitchell. Looks like we've got Ollie Poole, though, running all the way up in third in that number 94, using the additional power, goes round the outside of the chicane. So both of our leaders negotiate the back marker without any problem. Some of them are going to go right round the outside of the number 48. I'm going to go for lead. It's Corking, though, in the 52. On the back of the number 50 of Lizzie Mentia. Sebastian Corking, a driver that has really come out of nowhere in the last couple of rounds, made some steady improvements and finds himself trying to find a way into third place in our 200 class, although it's going to end up getting balked slightly in the 22 of Fox Whiteley. He's going to try and run right round the outside, cut back to the inside. And see whether now he's going to cut right to the inside, and they're going to go side by side through the sweeping bends, and Fox Whiteley's going to have to be brave to stick it out round the outside. Contact between the two of them, so Fox Whiteley and Corking. Side pod to side pod. Corking stays in front, and both of them live to see the last lap through. Out at the front, though, Ollie Poole has found his way past the whole field and runs at the front, but it's Catherine Potter at the top of the pile when it comes to 200s, holding off Charlie Wyatt for second place. I think both of those two would be quite wise to stick it out at the front and have a front row start as they try and collect as many points as possible for the final, as they come up, though, to a number of back markers, and let's see whether any of those are going to come into play. Potter will come to the inside. Wyatt's going to follow it. I think they're going to stay line astern, and they'll start heat number 2 from the front row. So it's going to be Potter from Wyatt, with Ollie Poole taking the outright win in the mini rock. Mentia holds on to third overall in Extreme Cadet, with Seb Corking in 5th, Fox Whiteley 6th, Max 7th, Benson 8th, McLeod 9th. Frankie Smedley rounds out the top 10 overall, 9th in class, with Stanmore Wilson coming through in 11th. Gracie Mitchell recovers to finish in 14th behind Oliver Watson and Jake Bowery. Jacob Giblett Lee, our top 160 runner, in 15th, with Thomas Potter recovering to 16th, having dropped from 10th to 20th on the opening lap. With Connor Duddy, Finlay Fishburn, Jack Thompson, Addison Smith rounding out the 20 of 29 drivers in our very busy cadet grid. Some of them still coming over the line at the end of the session, but in the background we've got outright winner Ollie Paul and Catherine Potter coming through. Our Cadet Extreme winner brings an end to our Cadet session. 2 more classes, which will be Senior Pro Kart and Senior Rotax, to end our cycle of races here at Teesside. Then we'll be back round again to our Bambino drivers. Have another quick back look through the live stream comments, and if you are watching us on YouTube, please do get in touch with us on there. Let us know which drivers you're following. Also let us know where in the world you are watching us from, and we will give you a quick shout out as we watch. You can also watch as well via the Alpha Live Facebook page and the Teesside Karting Facebook page. So plenty of formats for you to and platforms for you to watch the racing here at Teesside Karting. But yes, please do get in touch with us on the live stream, and can see where you are watching us from. In the background, it will be Senior Pro Kart time very, very shortly. And the final few of our Cadet drivers come over. That is the number of 11 of Gracie Mitchell. Some token soil added to that front nose cone from her excursion up the south bank, having come into contact with the number 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley halfway through that race, and found herself well up the bank. It's the first time I've seen a driver this season manage to clear the circuit and find their way up onto the gravel round South Bank, so those drivers must have been carrying a lot of speed into the South Bank. Our Senior Pro Kart drivers are underway as the final few of our cadets come over the weighbridge. Front row in Senior Pro Kart will be 2018 champion Adam Nicol alongside 2018 O-Plate winner Josh Fulkus. Rob Lowe, Mason Barker will share row number 2 with David Brown and Mark Tate on row 3. Darren Brown and Mick McDonald on row 4, 7th and 8th respectively. Brown on the inside. Jackman did finally get some times in, having spent the early part of qualifying pirouetting that 117. Will start 9th. Simon Doughty in 10th. Nigel Richardson, Steve Nichols 11th and 12th. Steve White, Scott Tate, Thomas Lowther and Nick Smales round out 16. Then we have Josh Yeadon, Connor Lucas, Emma Brown and Michael Yeadon. Watch out for the 43 of Connor Lucas ploughing his way through the field, having only had the opportunity to put 1 lap in qualifying. And, we'll see how far he can progress up through the field. Drivers getting themselves into position. Looks like we have a problem with the 58 of Steve Nichols. He's being pushed all the way to the back of the field. Possibly had a spin on the outlap, and that will see him line that number 58 kart up at the back of the grid. Disappointing start for the 58, so it looks like we're going to have a Nichols at the front and a Nichols at the back for the start, with Adam on pole position and the 58 of Steve Nichols lining up at the back of the field. It means all of our drivers can get 1 place further up from where Steve was in 12th place, and everybody gets to change sides of the grid. So he will now start at the back end of the field on the inside. Engine notes rise, green flag is in the air, and we are underway as they head into the chicane for the first time. Lowe has made a good start from the second row and nudges Josh Fulkus back into 3rd. Adam Nichols in the 13 will lead round national for the first time, with Lowe in 2nd, Fulkus 3rd. Barker in his return to Senior Pro Kart 4th as they go round hairpin number 1. Fulkus will try and dive back to the inside. He's gone all the way back down to 5th though, but will look to try and get 3rd as they'll go 3 wide down the back straight. Barker though has had to pull out of that one, and Fulkus is all the way back up to 3rd, having dropped down to 5th. Contact warning for the 111 of Mick McDonald. He'll be told about that as he comes round for the first of 10 Senior Pro Kart laps. But out in front, it's the 13 with a clear gap already of Adam Nichols, looking to add a O-plate to his list of honours, which include the 2018 Teesside Championship, before taking a sabbatical in 2019. There is the warning flag in the background, although with that many karts coming through, I'm not sure any of them know who that one's for until they see the digi flag up at the start of the track as they come through the chicane. There's one on the outside of the national loop, and they'll have a number on there. That'll let them know which one of those is committed and indiscretion, but out at the front with almost a second lead will be Adam Nicol. The gap then from second place Rob Lowe, another 2 seconds back to Josh Folkers, as Folkers, Brown and Barker got themselves involved on the first lap. The 43 there of Connor Lucas looking to dive to the inside of the number 25 of Steve White. Lucas already up into the top 10. So White in the 25, Lucas in the 43. And those two drivers, White very competitive in that number 25 kart. Lucas though will try and get past as quickly as he possibly can, and he has done into the hairpin number 1 as we see the tail of the field come through. Nick Smales in the number 27, taking a little bit of time to reacclimatise himself to sprint racing, having spent all of 2019 focusing on enduros, as Steve Nichols as well down the inside of the South Bank loop of the 186 of Thomas Lowther. Nichols recovering from starting at the back. Lowther though will try and come back to the inside. Nichols though on the outside will have track position for the chicane as they come through to knock off lap number 3 of 10. Smales still struggling at the back in the number 27. There's Steve Nichols now all the way back up to 12th, having started at 20th and last in the number 58. He's got past Lowther and will now set off in search of the number 19 of Nigel Richardson for 11th place. Looks well on target to get himself up into the top 10 in that number 58. Brightly covered DWS liveried kart. Out in front now, his son Adam leads the pack over the line one more time as the 111 of Mick McDonald goes to the inside of Simon Doughty. They will go side by side. Doughty's going to have to carry a lot of speed though right round the outside into that first chicane. There's Mason Barker in 5th. Comes under pressure by Ross Jackman. Jackman up from 9th on the grid, running a superb 6th. Looks to have got his early problems out of the way in that 117 kart. Closing up on the back of Mason Barker, the 2017 Cadet champion here at Teesside, before he moved into up into seniors through necessity, as we didn't have junior pro karts back then. Spent 2019 battling Aaron Alexander for the championship, and now moves up very early on in his racing career. Still only 14, but well over the weight limit for junior pro kart. Goes into seniors. The weight limit difference between the two classes around 20 kilos, and he was 12 over juniors, so up into seniors, strap a bit of ballast on, and away you go. Finds himself in 5th place with Ross Jackman all over the back of him. But in the background, the number 43 of Connor Lucas up from 18th, running in 7th with Mark Tate in the 81 behind him. Tate's qualifying curtailed quite early as well with some problems, although he'd managed to put a few banker laps in and started well with inside the top 10. So 43 of Lucas at half race distance is up to 7th already. Your 2019 summer champion looking to get back towards the front, although he's going to need a couple of overtakes to get himself into the mix, although 5th is certainly not out of question as Jackman and Barker continue to battle. And with every corner, Lucas will close the gap, and I think before you know it, I don't think either of them know that he's coming. And before you know it, he's going to go through, and with 4 laps remaining, Barker will go defensive already down the back straight into South Bank on Jackman. Jackman's going to try and go to the outside, late lunge to the inside by the 43 of Lucas. That's one past in one corner. He's going to try and see if he can maintain some speed all the way out of there. I think he's going to have to wait until hairpin number 1 to make the move on Barker. Barker though does run slightly wide over the rumble strip on the inside, fighting that number 41 kart through, so they'll come through the chicanes, and as they'll go to the inside, Lucas dives down the inside, slams the brakes on the 43 and gets the job done very early in the corner. Jackman now trying to take advantage of a wounded Barker as they go out onto the back straight. Barker, though, back on the power and away, and we'll try and use a little bit of slipstream of the 43 of Lucas down the inside. So Lucas now has around about 3 seconds to try and close down in 3 laps to the number 55 of David Brown. Out at the front of the pack, though, Adam Nichols, well on his way to Heat 1 victory. Change for second, though, as Josh Folkus does manage to close the gap down to Rob Lowe and take second place. So it's Nichols, Folkus, Lowe and Brown. Then we've got a 3-second gap back to Connor Lucas. Still pursued, though, by Mason Barker, Ross Jackman and the 81 of Mark Tate. Lucas not able to break free and will still have to look to defend. He does so by looking over his shoulder, just checking that everybody's still there. Jackman tries to stick the nose down the inside as the battle for second place continues. We'll be seeing the last lap board for our leader as he comes over the line this time. But Lowe all over the back, ducking down behind the steering wheel, trying to get every ounce of power out of the twin-engine GX200 Pro Kart. Try and catch up onto the back of Josh Folkus, though. Folkus carries a little bit more speed through the chicane and into the national loop for the first time. David Brown in the background, hoping that those two get involved and he can bring himself back into play. Behind them, though, the battle for fifth. Lucas, Barker, Jackman and Tate. Lucas not able to break free. His charge through the field looks to have stopped at fifth place. Everybody is through to see the last lap board. And as our leader comes out of hairpin number 4 for the final time, it will be the checkered flag and the Heat 1 win for the number 13 of Adam Nichols, followed by Josh Folkus, Rob Lowe and David Brown. The battle for 5th place decided over the line. It's Connor Lucas from Mason Barker, Ross Jackman and Mark Tate. And I think the battle between Barker, Jackman and Tate will be an enthralling one for Heat number 2. As the final of our few drivers come through, the 98 of Emma Brown comes through in 17th. So Steve Nichols managed to get up from 20th to 14th, he having to start from the back of the grid. Nick Smales will come through at the end slowly and elects not to do a slowing down lap and head straight off into the pit lane. So that's 5 of our 6 races for the first heat out of the way. And the first one is a heat win for the number 13 of Adam Nichols, quite comfortably in the end after he broke away on the opening lap from the charge of Rob Lowe. Then Lowe succumbing to the charge of Josh Folkus for second place. So it's Nichols, Folkus and Lowe at the front of the pack. David Brown in 4th. So they'll come over the weighbridge in order of how they finished. And that's the 43. That's Connor Lucas managed to get up from 18th to 5th place. We'll start in 5th for heat number 2, and we'll look to take the battle to the front pairing of Nichols and Folkus. Folkus, of course, defending the O plate that he won here at the same time last season and that he raced with all season in 2019, taking a superb second place in the championship. We're going to get the final one of our heats underway very shortly. It will be another rolling start. This time it will be for our senior Rotax drivers. On pole position will be Samuel Harrison, alongside him Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter and Casey Watson will be on row number 2. Row 3 will be Daniel Kell and Max Prentice, 2 regulars here at Teesside last season. Kell finishing second in the senior Rotax class and Max Prentice taking the victory in our junior class. Last couple of drivers are over, but the pit lane exit is clear, which means that we can get our 2 strokes out in the background. And the 44 of Josh Eden, the final one to take the weighbridge. So let's go through the grid very quickly before they come round for their rolling start. Sam Harrison starts on the inside of the front row alongside Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter in 3rd, Casey Watson 4th. Row 3 is shared by Daniel Kell and Max Prentice. Andrew Collinson, Sam Barrett will share row number 4. Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve, Steve Kell, Stephen Haswell and Stuart Middleton 13 drivers. Looks like we might have a few less runners than that, and it looks like the ones at the back are going to have to catch up very quickly onto the back of the pack for the rolling start. At least one of them going very, very slowly round the back of the pack, and I think they've pulled off the circuit. Let's see whether they join back on. But there's your front row. Harrison on the inside, Hunter on the outside. They'll come through. The power is down. The green flag waves, and we are underway in senior Rotax for the first time. Harrison holds the inside, but then goes wide, and it's Hunter and Hunter side by side through the chicane section. It's the 15 of Kai who holds off from Reese. Harrison comes back to the inside as Hunter slides wide. Hunter, though, will hold that one, and the 77 of Watson. So, great start by the number 15 of Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter up into second from third on the grid. Disappointing start, though, from Harrison after a superb qualifying session. Finds himself now down in third place with a lot of work to do as they'll come out of hairpin number 4 through the sweeping left and then the right over the start-finish line, which, even though on the track is a straight, the drivers have always got a little bit of lock on as they come out of that fourth corner. And then they'll come through the two double sets of chicanes down the inside. Harrison on Hunter. Great move by the number 44 of Harrison. Moves the British O plate of Reese Hunter down into third place. All of this playing into the hands of the 15 of Kai Hunter out at the front of the pack now. But Harrison with a little bit of work to do to try and close that gap. Very little between that front pairing in qualifying. And let's see now whether Harrison can close the gap down. 8 of the 10 laps remaining, 2 in the bag. It's Kai Hunter, Samuel Harrison, Reese Hunter, Casey Watson, Max Prentice, Daniel Kell, Sam Barrett, Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve and Andrew Collison. Looks like we're missing Andrew Collison. No time up on the board, and we're also missing Steve Kell as well. We had 11 out for qualifying, so couple of drivers missing, but no less action at the front of the pack as Kai Hunter is coming under increased pressure from the 44 of Sam Harrison. Harrison closing the gap from 4/10 last time. Looks like it's going to be at least, well, 1/10, if that. You can't even count it. He's that close to the back bumper. It's 1.5 on the timing screen. It's not that when you look at it on screen. With the action, the 15, though, of Hunter will have to see whether he can hold off. We know Harrison can go down the inside of hairpin 1. He's already pulled that move on the O plate of Reese Hunter. He's going to try it again at some point, I'm sure, on the 15. Kai Hunter with a quick look to his right over his shoulder to see who's battling. I think he was expecting to an extent that it'd be his brother. It's not. It's the 44 of Samuel Harrison. Kai Hunter holds quite tight a line in there. Doesn't want to. He must have obviously watched the junior Pro Kart class earlier where they were diving down the inside of hairpin number 4, and he knew what was coming. Sam Harrison will have to think of a different plan of attack if he wants to find his way past the leading number 15. So as we approach half race distance, and it will be this time as they come over the line, it barely seems like a few moments ago that the green flag was going. We'll be at half race distance as they'll go round the south bank. Harrison is going to try and dive to the inside. Then we go down the inside, and he's going to try and make the move, the clear visor of the number 44. You can look at the concentration on his face even from this distance. He tries to get onto the back of the number 15 of Hunter. So it's Hunter, Harrison, Reese Hunter has dropped away ever so slightly. There he is in the background, coming under pressure from the 77 of Casey Watson, but will stay with the lead duo as they're going to continue to battle it out. And I think this one will go all the way till the checker. Further down, Prentice and Kell battle it out for 5th and 6th. Barrett is 7th in the Sol X30. And, racing Richard Cannon's kart, the number 7. Barrett's kart having some issues with the starter motor early on in the day. Cannon giving the seat up and letting Barrett race the number 7. And he's currently running in 7th as we follow Hunter round, and he's still holding firm. Harrison remaining and seems content at the moment to stay on the rear bumper of that number 15, possibly concerned he doesn't want to make a move 2 early on in the race and open himself up for a move back as he drops away ever so slightly down that back straight. Looks like Hunter's got a little bit more straight line speed, and Harrison might be a little bit quicker through the technical turns that sandwich in the middle of this Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. Thank you for joining us. It is our annual O-Plate meeting here at Teesside Karting. We have 6 O-Plates up for grabs, 1 in each of our classes. And that will add on to we had 2. Last year we had Cadets and Senior Pro Kart. This year we're adding Bambino, Junior Pro Kart, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax to the pile of O-Plates up for grabs. And at the moment at the front of our Senior Rotax class it is Kai Hunter looking to add a Teesside O-Plate to his British Junior O-Plate and his British Championship, now racing in seniors. It looks like we're going to be adding a Teesside O-Plate to it if he can stay at the front, but it's going to be a tough call with Sam Harrison battling him out for the lead. Just behind him we've got Reese Hunter, and then we've got Casey Watson. Max Prentice closing the gap on the back. Dan Keller's dropped away and will be coming under pressure from Sam Barrett. Those two running 2 different karts, Kell and Barrett, so one with a little bit more power and potentially one a little bit lighter and with a little bit more nimble cornering as we go round hairpin number 3 with our leaders. They will come through and see the last lap board, which is already being held out and waiting for them. There it is, last lap for our leader, and we've got around 45 seconds for Kai Hunter to hold on. Sam Harrison, Reese Hunter, Casey Watson, Max Prentice, Dan Kell, Sam Barrett, Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve and Andrew Collison. Shown as 3 laps down, so at least he's back out on circuit. So Hunter round South Bank for the final time. 2 more corners for Harrison to try and make a move. Looks like he might have to settle for second and an outside front row berth. Tries a different line, see if he can get a better run out. He can't. The checkered flag waits, and it waits for Kai Hunter in the 15. Wins heat number 1 in Senior Rotax from Sam Harrison. Reese Hunter grabs 3rd, Casey Watson 4th, Prentice in 5th. Barrett will likely come through in 6th. Kell, having dropped away in 7th, will come through over the line and will peel straight off into the pits in the number 89. We've got Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve and Andrew Collison will come through ever so shortly. Takes the checker there, but he's 3 laps down in the number 74, having encountered some problems earlier on in the race. So that's 6 racers out of the way. Another 18 for us here today still, and we'll be back very shortly with our Bambino class as we watch the final few of our Rotax drivers off the circuit. So welcome back, and we are awaiting our Bambino drivers, and as we do, we are joined in the commentary box by one of our cadet drivers, the driver of the number 86, Jake Borey. Jake, you've had a interesting start to the day. How's it gone from your point of view? How did qualifying go, and then how did race number 1 go?
Well, the qualifying was good, but it wasn't the best. The race, I made a few places, and it was
Good, so you...
racing Mitchell.
Yeah, so there's plenty of karts out there, plenty of action going on out on there. Quite a big grid of 29 cadet karts out on that grid. So how do you think you can progress in heat number 2, and where do you think you're going to go for the rest of the day?
Well, I'm trying to get into the top 10.
So you think I mean, it's quite a competitive grid. All our cadet drivers are very, very evenly matched out there, especially with the 200 engines being sealed. And how do you find it with such close racing? I know you're fairly new to karting in general, and I know you obviously race with the team karting boys at the top end of the paddock. So how do you find it when there's so many karts in there and you're fairly new to motorsport?
Well, I just try my hardest and I do my best.
That's brilliant. That is all anybody can ever ask for. Thank you very much for joining us, Jake. Greatly appreciated. We're just going to return now to the action as our Bambinos grid themselves up for the start of heat number 2. On pole position, the number 44 of Edward Haynes starts on the inside of Oliver Sibb. There we go. So we are underway this time in Bambino. Not enough time to go over the grid. We just had a quick chat with Jake Borey there, driver of the number 58. Good start from the back of the grid. The number 10, Joshua Sullivan, gets a move done on Dax Farah. But out at the front, we've got the 44, once again, of Haynes. The 4 of Sibbald. Harrabin, though, up to 3rd. Rump is down to 4th. So the top 3 status quo has been ruined by the number 17 of Alex Harrabin. Harrabin there, 3rd in the 17. Rump in the 15. We're going to have, looks like then, the 13 of Smith, 66 of Edward Rye, the 9 of Riley Buckton Young, as Jacob Rump gets the run down the back straight and goes down the inside of the 17 of Alex Harrabin to retake 3rd place round the inside of South Bank, though. Harrabin's going to try and dive back to the inside. Don't think news there, and it doesn't matter in the end. He's chopped straight across the front end and remains in 3rd place. So they'll come over for the first of their 8-lap heat number 2. It's Haynes, Sibbald, Rump, Harrabin, Smith, Rye, Buckton Young, Ollie Carter, Sullivan and Farah. The only place change come the line. Sullivan going up to 9th, Farah down to 10th. Fast start by Sullivan, managed to get right off the 9th place, 10th place grid on the outside and go round the outside of Farah for 9th. As Lewis Smith recovers from a difficult qualifying session which saw him start heat number 1 down in 10th place. I think he had a 10th place penalty. I think he's had a weight infringement earlier on in the day, and he's come all the way back up to 5th already in that first heat as Riley Buckton Young and Edward Rye battle over 6th. Buckton Young up to 6th, Rye down to 7th. Buckton Young not had the easiest of days so far, having stopped in practice and had a very slow start to heat number 1 in Bambino. Did recover though into 7th as Smith and Harrabin battle it out over 4th. Harrabin taking a very wide line over the start line. Smith tried to take the shorter route down the inside to see whether he could get past. And, Smith now right onto the back of that number 17 of the heat number 1, Bambinos. So if nobody's seen Commas racing before, drivers in our Bambino class, the youngest of our drivers out there today, starting from the ages of 5 years old and running until their 8th birthday, and there's a crossover period where they can jump up into cadets in the year of their 8th birthday. So drivers can run in Bambino until they feel ready to move into cadets, or until they can no longer make the weight limit, really, whichever comes first. The weight limit, 69 kilos for our Bambino class, and obviously the limited power of the Comet 50 engine means that you don't really want to be any further over the weight limit than you really have to be, as every kilo counts. Haynes, though, out in front, has got a second gap as Smith continues to harass Harrabin for 4th place as they go through the chicanes, catching the inside of each one. So Haynes well out in front though. Sibbald and Rump the top 3. Harrabin made a good start early on in the race, moved up to 3rd, drops away to 4th, and now comes under pressure by the number 13 of Lewis Smith. Those two very, very evenly matched down the back straight, looking to try and catch up onto the back of the 15 of Jacob Rump as they go round the south bank. Don't need to go all the way on the outside in these little Bambino karts. And they'll stay to the inside of the circuit and then dive into the right-hander, followed by the left-hander for hairpin number 4, then through the 2 sweeping bends and onto the start straight. So it's Haynes, Sibbald, Rump, Harrabin, Smith, Buckton Young, Rye, Carter, Sullivan and Farrer. The final 2 will come over the line in a few moments. And we've got half race distance for our Bambino drivers, 8 laps, and out at the front Haynes has a 1.7 second gap and looks formidable at the moment in that number 44 Bambino. So the battle for 4th place continues. Harrabin looks to put a little bit of a gap out on Lewis Smith as they go round that south bank corner at the bottom. Similarly, it looks like Rump's got a bit more of a gap on Harrabin than he had before, but it's 3 seconds anyway, so it's going to be hard for either of these 2 drivers to close that gap. Smith's going to go to the inside though. Harrabin goes to the middle of the circuit. Buckton Young in the background though, closing the gap down. And some good lines through the chicane section, and then we'll go on to the start of the lap. Rising up through the D-shaped chicane, round the national loop. 3 laps remaining for Riley Buckton Young, 2.5 for our leader though, Edward Haynes. Well down the field, well down the circuit, he's on the back straight already in the number 44 as Riley Buckton Young throws the number 9 Bambino round hairpin number 2. Out onto the back straight, catches a little bit of oversteer though and ends up in the middle of the circuit. That's going to have scrubbed off a little bit of momentum that he picked up in his attempts to get onto the back of the 13 of Lewis Smith. There's the 44 of Haynes comes through. The leader, then we've got the 4 of Oliver Sibbald. So the front 3 spread out very neatly. Haynes and Sibbald though, we've got a clear gap from Rump, who had to spend the early part of the race finding his way past the 17 of Harrabin. Harrabin though and Smith now side by side over the start line. Harrabin got to the time in line first, but those 2 will continue to battle it out with the remaining lap and a half on this Teesside National Circuit in Middlesbrough for the 2019 NRG Cycles O-Plate meeting. Thank you very much for joining us here on Alpha Live via YouTube and on Facebook, and also on the Teesside Karting Facebook page. So wherever you're watching us, thank you very much for joining us here today for the annual O-Plate meeting. Haynes will come through in a few moments to take the last lap board. And he's got a very comfortable lead from Oliver Sibbald. Smith though finally has got the job done on the 17 of Harrabin. So Lewis Smith in the 13 up to 4th, Harrabin down to 5th. Harrabin will look to try and catch up onto the back of the 13 of Smith, and Harrabin's got a little bit more straight line speed maybe coming through there. To try and catch up on the back. Smith though with the fastest lap of his race, a 1:03.063. 10 drivers in our Bambino class. Haynes, Sibbald, Rump, Smith, Harrabin, the top 5. Then Riley Buckton Young in the 9 was well on his way to catching the 13 of Smith and the 17 of Harrabin, was within 2 seconds of those and then dropped away, and will settle at the moment for 6th place as we follow our leader round hairpin number 4 for the final time. Will come over the line very shortly, see the checkered flag and take his 2nd heat win of the day. Edward Haynes wins heat number 2 in Bambino. We await Oliver Sibbald. He will come through for 2nd place, and then Jacob Rump 3rd if he keeps it on the track. We are side by side though for 4th place, and it's Harrabin's going to try and run right round the outside of Lewis Smith. Got a good run but not enough in the end, throws his head back in frustration, but it's Smith in 4th, Harrabin in 5th after a race long battle between the pair of them. Riley Buckton Young will come through in 6th, and so will Edward Rye 7th. That just leaves us with Ollie Carter in the 88. And then we have 2 more karts. We've got the number 10 of Joshua Sullivan, and we have the 35 of Dax Farrer. Sullivan, though, was spun on the outside of hairpin number 3, being overtaken by our race leader, Edward Haynes, who'd already taken the checkered flag. And then Dax Farrer as well will now come through. So Farrer will come through in 9th, Sullivan will come through in 10th. Having spun on the hairpin number 3, there he is in the background, coming straight into the pits, our race winner, overtaking the last 2 drivers that hadn't taken the checkered flag yet. So there is our race winner, number 44, Edward Haynes, taking a superb race win. There is Dax Farrer. Looks like both him and Sullivan came over the line and then came straight into the pits. Then number 10, Sullivan, rolls himself off the weighbridge. Oliver Sibbald in behind, 2nd place in that one. And the front 2 and 3 of Sibbald, Rump and Haynes well away at the front. Superb effort there from Lewis Smith in the number 13, now up to 4th place, having started heat number 1 from the back. Number 9 of Riley Buckton-Young giving us a wave to the start line camera. And similarly from the number 66 of Edward Rye. Looks like most of our Bambinos are over. Out in the background, Junior Pro Kart are on their way out to the grid, and it will be the same front row as heat number 1 with Aaron Alexander on the inside. Pole position, Kieran Lambert lines up alongside. Jack Morris 3rd, Callum Booth in 4th, Jake Richardson 5th, Sandro Ballesteros 6th, Bella Franklin 7th, Owen Spears 8th on the outside of row number 4. Brandon Jennings, Thomas Braid, Ben Hogarth, Alexander Mallard, Sebastian Pereira, Caitlin Frame. 14 drivers on our Junior Pro Kart grid, and they'll be led by 2019 Teesside and Shennington champion Aaron Alexander, who will be fairly confident of adding a Teesside O plate to his many list of honours, which does also include a cadet championship here at Teesside, and having already bagged the inaugural Junior Pro Kart championships at both Teesside and Shennington. We'll start heat number 2 from pole position. On the outside of him, the number 14 of Kieran Lambert, 24, Jack Morris, and who ran as high as 2nd last time out before Lambert got a move done on the final lap. We've got Callum Booth on the outside there in the red, number 13 in 4th. All of our drivers are into position. The last few rolling through, and it looks like the 8 of Bella Franklin will be starting towards the back of the field. Certainly didn't finish there. We're expecting to see her inside the top 8, and we are underway and racing. It's a good start from the outside of the front row by Lambert, but he's had to settle for 2nd place in the end. Booth has made a great start and finds his way into 3rd from 4th on the outside of the 2nd row. Jack Morris shuffled back to 4th place as they all bounced their way through the chicanes for the first time. Everybody's moved safely through. Looks like Caitlin Frames made up a place from 14th up to 13th from the final row, as Alexander had a quick look in the background and a quick twitch of the steering wheel to make sure everything is in order, and he will lead round for the first time. Morris, though, already back up to 3rd, with Callum Booth down to 4th, Richardson 5th, Ballesteros in 6th. And they'll come through for the first time over the line. It is Aaron Alexander from Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris, Callum Booth, Jake Richardson, Sandro Ballesteros, Thomas Braid, Owen Spears, Brandon Jennings, Bella Franklin, Alex Mallard, Ben Hogarth, Sebastian Pereira, Caitlin Frame in 14th. So Alexander already with over half a second gap out at the front of the pack. So Alexander from Lambert. Sandro Ballesteros looks to go to the inside. Richardson had a quick tap of the helmet to say, follow me, let's try and catch them. Ballesteros pays no attention whatsoever to the instruction and tries to make a move down the inside into South Bank on lap number 2. Richardson slightly wide into hairpin 4, opens the door a little bit, not enough though for Ballesteros to make a move. So as they come through to complete the second lap of 10, it's Alexander, Lambert, Morris and Booth. There is Morris all over the back of Lambert, Booth in the background, looking to take advantage, but all of this plays into the hands of race leader Aaron Alexander in the number 38. Has a look over his shoulder to see if anybody's there. Braid tags the back end of Ballesteros coming out of the second hairpin, backs himself up into Owen Spears, who is 8th, and Spears will go to the inside of hairpin number 3. Looks like Ballesteros has gone wide as well. Thought Spears was trying to get both of them done. He's going to try and go right round the outside now of Braid, uses the momentum that he got there, and Owen Spears does get the job done and move up to 7th place. Braid will go down to 8th, I think, as they come over. Ballesteros remains, though, in 6th. There he is, Spears definitely in front of Braid now in the 12. Ballesteros is slightly just in front in the number 19. All of those have dropped away, though, from the back of the 9 of Jake Richardson. Richardson, a little bit of comfort. Behind them, though, is Jennings as Jack Morris gets the job done halfway round South Bank and goes up into 2nd place. Lambert will drop to 3rd, though, but Lambert will look to come back very, very quickly on Morris, as he did in heat number 1, although Morris has got the job done a lot earlier and will now try to break free from the toe of the 14 of Kieran Lambert. Round National and into the chicanes. It's a very evenly matched pairing of 2019 race winner Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert in the number 14. Behind them, Callum Booth. Struggled towards the end of last season, but looks to be back to where he belongs, challenging for podium honours in Junior Pro Kart. Out at the front, though, almost 2 seconds down the road, the number 38 of Aaron Alexander. If only he could see what we're seeing on screen. There's an intense battle for second behind him. He won't mind, though, well on his way to another heat victory at half race distance. Morris and Lambert, though, continue to battle over the curbs at the start of the lap. Morris at the front of the pair. Behind them, Booth, although Booth seems to have dropped away ever so slightly as these two tow each other round. Lambert doesn't really look like he's that interested in finding a way back past Morris just yet. Morris, though, look over his shoulder, understandably concerned that Lambert is still there or thereabouts. We are beyond half race distance. Now, give it a couple of laps and I think Kieran Lambert will start getting a little bit more racy. I'm trying to throw a move down the inside, certainly into hairpin number 4, which is a favoured move here of the Teesside National Circuit. Just going to throw a over to our live stream comments very quickly. First one of the comments are any Rotax racing? The answer to your question is yes, so stick around, they'll be on screen very, very soon. Junior Rotax will follow this Junior Pro Kart race. We'll then have Cadet, Senior Pro Kart and Senior Rotax, so 2 Rotax races per 6-round rotation, 1 junior, 1 senior, so stay with us and they will be out in 4 laps time. Alexander, though, leads comfortably by over 2 seconds from the battle for second of Morris and Lambert. Behind them, Booth seems to have settled for a comfortable 4th. Richardson as well behind, though, although Richardson is backed up into Ballesteros. So Richardson, Ballesteros, Spears and Braid all running fairly closely together in their battle for 5th place. Morris, though, looks to have this one the measure at the moment of Lambert as they go down the back straight. Having said that, Lambert doesn't look as if he's overly interested in getting past, and maybe he just wants a 3rd place start for heat number 3, which will put him on the inside, and he's seen how quickly he can get off the line, almost getting alongside Aaron Alexander from the outside of the front row. Wonder what he can do from the inside of row number 2. We are down to 1.5 laps remaining for our leaders. And Lambert dives to the inside of hairpin number 1. Morris gives him enough room, and we do have a change for second place. Kieran Lambert, we said he looked like he was fairly comfortable in third, and he's waited until 1.5 laps remaining before making his move on Jack Morris for second place. So it's Alexander Morris down to third now. Morris, though, will dive back to the inside, see if he can get it done. Lambert stuck it out round the outside, kept the power down, and will remain in second place. Last lap board is out for our leader. He's already well round the national loop. The battle for second, though, Lambert and Morris. Looks like it could change at every corner as they'll go through the chicanes. Lambert will go to the inside, defend hairpin number 1. He'll do similar at hairpin number 2. Morris will try and run a little bit more wide round there to try and maintain some speed. He'll go down the back straight, but Lambert's got that covered. They'll look for hairpin number 3 now as our leader's already halfway around that corner. Lambert goes to the inside to defend. Nothing Morris can do. Morris is going to have to try a move that's probably going to be right round the outside of hairpin number 3. He's going to try and cut back and get alongside, but our race winner over the line, Aaron Alexander. Second place will go to Kieran Lambert from Jack Morris, holding him off over the line. Callum Booth, a comfortable 4th in the end as the battle for 5th sees Owen Spears pip Jake Richardson at the line for 5th. So Spears 5th, Richardson 6th, Ballesteros 7th, Braden 8th, Jennings 9th, Franklin through into 10th, having started from the rear of the field. Hogarth, Mallard, Pereira and Frame. That is 14 drivers through. And another superb victory for the number 38 of Aaron Alexander. All the action, though, happening behind him in the battle for second between Kieran Lambert and Jack Morris. Lambert once again winning the battle of that pair, and he will start from the outside of the front row for heat number 3 alongside Aaron Alexander. Confirmation there of your wins. Big moves for Owen Spears up from 8th into 5th, and the same for Thomas Braid. Bella Franklin shown as losing 3 places down in 10th, but should have in fact started 7th, started from the rear of the field and made up 4 places from the back of the field to finish where she did. As mentioned previously, we will have our Rotax drivers out very shortly. It will be our juniors. Remember, from the first heat, whilst it's a small grid, it's very, very competitive. So as we watch our junior Pro Kart drivers come over the weighbridge, revelations from the comm box as I've just turned down some chips. And, that doesn't happen very often. Out in the background, though, junior Rotax are on their way. As we mentioned, it's a small grid, but it's very, very competitive at the front. And it will see Jude Cole line up alongside Alfie Lindsay, Ollie Buckton and Harry Pullen on row 2. Alex Warnaby looking to recover from his retirement in the first race in the kart number 25. Lost the chain with a few laps remaining, having run a very, very competitive second, and was taking the battle to the 77 of Jude Cole until that unfortunately happened. So he will now have to come through from 5th. As we see Jude Cole in the all-black helmet and overall 77 on pole position on the inside. Our junior drivers coming through, maintaining a little bit more speed than what they would have done before. We are underway in junior Rotax, and it's the 77 of Cole. Leads through the first corner from Alfie Lindsay, Ollie Buckton, Harry Pullen already dropped down to 5th. A good move by Warnaby. Moves himself up into 4th, and he will now look to try a similar move on Buckton. Buckton defends on the opening lap. Warnaby, though, gets himself into the slipstream. Will now look to try and duck out as we've got a change for the lead. And for the first time, Alfie Lindsay leads junior Rotax today. Jude Cole back to 2nd. Buckton remains 3rd. Warnaby can't find a way through, although Buckton slides wide. Warnaby now will try to cut back to the inside. He does in the number 25, but Buckton should have track position. Doesn't have the power, though, on the exit, and Warnaby through into third place, so up from fifth, and will look to make amends for heat number one and his unfortunate retirement. So it's Lindsay, Cole, Warnaby, Buckton and Pullen. 10 laps of junior Rotax underway, and Alfie Lindsay leads now by half a second. He's got himself out in front, and as you can see, there's a bit of a gap as Buckton and Warnaby. Buckton goes to the inside. Warnaby's going to try and run right round the outside. He does. Not enough speed by Buckton down the straight to hold on and try and get back into third place, having started there. And Ollie Buckton, our 2019 Cadet Extreme champion, moving into our junior Rotax class in that green number 66 kart, and finding himself in fourth place, just behind the 25 of Alex Warnaby. Though the gap to the leaders, a second for the leader and another second back to Jude Cole in second. So the battle on track is Warnaby, Buckton and Pullen not too far behind there. Flashes through the screen. Warnaby down the back straight, with Buckton trying to stay on the back of him. Looks like we've got 2 tenths between them. Looks like we had looks like something certainly flashed up off the circuit there, and Alex Warnaby having a quick look down to the right hand side as he went through the two hairpins just to make sure everything was as it was. So Warnaby being closed down by Oliver Buckton, half a second between them at the start line. Looks like Buckton though has got a good first sector of the track in him as he goes round this track. So Warnaby holds on to third, Buckton behind him. The lead two are down the track. Jude Cole though slightly closing the gap on Alfie Lindsay to just under a second, and we'll see if he can close it even further as they come over the line this time. He does. He's taken another tenth off him as slides the back end of that number 77 kart round the national loop through the chicanes and into hairpin number 1. Buckton closes right up on the back of Warnaby. Fastest lap there, confirmation for the 77 of Jude Cole, a 44.111. Buckton as well with a personal best. Looks like the definitely a chain guard has been thrown clear of that number 25 of Alex Warnaby. Not first thing to fall off that number 25 kart today, so imagine one of the marshals out on track can probably put a junior Rotax together by the end of the day as we clear half race distance. It's Alfie Lindsay in the 86 from the 77 of Jude Cole. Warnaby though third from Buckton. Buckton there still behind in the white helmet with the red cross down the middle and over the top. Harry Pullen in the 43, not too far behind. So we are well through half race distance. Lindsay's opened the gap up a little bit more from Jude Cole. Warnaby coming under increased pressure by an ever improving Oliver Buckton. Difficult qualifying session as we saw earlier in the day for him. Didn't get to set a time and had to start from the back of the grid and lost valuable track time. So finds himself in fourth place, trying to close down that gap of 2 tenths to Warnaby in third. Jude Cole there with another fastest lap, a 43.897. Warnaby goes to the inside to try and defend, and he's going to defend very early on in this race towards the end. He's still got 3.5 laps remaining, and he defends down the back straight in junior Rotax heat number 2. Oliver Buckton, though, no stranger to this Teesside circuit, having raced the whole season here last year, will look to take advantage of track knowledge and make his way past the number 25. 7 tenths the gap for the lead. It's certainly not that for the battle for third and fourth. Buckton looked to have got really close to the back of Warnaby, then had to run slightly wide around the national loop, had to go wider than he probably have wanted, and now Warnaby elects to stay on the outside and not defend too much onto the back straight this time. Buckton now We are 2 laps remaining in junior Rotax heat number 2. The battle for the lead is closing, looks like on a lap by lap basis, ever so slightly. I'm not sure. I think Jude Cole might run out of time, and we might have to, this one might go to the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. We have 1.5 laps remaining. Lindsay, round hairpin 1. The gap is really close now as Jude Cole in the 77 gets a good run round the 2 hairpins though. Lindsay on the power a little bit sooner out of hairpin 2 and blasts off down the back straight round South Bank, and then will come through this time to be met by the last lap board. 7/10 was the time last time. Looks like Cole has maybe tried to close that down, and he's very strong in the first sector, so we'll see if he can catch up onto the back of Lindsay and at least put some pressure onto the number 89 of Lindsay. Cole slides his way round, scrubs off a little bit of speed maybe, and Lindsay will have a comfortable run round hairpin 1. And Cole really quick round there, and now close right up onto the back of the number 86 of Lindsay. Round South Bank, we've got half a lap remaining and 2 main overtaking opportunities. That's the first one defended for Lindsay. Second one is out of the way. Cole not close enough this time. And heat number 2 will go the way of the number 86 of Alfie Lindsay. Over the line, takes the checkered flag. Jude Cole will come through in second. Warnaby will hold on for third from Buckton. Their race-long battle comes to an end with Warnaby taking the spoils from Buckton. Pullen will come through and he will complete the 5 runners. And that's the junior Rotax out of the way, and another enthralling midfield battle for Warnaby, always getting himself involved. As Alfie Lindsay takes the win from Jude Cole. Buckton got 4th, Pullen in 5th. We now have Cadets out very, very shortly, and that will be another front row battle between Catherine Potter and Charlie Wyatt as we await our junior Rotax drivers to exit the circuit. Jude Cole's made his way past Alfie Lindsay, but another superb win for Lindsay, so that's 1 win apiece for Cole and Lindsay in their battle, so it's 1 win apiece and 1 second place. So whoever finishes higher between those 2 in heat number 3 will be on pole position for the O-Plate final later on today. 3 heats for each classes before we go on to battle it out for the O-Plate in the final here in the 2019 Teesside NRG Cycles O-Plate meeting. The final driver off the grid in our junior Rotax, and the stream of cadet drivers, all 29 of them, out in the background. And it will be a front row of Catherine Potter and Charlie Wyatt in the 20 and the 23 respectively. Lizzie Mentian, Sebastian Corking on row 2, Jared Fox-Whiteley, David Mack on row 3, Charlie Benson and Kian McLeod 7th and 8th. 9th will be Frankie Smedley, Isabella Stanmore-Wilson in 10th, Oliver Watson and Jake Bory 11th and 12th. 13th, Gracie Mitchell will look to recover from that spin in heat number 1. Will line up alongside Jacob Gibbert-Lee. Thomas Potter and Connor Duddy are 15th and 16th respectively. Finlay Fishburn, Jack Thompson, Addison Smith, Max Shields, Jake Bory, Sophie Pawsey, Felix Smedley, William Howard, Josh Cook, Oliver Green, and in 27th we have Ollie Poole, who came through the field last time in the Seoul Mini Rock. As we watch the front row move their way forward. On the left, Catherine Potter. On the right, Charlie Wyatt in the number 20 and the 23. Charlie there in the 23 sporting his Christmas present, a brand new bright yellow helmet to help me spot him. We like bright colours when we're commentating. It's helpful. Especially in Rotax last year, we had one driver who insisted on wearing a bright yellow suit all season. Absolute dream. So as we watch the cadets line themselves up, it will be a front row of Catherine Potter and alongside Charlie Wyatt. Row 2 is Lizzie Mentier and Seb Corking. And our cadet drivers will run straight down to the National Loop, miss out the chicane for the first lap. Go straight round the National Loop and through the chicane as we just have a couple of our marshals just making sure our drivers are in the correct positions. In the midfield there, we've swapped those two around. Just waiting for confirmation that the 23 is in the right place. The rest of the field wait patiently in behind. Looks like we've had a couple of drivers need to just make sure they are in the right place. We are around about 10th place is all sorted. I think the 73 is trying to get someone's attention. I think he might think he's at least a place further forwards. We've got the 22 of Fox White. We should have the 25 of Benson behind him. I think Smedley might have an engine problem as well, just getting that restarted by the start line marshal. I think the 25 of Benson is waiting on the outside of the grid there to get himself into position. And unless he's had a spin on the outlap, should really be between Fox, Whiteley and the 73 of Smedley. I think the whole front inside row is forward by one place. The 28 of Giblet Lee rolls himself forwards onto the outside. We await Thomas Potter in the number 38, though the 25 of Benson is finally rolled forward, and I think he will find himself slotted on the inside row between the 22 of Fox Whiteley and the 73 of Frankie Smedley, and then the whole of the inside line will be rolled backwards ever so slightly. The remainder of the grid should then fall into place, hopefully. Potter at the front in the 20 looks back, anxious to get this race underway. So the final few drivers being rolled into position. The 15 of Addison Smith alongside the 18 of Max Shields. Got a couple of Josh Cutts getting himself something. We've got the 44 as well. A couple of drivers towards the rear end of the field just need to get themselves gridded up. And then we've got the 94 of Ollie Poole running in the Soul Mini Rock at the back, and use the power of that kart to come through the whole of the field to take the checkered flag first last time. But we'll start once again from the back as he's not battling it out for the O plate here. The O plate going to the winner of the 200 class in our cadets. So final few drivers getting lined up, the 27 and then the 48 of Max Bory, and then we've got the 94 of Ollie Poole, and then we will very shortly be on our way. Thumbs up from the marshal at the back of the grid. The green flag is up, the green is down, and we're underway. It's a slow start for Corking, and he gets swamped by the row behind him. Then he gets tagged and they're off onto the grass. We've got at least one off. That's the 22. That's Fox Whiteley across, trimming the turf for us here at Teesside. It's Potter though leading from Wyatt. The midfield is wide and there's at least one more across the grass as Max Shields goes up and over the curb to try and get a move done. It's Thomas Potter that was off in the 38. Onto the grass on the opening couple of corners on the outside of the National Loop as they go down the back straight for the first time. Gracie Mitchell has made a superb move up from 13th and will now run as high as 6th as they go into hairpin number 3. But at the front of the pack, it's Catherine Potter from Charlie Wyatt, David Mack, and then the 25 of Charlie Benson. He's going to come under pressure as well. On the outside there, Mitchell's going to get a run round the outside of Lizzie Mentier. So as they come over the line for the first time, we've got some spinners. And they look like they're caught up with each other, and I don't think they can move on the outside of hairpin number 4. Hopefully we can get those moves out of the way before the pack comes round, but looks like both of those are tagged up. And we've got at least one of them's free, and they're going to both turn round, so they'll be out of the way by the time the leading trio come round the bottom corner. And it's Potter, Wyatt and Mack. They've broken away from Benson. Smedley with a superb opening lap up from 10th or 9th, I think, up to 5th now. Mitchell 6th, Mentia 7th. Behind them Oliver Watson, Stanmore Wilson, McLeod and Corking, who had a tough opening couple of corners for the number 52, had a slow start and then got tagged on the rear as they headed down towards the opening corner. So the field a little bit more spread out than what it normally is here on the opening laps at Teesside. I think we've had some problems as there's a yellow flag out, and that's the 33 of Oliver Watson, and he doesn't look like he's in a good way. Looks like he could be in a little bit of a pain. He certainly had some contact there in the number 33, and he drops away from 8th place. The lead trio, though, continue to battle it out. Potter, Wyatt and Mack. Benson, Smedley. Mitchell is 6th. There she is, coming under pressure from Smedley and Lizzie Mentia. Smedley in the 73. Looks to be running a 200 for the first time. Or is he? But he's well up on the pack as he comes through. So it's Smedley is up to 6th, Mentia in 7th, Stanmore Wilson 8th, McLeod 9th, Twitley 10th, Paul up to 11th already on the mini rock in the number 94, as Charlie Wyatt all over the back of Catherine Potter, who until now has led every lap of cadets from qualifying on pole position and winning heat 1 from flag to checker at the end. David Mack, though, right up on the back of this battle. Charlie Wyatt always there or thereabouts in our cadet class. We'll look to cut to the inside. Mack, though, all over the back, and Mack looks like he's got a lot of pace in that number 16 car in heat number 2. Looks like he's got it dialed in, and he's looking to make his way past the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt. Mentia has moved back up to 6th, with Smedley down to 7th. Ollie Poole, fastest lap of the race, as you'd expect with that mini rock number 94, is up to 11th already. We are beyond half race distance already, and it is Catherine Potter at the head of the field from Charlie Wyatt. Wyatt tries a different line round the outside, see if he can make something work for him in that number 23. They will very soon be catching up onto one of our back markers. I think it was one of the drivers that was involved in that first lap spin, with the 5 and the 48 getting tied up with each other. So they will be round shortly, and with a back marker in play, Wyatt will look to go to the inside. I think he thought about it there into that corner, had to back out in the end. Potter will go to the inside of hairpin number 3, hairpin number 2. Back marker moves out of the way, but Charlie Benson is closing in on the back of this pack as the front 3 battle it out with each other. We've got a cart stopped on the outside of hairpin number 4 with the drivers that will be coming up to now, so won't be any overtaking opportunities on the way out. There's the yellow flag. It's the 3 of Josh Cook stationary on the outside of hairpin number 4. Looks like the engine on that cart has stopped, and he is going to be out of the race, as we have had a change for the lead as we watch Josh Cook stationary on the outside. And for the first time, Catherine Potter's not at the front of cadets. It's the 23 of Charlie Wyatt leading us over the line. So Wyatt, Potter and Mack still the front 3. Charlie Benson, though, in the 25, getting increasingly interested in this battle for the lead and closing in with every lap. But we've got a lap and a half. Potter moves to the inside, gets the move done before they go round South Bank, and retakes the lead with just over 1 lap remaining. And they could possibly catch up with another battle in front of them as they come to see the last lap board. They will come over the line. Benson now almost onto the back of that pack, so it's Wyatt all over the back of Potter. So Potter leads, Wyatt, Mack, Benson, Mitchell up to 5th, Ollie Paul 6th this time in the mini rock. Can't get right all the way up to the lead like he did last time. And leaves these at the front to battle it out. Wyatt goes to the inside of hairpin 2 and Charlie Wyatt takes the lead with half a lap remaining. Goes to the inside to try and defend it. Catherine Potter will try to go right round the outside. She does, keeps the foot in and stays there, and foot right round the outside. There's the back markers in the way, and it's David Mack who looks like he's going to come out of this in the front. He's threaded the eye of the needle past the back markers, and now he runs Charlie Wyatt very tight to the inside. Mack and Wyatt are caught up on each other. Wyatt's going to come through. David Mack takes the victory though in Cadet for the first time, sees the checkered flag for the first time, and it's Mack, Wyatt, Potter and Benson. Mack didn't want to give that one up at all towards the end. Charlie Wyatt puts his hand up. Not sure he's overly impressed with how defensive David Mack was on the way out of that corner, but once David Mack had got himself to the front, I don't think he wanted to give that one up at all. As we catch a replay on screen of the final lap, Wyatt goes to the inside of the hairpin number 2. Down the back straight they go, and it's for every intent and purposes, that was Catherine Potter's race. Then they actually tag a little bit as they go round the corner, and it opens the door for David Mack. So Charlie Wyatt tagged the rear corner of Catherine Potter as they went round that corner. It opened the door for Mack. Mack then runs Charlie Wyatt incredibly close to the edge of the track. Those two bang into each other on numerous occasions, but David Mack takes the checkered flag and picks up the win in heat number 2. As all of our drivers find their way off the track, we will await the recovery quad to collect the number 3 of Josh Cook. Last few drivers coming off the circuit. Cook trying to get his engine started at that bottom end. If he can't, we might require some assistance to get that number 3 car on the back, although it looks like the marshal has done a grand job getting that cart moving. And now once he's back on the tarmac, he is running under his own steam, and the number 3 of Josh Cook will make his way back, as we have a slight issue for the 73 of Frankie Smedley getting up and over the weighbridge. A little bit wide and missed the entrance. There's the last few carts coming over. The 88 of Stanmore Wilson turned 8 years old at the final round of 2019. One of our youngest drivers in the class. Cadets running from the year of the 8th birthday into the year of your 12th birthday, so a big spread of ages for our drivers. But at the front of this one, it was the number 16 of David Mack in what was an enthralling last lap battle, which saw 3 leaders in Catherine Potter, Charlie Wyatt and David Mack, and Mack took full advantage of Wyatt and Potter, getting themselves caught up with each other, as well as the numerous back markers that they encountered on that final lap. As the final few of our cadets go over the weighbridge, it's senior pro kart time. They are out on track already, and on the front row will be Adam Nichols alongside 2018 O-Plate winner Josh Fulkes. Rob Lowe, David Brown are on row number 2, Connor Lucas and Mason Barker row 3, Ross Jackman and Mark Tate on row number 4. Scott Tate will be 9th, Steve White in 10th, Nigel Richardson, Darren Brown 11th and 12th, Mick McDonald 13th, Steve Nichols 14th, Simon Doughty 15th, Thomas Lowther in 16th. And the final 4, Emma Brown, Michael Yeadon, Josh Eden and Nick Smales in the number 27. We'll line that cart up at the back. He's weaving that one aggressively, getting some heat into the tyres of that number 27 cart, see if it can make a difference, having struggled in heat number 1. Not a driver that we usually see towards the rear end of the field, but he will roll into 20th place with the number 27. There he is, he will take the outside of row number 10. So our last drivers are rolling into place. Green flag marshal awaits the thumbs up from the back of the grid. The engine notes rise. The green flag falls and we are underway in Senior Pro Kart Heat number 2. Rob Lowe gets through from the second row, as does David Brown. Josh Fulkus drops from second to fourth with a slow start. We'll now have to work with Connor Lucas in the 43, Mason Barker in the 41. That's the top 6 as everybody single files it through the chicanes. Out at the front though, it's Adam Nichols once again. And it's Rob Lowe on his tail from with a fast start. Josh Fulkus drops all the way back from second into fourth place. David Brown up to third. Connor Lucas remains fifth. Barker in sixth. Jackman has dropped back ever so slightly. That's the 31. Scott Tate. Good start for him. I think he started down in 10th, now running up in 7th as they'll come through. And over the line for the first time, Rob Lowe with the fastest lap and a very, very fast start for him. Bumps him up into second place. Adam Nichols in the 13 leads though from Lowe. Brown, Fulkus, Lucas, Barker, Tate, Jackman, Mark Tate, Nigel Richardson round out the top 10. Josh Fulkus goes to the inside of hairpin number 2. Gets past the 55 of David Brown. Quick flick of the hand suggests that we should all stay in a straight line and try and catch those in front. Connor Lucas though dives to the inside of hairpin number 3 in the 43 and we'll move up to 4th. David Brown then down from 3rd to 5th in the space of a couple of corners, and we'll now tag onto the back of that number 43 of 2019 champion Connor Lucas. McDonald makes moves further down the field. He's up to 12th. Nichols has dropped down to 16th, struggling today in the 58 so far, having won a heat here at the final round of the 2019 summer season. No. If you're wondering when the 2020 summer season starts, that will be here at Teesside Autodrome on the 23rd of February 2020. We'll run 9 rounds over 7 weekends here with 2 double headers at Teesside for what looks to be a very exciting 2020 season. If anything, like 2019 was anything to go by, 2020 will be even better as the 81 of Tate comes through. We'll go into 8th. Jackman then will drop to 9th in the 117. They'll be battling it out for 8th place. Out the front though, it's still Nichols. He's got half a second from Lowe. Fulkus is 3rd, Lucas 4th, Brown 5th, Barker's 6th, Tate 7th. Mark Tate is 8th there in the 81, followed by Jackman in 9th. Nigel Richardson will complete the top 10. So if you're watching with us on YouTube and also on the Alpha Live page, please do get in touch, especially if you're on YouTube, because all the comments are coming into the commentary box. So please do let us know which drivers you're supporting. Also, while you're watching, give the like button a little smash at the same time. That'll be greatly appreciated. And if karting and motorsport is your thing, press the subscribe button for Alpha Live. There'll be have a look back through the videos. There's plenty of karting action and more racing action. You'll see some racing action on screen there as the 31 of Scott Tate dives to the inside of the 41 of Mason Barker. So that's a battle for 6th. Tate's got that one done. Barker drops down to 7th, running very high in his return to Senior Pro Kart, having spent a year in juniors last season. But out at the front, it's Adam Nichols, but he's had the gap closed down from what was well over half a second. Rob Lowe in the 64, all over the back now with the 13 of Adam Nichols, and he's brought Josh Fulkus and Connor Lucas with him to the party. So the top table is Adam Nichols, Rob Lowe, Josh Fulkus and Connor Lucas, half a second between them. There it is. At the head of the table, it's Adam Nichols. He'll go out onto the back straight. We are at half race distance, but he's got 5 more laps to hold off the 64 of Rob Lowe. The O plate of Josh Fulkus, looking to defend that O plate and take it into 2020, along with the 43, as Lowe tries to make a late move to the inside of Nichols. Looks like it's going to play though into the hands of the 2 other drivers behind him. Lucas has to take a huge chunk of curb as avoiding action from Lowe. Lowe's move on Nichols end up shuffling him all the way back from second. Could be third, could be fourth. It ends up being fourth. Connor Lucas doesn't back out, keeps the throttle planted. And Rob Lowe has to drop all the way back to fourth. David Brown now brings himself back into the mix. And that move from Rob Lowe, trying to make a very late move down the inside of the 13 of Adam Nichols, has meant that he's ended up dropping from a battle for first into what is now a battle for fourth place with David Brown. He's going to look to try and stay on the back of Lucas and Folkus, although it has spread the field out ever so slightly. The gap, though, is still 4/10 between the lead pair of Nichols and Folkus. Then there's more of a gap back to Lucas. Lucas running on his own now. A pair at the front, a pair at the back, and Lucas riding in the middle on his own in third place. Trying to make up for a fairly poor qualifying session where he only managed to get one lap in and start in 18th. Worked his way up to 5th. Now runs up in third place. Nichols, Folkus, and Lucas, the top three. 2.5 laps remaining now, and Folkus all over the back of the 13 of Adam Nichols. Round hairpin number 4. And they'll come through the sweeping bends. Next time through, they will be seeing the last lap board. We've got 2 remaining in Senior Pro Kart Heat number 2. And at the moment it looks like it's going to be a straight fight between Adam Nichols, looking to take his second heat win of the day, and Josh Folkus looking to take his first and defend that O plate that he won here last year. 2 O plates up for grabs last year in cadets and in Senior Pro Kart, and at least in cadets we'll definitely see a new winner of the O plate, with Ollie Poole deciding to run that mini rock instead. But at the moment we see Josh Folkus working incredibly hard to try and defend his O plate, putting Adam Nichols under a lot of pressure, and it's brought Connor Lucas back into play. There he is in the bright yellow, pink and blue kart behind in the number 43, the 2019 champion. The last lap board is out and we've got 50 seconds remaining of Senior Pro Kart action. It's Nichols, Folkus and Lucas, the top 3. Don't discount Lowe and Brown in 4th and 5th behind. Lucas gets on the brakes, loads Folkus ever so slightly. Folkus late dive down the inside, a huge chunk of curb, but moves into the lead of heat number 2 on the final lap. Lucas gets a good run. Adam Nichols drops all the way down to 3rd. The door opened by Lucas, gleefully accepted by the 43 of Connor Lucas, taking that, going through with Josh Folkus. They're going to defend. Nichols going to try and cut back to the inside, and he was going to run side by side with the 43 of Lucas over the line, but Josh Folkus will take the flag. And the victory in heat number 2 from Connor Lucas and Adam Nichols. David Brown, Rob Lowe, Scott Tate, Mason Barker, Mark Tate, Ross Jackman and David Brown, the top 10 already through and over the line. Nick Smales comes through, takes Steve Nichols on the line for 14th. Nichols drops down into 15th place, and everybody is through within 22 seconds of each other. Unbelievable racing though at the front of Senior Pro Kart Heat number 2. Josh Folkus dives down the inside of the second hairpin, takes a huge chunk of curb, but also with it takes the victory from Connor Lucas, and Adam Nichols drops down to 3rd place. So between the 3 of them, superb racing as we see the move. Lucas there loads Folkus a little bit in the end. Folkus though gets the run, dives down the inside of an unsuspecting Nichols, and Lucas gets a superb run on the way out, almost gets the drive to get past Josh Folkus. Folkus though moves straight into defensive mode as he gets past into second, defends as well as they go into hairpin number 3, and then after that it looked like Connor Lucas had to look back to defend from Adam Nichols, and it allowed Josh Folkus to run all the way. I think the Folkus got a little bit of a push as well over the line as well from Lucas, which allowed them to finish 1 and 2, and they will start on the front row on the for heat number 3. Final one of our second heats is very shortly underway. It's our senior Rotax and 2-stroke class. So all Rotax drivers barring the number 7 of Sam Barrett in that one. And we had an enthralling battle last time between Kai Hunter and Sam Harrison at the front of that pack. Harrison starting on pole position and then having a slow start, dropping all the way back to 3rd. and then moving back up to second, and then we'll spend the rest of the race trying to get back past Hunter. A lot of appreciation coming in from the on our live stream. Some comments halfway through that senior Pro Kart race suggesting that Mr. Falkus needed to pull his finger out and get the job done. And then with half a lap remaining, he certainly did. So as our Rotax drivers are out and onto the circuit, the front row, Kai Hunter and Sam Harrison. Row number 2, Rhys Hunter and Casey Watson. Max Prentice and Sam Barrett are on row 3. Dan Kell, Chris Gibbons on row 4. Row 5, Tom Reeve and Andrew Collison. Steve Kell, Stephen Haswell and Stuart Middleton will complete our Rotax class. The front pair taking it very slowly through the chicanes. The power is down. It's another slow start though for the 44 of Harrison. Doesn't anticipate the flag and will drop all the way down to at least 4th. He's certainly behind Casey Watson. And it looked like he was going to fall into the clutches of the 33 of Prentice as well. But it's Kai Hunter out at the front in the 15 from the O-plate of Rhys Hunter. The 77 of Watson will follow them down the back straight for the first time. And then Harrison, trying to make amends already, runs in 4th. Right on the back, Prentice coming under pressure from the 89 of Daniel Kell. Prentice in his first appearance here in the seniors, having won the junior class last year. So opening lap, Kai Hunter over the line in front of Rhys Hunter. Casey Watson 3rd, Sam Harrison 4th, Max Prentice 5th, Dan Kell 6th, Sam Barrett, Andrew Collison, Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve and Stephen Kell. 11 drivers out there, so it looks like we're missing Stuart Middleton and Stephen Haswell. As the Hunter duo go round South Bank, looks like Rhys has found a little bit more pace in heat number 2 and is all over the back of the number 15 of brother Kai. And they race through the sweeping bends over the start line and through the D-shaped chicane at the start of the lap for the beginning of lap number 3. And as these two battle behind them, the 44 of Harrison goes down the inside of the 77 of Watson, so there's a change for 3rd. Harrison recovering from what was once again a fairly poor start for the number 44. Gets the job done on the 77 of Watson. Watson trying to get back down the inside, but nothing he can do. And now Harrison will aim to set off in sight of the front 2. Hunter, Kai in front of Rhys. So we've got the 2 Dan Holland Racing drivers out at the head of the field. Kai Hunter, the 2019 British Junior O-Plate champion and British champion outright, now racing in senior, being followed by the senior British O-Plate champion Kai Hunter there, racing the O-Plate here, looking to add a Teesside O-Plate to his many racing honours. Sam Harrison in 3rd. The battle for 5th, though, is Max Prentice and Dan Kell. Kell is another driver with a brand new helmet for Christmas, is chasing the 33 of Max Prentice. Through the chicane they go at the start of the lap. And the 15 of Kai Hunter remains out at the front of the pack. Nothing that Rhys can do so far. Little tap on the bumper though, let him know he's there. It's always important to let your competitors know that you're still with him as the top 3 run nose to tail down the back straight and round South Bank. Round hairpin 3, the right-hander. They'll cut back then to take the left-hander. And will there be a late move down the inside by Rhys Hunter? No, not this time. We are barely at half race distance. We will be as they come through and over the line. But still 5 laps remaining. A fastest lap of a 42.040 by Kai Hunter in the 15. Samuel Harrison though right now on the back of the foot of the O-plate of Rhys Hunter. Certainly got the pace in that number 44 to make a serious serious attempt at taking the O plate here at Teesside. I think he just needs to get that start sorted, and he will be well on his way to battling the two in front of him, but very difficult for these senior drivers to find a way past each other on the tight and technical Teesside National Circuit here in Middlesbrough. That's another lap knocked off the clock, and it's Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter, Sam Harrison and Casey Watson, the top four. Watson, though, has dropped away since Harrison has got past him. You'll see him there in the background. He is on his own with Max Prentice and Dan Kell behind. We've got Andrew Collison, Sam Barrett, Tom Reeves, Steve Kell and Chris Gibbon. Hunter down the back straight, followed by the other Hunter. The only difference between them two that you can see, the numbers on the front and the back, and a slightly different helmet. We've got Kai running with the green bits on his and the blue on the top of Reese Hunter in behind as they come through, and then the 44 behind them, Sam Harrison. As the trio of leaders make their way round the national loop for the 7th of 10 times, and out at the front, as has been pretty much from the start of heat number 1, after he got the job done off the line, is the number 15 of Kai Hunter. Reese Hunter follows behind, has made no real attempts so far to try and overtake. He looks very comfortable at the moment, riding shotgun behind the number 15. And acting as a buffer back to the 44 as those two get a good run out of hairpin number 4 together. 2 remaining of the 10 in heat number 2, and then we'll be back very shortly after that with the start of our 3rd heats. We'll be back with a little bit of a change of pace as we revert back to the youngest of our drivers, the Bambinos. 1.5 remaining as the 15 of Kai Hunter goes out onto the back straight. And once again, no attempt of an overtake though by the O plate of Reese Hunter. I'm not sure whether he's just happy to sit there or whether he's just trying to wait for the final lap and see whether those two can figure it out. Although I imagine if there was any sort of contact, it would be a fairly tense evening in the Hunter household. But with half a lap remaining, it's Kai Hunter out in front in the 15 from Reese Hunter in the O plate. 44, Samuel Harrison. And I think Kai Hunter knows something might be coming. He went very defensive into hairpin number 2, same as he's gone down the back straight as well. And I think you'll find he'll take a very, very tight line into hairpin 3. Harrison's anticipated it, and he's going to try and run right round the outside in case anything happens. A very defensive line again by Kai Hunter. I think he knew that Reese was going to wait until the final lap, but Kai Hunter's going to come through, take the checkered flag for the 2nd time today, and adds heat number 2 to heat number 1. So Kai Hunter wins, Reese Hunter 2nd, Sam Harrison in 3rd, Casey Watson in the 77 comes through in 4th. And we've got Max Prentice, Daniel Kell, Andrew Collison, Sam Barrett, Tom Reeve, Steve Kell and Chris Gibbon. We just wait the final 2 or 3 drivers to come through. I think we've just got Tom Reeve in the 22 and Steve Kell. Chris Gibbon already out of the race, shown as 5 laps down. So Collinson moves up 3 places from 10th to end the day in 7th. Barrett drops a few places and will start 8th for heat number 3. So all of our Rotax drivers off, and we'll then await the arrival of our Bambino drivers. They will be out very shortly, and this will be the final round of heat. 6 more heats for you in Bambino, Junior Pro Kart, Senior Pro Kart, Cadet, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax, and then we'll have our finals, and that's when we really get down to business. So that's all our two-stroke drivers off the circuit, and we await our Bambinos. There's the final few coming over. The Bambinos are out in the background. Edward Haynes on pole position for the third time today, having added 2 heat wins to his qualifying pole position. So it will be Haynes on pole with Sibbald alongside on the front row. Jacob Rump in third, Lewis Smith in fourth, Alex Harrabin fifth, Riley Buckton-Young sixth, Edward Rice seventh, Ellie Carter in eighth. And that will leave Dax Farah and Joshua Sullivan in 9th and 10th to complete the 10-kart Bambino grid. And, following today, as we look forward to our final Junior Pro Kart, our winter meeting, which will be on the 26th of January at Teesside, PFI. On that grid, we'll have Bambinos, Junior Pro Kart, Senior Pro Kart, and Cadets. So front row for Bambino lining up there. That's the number 44 of Edward Haynes, alongside the number 44, Oliver Sibbald. The 17 rolls through into 5th, and we've got second row of Lewis Smith. He'll line up alongside Jacob Rump in the 15. Alex Harrabin, Riley Buckton-Young. So we've got Ollie Carter running up to the back of Edward Rye at the back of the field. Then we've got the final row, Joshua Sullivan and Dax Farah completing the 10. Everybody getting themselves into position. Start line marshal has the green flag in hand. Visors down from our youngest of our drivers, 5 to 8 years old. In Bambino, green flag is up and we are underway. Huge amount of curb there on the inside by Lewis Smith, trying to get himself up into 4th place. Drops back behind Alex Harrabin though in the fast starting number 17. Sibbald and Rump battling it out for second, as Edward Haynes has once again made a flying start, and he is off and away down the road. So it's Haynes from Sibbald. Rump tries to go to the inside of hairpin number 2. Those two battled it out for much of the second heat before Sibbald got the job done and drove off into the distance to leave Rump battling it out in third. Haynes is well on his way though, as the battle for second continues. Sibbald will defend to the inside. Rump will try and get as much of a run round the outside as he can in the Comet Bambino class. He's trying to go right round the outside. Not sure there's going to be enough power in that small Comma engine to get that one done right round the outside. But he then tries to cut to the inside of the 4 of Sibbald, right on the bumper. He's going to follow him all the way round and through, and he's tucked up right under the back of that angled bumper on the back of the Bambino karts as they go round hairpin number 1. 8 laps of Bambino action. It's Edward Haynes out at the front, comfortably by 1.5 from Oliver Sibbald, Jacob Rump, Alex Harrabin, Lewis Smith, Riley Buckton-Young, Edward Rye, Ollie Carter, Dax Farah and Joshua Sullivan in the number 10. As Rump goes to the inside, Sibbald shuts the door at hairpin number 3, but Rump will look to try again as he gets a run out of hairpin 4. Sibbald comes to the inside early though to defend any sort of move from Rump. Harrabin remains 4th from Smith in 5th. Fast start by Harrabin, got himself back past Smith. So we've got Smith now back into 4th. He's actually got the move back. So Smith 4th, Harrabin 5th, Buckton-Young 6th, Rice 7th. Carter 8th, Sullivan moves up to 9th, Farah in 10th. Lewis Smith down the back straight onto the back of Oliver Sibbald. Round South Bank, Sibbald stays to the inside to defend that corner. Bambinos generally don't go too wide anyway to open the door, but we await Jacob Rump to try and get a move done on Oliver Sibbald. Sibbald, though, seems to have opened up a gap out ever so slightly in the last lap or so from Jacob Rump as we race for only the third time here at Teesside. Prior to today, it was time trials only, and we moved to a race format, which I'm sure that all of the drivers enjoy a lot more. Getting to get their teeth into some racing action as Riley Buckton-Young closes in on the back of the number 17 of Alex Harrobin. Buckton-Young going right round the outside of the corner, trying to maintain as much of the revs in the Commer engine as he can, and he'll go use all of the tarmac on the back straight, and then he'll cut across to the inside and try and throw it into the South Bank loop as Harrobin closes in on the back as well of the 13 of Lewis Smith. So as we approach half race distance, it's Haynes out at the front. He will come over the line, well on his way to a third heat victory and pole position in the O-Plate final. Over the line, Oliver Sibbald and Jacob Rump, second and third. Smith, Harrobin and Buckton-Young in the background. Buckton-Young always seems to close up in the early part of the lap and then will fall away in the second. So he's over the line. He's got 2.5 seconds that he needs to clutch up onto the back of Harrobin. Harrobin, though, getting closer and closer every lap to the back of the 13 of Smith. Harrobin takes an early line into hairpin 1. Tries to go down the middle of the track and take a similar line into hairpin 2. And certainly a lot closer than he has been to the back of the number 13 of Lewis Smith is Alex Harrobin, making his first appearance here in a race situation at Teesside, and they're going to come up onto the back very soon of the number 15 of Jacob Rump, and Rump has dropped right off the back of Oliver Sibbald and is now finding himself, his third place is going to come under danger as Lewis Smith goes back past him, and I think the 15 of Jacob Rump has got some sort of problem. The speed has died in that number 15 and he's dropping down the pack as Smith and Harrobin easily find their way past the number 15 of Jacob Rump. So Smith goes up to third, Harrobin fourth. Rump is shown as fifth on the timing screen, but I'm sure Riley Buckton-Young will be up to him very shortly, and he's definitely past him as they go round hairpin 1. Rump, though, still running with 3 remaining. Will try and bring that number 15 kart home and get as many points as he can for... It looks like we've got a driver stopped on the outside of hairpin number 4 as well, as we see Harrobin and Smith battle it round South Bank, and they're going to come up to that kart on the outside of hairpin 4 under yellow flags. Not sure a number on that one, but we'll try and... It looks, could be Ollie Carter in the 88. He's currently being shown as 2 laps down. So it's Haynes, Sibbald, Smith, Harrobin, Rump, Buckton-Young, Rye, Sullivan and Farrer. Carter 2 laps down. They're trying to get that engine started again on that number 88. Looks like they might have done. Still under yellow flags though at hairpin number 4, so no overtaking for our drivers there as Smith and Harrobin continue their battle. It's now for third rather than fourth, with Rump having dropped away. He's down in 7th but still circulating. 1.5 remaining as Harrobin goes to the inside. Looks like Smith's got a little bit more top end speed though and pulls out a gap as they go through towards the end, as the leader has come through to take the last lap board, and he's currently got 6.5 seconds. Gained another second on the last lap as Smith defends to the inside. Harrobin gets the run on the inside and Alex Harrobin moves through into third place in Bambino. He's going to leave a gap there on the inside, and Lewis Smith's going to come back and they're going to go side by side into the chicane. Smith returns the favour back into third place. Harrobin's going to try and go round the outside, is he? No, he's going to have to drop in and settle, but he knows he can get the job done, and if he'd closed the door going through the chicane section, he'd be in third by now. knows he can get it done next lap. He goes back to the inside, backs out of the overtaking move. He's still there though. Smith is going to stick it down the inside. Those two going very carefully. The 10 of Sullivan looks back at the 15 of Jacob Rump, limping home. And it's somewhat luckily over the line comes Edward Haynes to take the checkered flag just in front of Jacob Rump, which means Rump won't have to do another lap in the sick number 15. Oliver Sibbald comes through though in second. The battle for third continues though. Harrabin round the outside and on the power, and it looks like third place is going to go to the number 17 of Alex Harrabin. The race-long battle goes the way of Alex Harrabin for third place. Lewis Smith will drop into fourth. Riley Buckton-Young will come through to take fifth place. We then await for Edward Rye in sixth. And then we still have a tight battle for seventh with the number 10 of Joshua Sullivan and the 35 of Dax Farrer going round the bottom corner. Looks like Farrer might have got in front of the number 10. And they will battle it round hairpin number 4. These are the last two to come through and take the checkered flag. Carter is off and on the grass, so the last two are going to come through. It's going to be the 35 of Farrer and then the 10 of Sullivan. They're going to come through. They've taken the checkered flag in 7th and 8th respectively. So tough races for the 15 of Rump and the 8 of Ollie Carter. Carter off on the grass there at the end. Looks like that number 88 is not running as it should, and he's getting himself pushed back to the pits in the time-old fashion of kicking the bumper along the start line straight and then doing, and that's all our Bambinos off the track. And another superb win. It's 3 from 3 so far for Edward Haynes, and he will start on pole position for our O-Plate final. And if he keeps that cart moving and facing in the right direction, I can't see anybody else taking O-Plate glory from the 44 of Edward Haynes. So we've got a problem there for the number 10. And all our Bambino drivers helping each other out there. Great to see as they come up and over the weighbridge. So there's the 15 of Jacob Rump, and I think we've just caught him in the background. I don't think he is overly happy. Gloves are out and thrown on the floor. And in the background, Junior Pro Kart are underway and out for their third heat. So tough race for the number 15 of Jacob Rump, and having spent the last 6 laps of the race going round slowly in that number 15 in order to just get as many points as he can for the final. And yeah, understandably disappointed. We move though swiftly on to Junior Pro Kart, and on pole position Aaron Alexander once again from Kieran Lambert on the front row. Jack Morris, Callum Booth, row 2, Owen Spears, Jake Richardson on row 3, Sandro Ballesteros and Thomas Braid on row number 4. Row 5, Brandon Jellings and Bella Franklin. Ben Hogarth, Alexander Mallard, Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame bring up row number 7. As we see our leading pair come through to grid themselves up. On the inside, in the white, grey and orange livery, is your 2019 champion and double race winner today, Aaron Alexander. Alongside him, Kieran Lambert. Row number 2, Jack Morris and Callum Booth. No time though to rest. The start line marshal is happy. Everybody is in place. The green flag is in hand. The engine notes are up. The green flag is down, and we are underway and racing in heat number 3. Another quick start from Lambert. He'll settle straight into second. Booth takes a huge amount of curb and finds himself being demoted well down the pack. Could be 6th by the time we're done. He does, slots in behind Richardson. Great start though by Spears up to 4th. So Spears 4th, Richardson 5th, Booth 6th, Ballesteros 7th. Aaron Alexander though, once again, fast starting on the opening lap. Booth will look to come back to the inside of Jake Richardson. Think he's got that done down the inside. Richardson now will have to defend from Sandro Ballesteros, who in turn Looks like Braid has come down the inside in the 12. Behind them, Bella Franklin trying to close up onto the back of Sandro Ballesteros. He's going to run side by side with Thomas Braid. Gets the place back. So it's Alexander, Lambert, Morris, Spears, Booth, Richardson, Ballesteros, Braid, Franklin, Jennings, Mallard, Hogarth, Frame and Pereira in 14th. There's Richardson. So Lambert is coming under pressure once again by Morris. Those two very well acquainted so far today. In this class, they've overtaken each other numerous times, and mainly, though, it's gone the way today of the number 14 of Kieran Lambert. And though out in front, they've both got to do a little bit more work to try and close down the 38 of Aaron Alexander. He is through to complete lap number 2. Morris, though, all over the back, as he has been for most of the day from Lambert. Lambert takes a huge chunk of curb, slows himself down, but luckily it's at a point on the track where Morris can't really find a way through as they go round the double rights of at the final corner of the chicane, then the first one of the national loop. It's tough to get down the inside there unless the driver throws himself really wide, but it's a 4-kart battle for 4th place. Booth goes to the inside of Spears. Spears closes the door and there's contact between the two of them. Both of them, though, stay facing the right way. The smaller nose cone on Callum Booth's kart certainly helped not spin Owen Spears round, but it's opened up the gap to the lead 2, though, as those to lead 2 of the pack. Lambert and Morris now running together. Slight gap then back to Spears and Booth. Behind them, it looks like we've got Richardson and Ballesteros running in a similar battle. So it's 2 by 2 by 2 with Aaron Alexander out in the lead, and it's quite comfortable at a gap of around about 2 seconds. Morris takes a wide line, as does Booth, round the south bank and tries to maintain as much speed round hairpin number 3 as they can. Morris trying to close up onto the back. All of them heads down behind the steering wheel. It's as you were over the line. Morris has got a little bit of a gap back to Spears, so all of his focus can be on Lambert out in front of him. Booth carries a lot of speed into hairpin number 1. Looks like he ran a little bit wide, carrying all that speed in. Same on the way out of hairpin 2. Gets a good run down the back straight. Spears feels the need to defend. Booth, though, will go for a very late move down the inside, and Callum Booth briefly up to third and holds the move in the end. It looked like Spears was going to go back down the inside, but Callum Booth has got it done and moves up into 4th place. Spears down to 5th, but right behind them, Richardson and Ballesteros now. Those two battling have backed themselves into the pairing of Richardson and Ballesteros. So a 4-kart battle now for 4th place. Morris, as close as he's been all race, to the back of Kieran Lambert. Lambert having to defend. I think Morris is going to try and get a run to the inside. So they'll go side by side. Morris with track position, and Jack Morris moves up into 2nd place with 5 remaining. As they close up, I think there's a back marker in there as well. I think they're through past that and they are on their way. Jack Morris. Looked like Kieran Lambert was going to try and move to cut back down the inside there, but I think you'll find Lambert will stick a couple of laps out on the back, and as he has done in the previous heats, it's come down to the final lap and a half, as got a kart spinning out of sight there and then back onto track, just as the 99 of Alex Mallard came through in his first junior Pro Kart race since moving up from Cadets, running in 11th place at the moment. Morris, though, down the back straight, coming not really under pressure this time from Lambert. Lambert, I think, will, like we mentioned, I think he'll stick it out for a couple of laps and wait until we enter the final phase of the race, and then see if he can repeat what he's done in heats 1 and 2. and then take second place. But even if he was to finish in third, I think he'll be taking a front row start for the O-Plate final. As Spears continues in fourth, Booth fifth, Richardson sixth, Ballesteros seventh. They've got a gap back to Braid, so they can continue to battle it out without any worry at the back of that. There is 3 karts behind them though, Braid, Franklin and Jennings. As Ballesteros makes a very late move to the inside of Richardson. Richardson gets the door closed in enough time to not allow anything to happen there. So the 19 of Ballesteros slots back in. Booth gets a good run on Spears. Out front though, Aaron Alexander, fastest lap of the race, 47.024. There. Got a gap of 2.5 seconds, and he's still wanting to plug in fastest lap after fastest lap out at the front in the number 38. Spears fourth. Richardson is in the mix there as well, trying to get onto the back of Callum Booth in fifth. Ballesteros in the 19 looks to have dropped away a little bit as Booth closes the gap on Spears around the south bank. Our leader, though, will be coming through to take the last lap board this time round as Ballesteros gets a great run on the way out, but he's going to have to go right round the outside of Richardson. Richardson runs a little bit wider to say no thank you. And Ballesteros drops back into 7th place. Richardson remains in 6th. So it's Alexander from Morris and Lambert, Spears, Booth, Richardson and Ballesteros. Lambert, I think, too far back to make a move this time on Morris. Morris is going to get second, but I think that will mean that with 2 second places so far, Kieran Lambert will start on the front row alongside Aaron Alexander for the final. And there he is, coming out of hairpin number 4 for the final time. Through the 2 sweeping bends, flat out. It's 3 from 3 for Aaron Alexander in the number 38, and he will start on pole position for the O-Plate final later on this afternoon. So Alexander, Morris, Lambert, Spears, Booth, Richardson and Ballesteros. Franklin, Braid drops to 10th on the line. Jennings comes through to finish in 9th. And we just await Mallard and Hogarth. Their race-long battle ends with Mallard in 11th, Hogarth 12th. Pereira and Frame round out 14. Aaron Alexander once again taking the win. So it's 3 from 3 for Aaron Alexander and the pole position for the final. Morris in 2nd, Lambert 3rd, Spears in 4th, and then Callum Booth, Jake Richardson and Sandro Ballesteros end the battle for 4th to 7th. Alex Mallard in 11th in his first race in junior pro car, having made the step up mid-season last year from Cadets. He's been out practicing in that number 11, and so in the number 99 he finishes in 11th place. So junior pro karts are done. And now we are only a few races away from our finals. So the final of our junior pro kart drivers coming up and over the weighbridge. And then we'll see out in the background, we will be back and underway with some racing. It's junior Rotax time. And then we'll be cadets, senior pro karts and senior Rotax, and then it's final time for all of our drivers, and that's when we get down to the business end. That's when the O-Plate is up for grabs. So thank you very much for joining me here for the 2019 NRG Cycles O-Plate meeting here at Teesside Karting. Brought to you live on Alpha Live via YouTube, their Facebook page, and also the Teesside Karting Facebook page. So thank you very much for joining us. And also As always, thank you very much to our series sponsors here, NRG Cycles, for their continued support of the live stream, which allows us to bring all of the action to you from Teesside Karting here in Middlesbrough. And we look forward to hopefully you joining us next season, especially if you're one of our drivers. The season starts on the 23rd of February for the 2020 season, and which will once again see Bambino's Junior Pro Kart, Junior Rotax, Cadets, Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Karts taken to the grid here at Teesside Karting for what will likely be another excellent season. Junior Rotax are out onto the track, and on the front row and pole position will be the number 86 of Alfie Lindsay, lining up alongside the 77 of Jude Cole. One race win apiece for those two so far today, and whichever one finishes higher up will most likely take the pole position for the O-Plate final later on. Alex Warnaby will be third alongside Oliver Buckton in the 66. 43 of Harry Pullen lines up. 5 karts on the Junior Rotax grid, although still no shortage of action as the battles will rage all down the field. The front two very evenly matched, and Alex Warnaby as well, if he can get himself away and on the grid, although we've certainly got 1 kart missing, only 4 out on circuit for this. It looks like it is the 25 of Warnaby missing. Had a tough day so far, dropped a chain, and he's had some issues with the chain guard, but we are racing and underway in heat number 3 for Junior Rotax, and it's Alfie Lindsay into the first corner from the 77 of Jude Cole. Though Cole's going to dive to the inside, and Jude Cole gets on the power and leads through the chicanes. So it's 77 of Jude Cole from the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. Behind them, Oliver Buckton and Harry Pullen. We are missing the 25 of Alex Warnaby, as Jude Cole goes down the back straight, defends early to the inside. But 10 laps of Junior Rotax action, and Jude Cole made the move early. Hopes to get it done and out of the way, and he's got on the power, and he is opened himself up a gap from Alfie Lindsay in the 86. So it's Cole with a 45.342, an opening lap. For him, a superb opening lap, 8 tenths faster than anybody else. Alfie Lindsay in second, Oliver Buckton third, Harry Pullen fourth. And Jude Cole looks like he's well on his way down the road, unless Alfie Lindsay can get himself going. It was similar in the first race though. Lindsay got himself away in the last race, and there was very little that Jude Cole could do towards the end, but Lindsay coming under pressure now from the 66 of Buckton, who's getting continually quicker the more he takes that number 66 Junior Rotax out around this Teesside National Circuit. And he is closing in on the number 86 of Alfie Lindsay. So it's Cole, Lindsay, Buckton and Pullen. Almost a second now in the lead. Jude Cole at the moment in that number 77. Cuts very tight into the inside of those tyres on the inside of hairpin number 1. Down the back straight though, knows he's got a good gap and doesn't even have a quick look back to see if anybody's there. So it's Cole, Lindsay, Buckton and Pullen. In the background though, Lindsay closes right in as they go round hairpin number 3. There was 9 tenths between them. You could barely see Alfie Lindsay a few corners ago, and then all of a sudden there he does, appears in the background and takes 4 tenths out of Jude Cole. So it's Cole, Lindsay and Buckton. Buckton sticking around though for this one. And, so he gets increasingly quicker in that number 66. So Cole, Lindsay and Buckton. Pullen in the 43 is coming round the hairpin now and onto the back straight. But the front 3 are away, and it's Jude Cole, Alfie Lindsay and Oliver Buckton. Half a second between the front 2. Lindsay getting increasingly closer, certainly round the bottom part of the circuit, round South Bank and hairpins 3 and 4. Closing the gap ever so slightly. Not quite enough that Jude Cole will be comfortable. Only half a second in it between the front pair. Lindsay seems to have very quick round the corner. I think Cole's got a little bit more straight line speed in the 77 than Lindsay's got in the 86, but Lindsay seems to corner a little bit quicker in that car. Certainly round South Bank, Cole takes a much wider line round there with Lindsay going to the inside. I think Lindsay gets a little bit more drive around the tighter sections and closes the gap up once again until they get on the straight and open bit, and Cole puts the power down and he's away. It's 4/10 as the gap. But Lindsay can smell a victory here and can smell pole position. If Cole wins, he's going to be on pole for the final. If it's Lindsay, it'll be Lindsay. Either way, I think these two will be on the front row now, certainly with Warnaby not lining up for heat number 3. Having had a fairly tough day so far. Heat number 1 ruined by a drop chain. Heat number 2, I think the chain guard came off the number 25. Now we don't see him out for heat number 3. So it's Cole from Lindsay. We are well beyond half race distance. It'll be 4 left. They come over this time. Jude Cole, fastest lap of the race, opens up the gap again. It's a 44.006 for him. Cole, Lindsay, Buckton and Pullen, the 4 remaining runners. Warnaby not with us unfortunately at the moment. Hopefully we'll see him back out for the final later on, and he can make a last gasp effort to come through from the back of the field to take the O plate. But it's Cole, Lindsay, Buckton and Pullen, the remaining runners. And Cole looks like he's just put in a couple of fast laps to open up the gap a little bit and to give himself a little bit more comfort at the head of the field in the number 77. The gap now just over 1 second as Buckton in the 66 round the national loop through the chicanes and then into hairpin number 1 as he tries to close down the 1 second gap that he's got to the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. I think there's about a second now between the 3 front runners, so unless any of these drivers put a wheel wrong, it should be as you were as they come through for the checkered flag. It'll be 2 laps remaining this time as they come over the line. And it's Cole comfortably out in the lead, 1.2 seconds on the last lap. This time round it's 1.4, and then the gap remains 1 second back to Oliver Buckton from Alfie Lindsay. So Jude Cole currently lapping 3/10 faster than anybody else out there on the circuit. Buckton now hasn't given up hope of grabbing second place. Junior Rotax car, a lot different to the Cadet that he was driving last year. And seems to have taken to the new class rather well and has improved throughout the day, having, as we mentioned earlier, missed qualifying and having to start from the back of the pack. So the last lap board is out for heat number 3 here, the 2019 NRG Cycles Teesside O plate, doubling up as round number 2 of the Winter Series. Third round of that, you will be at the Paul Fletcher International Circuit in Lincolnshire on the 26th of January before returning to Teesside for round number 1 of the 2020 Teesside season on the 23rd of February. So as they come round for the final time, your race leader is out in front. The 77 of Jude Cole will come through to take the checkered flag and pole position for the Junior Rotax final, followed by Alfie Lindsay, Oliver Buckton and Harry Pullen. He's coming out of hairpin number 4. And he will come through, take the checkered flag. And that brings a close to our Rotax classes. Our Junior Rotax heat number 3. So confirmation now of your win. Moving up from second was Jude Cole to take the victory from Alfie Lindsay. The gap 1.9 seconds at the end, and then another second back to Oliver Buckton in third with Harry Pullen in fourth. All drivers shown as mainly moving up one place due to the omission of the number 25, Alex Warnaby. Not with us, depleting the field down to 4 junior Rotax drivers. And then we'll come up and over the weighbridge in the background. We await the arrival of our cadet class. And on pole position will be the number 16 of David Mack, having taken race victory last time out with an opportunistic and then move to the inside of the as Wyatt and Potter battled it out round the outside of South Bank and then held on for victory at the end. So he will start for the first time from pole position. And he will line up alongside the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt, who he ran to the line with at the end of heat number 2. So pole position, David Mack on the inside from Charlie Wyatt in the number 23 alongside Catherine Potter, Charlie Benson, row number 2, Gracie Mitchell and Ollie Poole on row number 3. Lizzie Mentier and Frankie Smedley, row 4. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is 9th, Kian McLeod 10th, Jared Fox-Whiteley 11th, Jake Bory 12th. Sebastian Corking, Addison Smith, Jack Thompson and Thomas Potter 15th and 16th. Finley Fishburne, Max Shield, Sophie Pawsey, Max Bory, Connor Duddy, William Howard, Felix Smedley and Oliver Green. We then have Jacob Giblett-Lee, Josh Cook and Oliver Watson, all 3 drivers coming into problems in heat number 2. You see all our drivers rolling into place. I think we've got a problem with the number 48. He's just rolled straight to the front of the pack and has peeled off onto the grass. The final kart on the grid rolls itself into place. The 94 of Ollie Poole in the in the mini rock. Looks like we've got the 15 of Addison Smith, looks to be out of grid position. We can get him sorted out. I think the 94 of Poole being shown in the middle of the grid has caused some problems, and he's going to start from the back as he has in all of the heats because he's not in the mix for the O plate at the end of the day. So as the midfield gets themselves sorted out, the 15 Addison Smith and the 48 of Barry gets himself ready to go. We can just get these sorted. It looks like possibly Thomas Potter's out of position as well. I think I was expecting him to start 15th or 16th, and he's well down towards the back end of the field. Final few carts placed into position. Looks like we're still waiting for the number 38 of Thomas Potter to be lined up where he needs to be. Currently on the grass on the inside of the track. I think he's going to get pushed back and then resituated in on the outside of the grid. Looks like there's a gap between the 52 of Corking and the 18 of Shields. That is just about big enough to get a kart in. I think that's where the number 38 may sit, although he is currently being lined up towards the rear of the field. And it looks like that's where he will be starting. Though he was billed to be in around 15th or 16th, he will line up towards the rear of the field. Looks like everything is sort of green flag is in hand and we are underway. Slow start for the 86 of Jake Borey is but the leader off the line. Pole sitter David Mack leads round. Looks like Gracie Mitchell's had a great start and finds herself up into third place already. 23 of Charlie Wyatt picks up a contact warning off the start line, but it will be David Mack, and looks like the one of the front runners, Catherine Potter, in the 20 is well out of the way. There she is, battling it out for 7th or 8th, but it's David Mack in the lead from Charlie Wyatt, Gracie Mitchell and Lizzie Mentier, the top 4. Mack defends early. Nothing he can do though as Charlie Wyatt finds his way through into the lead, and it looks like Gracie Mitchell is looking as well to follow through. We've got one car off the circuit, that's the number 3 once again of Josh Cook. Problems in heat number 2 and also now problems in heat number 3. As we return to the front, and we've got a couple, that's the 44 and the 48, both off at the outside of hairpin number 4. They're going to get themselves sorted out and underway, so problems as well. The 86, that's another one, that's Jake Borey. We spoke to him earlier, and he is on the outside of hairpin number 4, and it looks like his race is done. But out at the front, Charlie Wyatt looks to be away. We've got the 27 as well of William Howard, and it looks like he's got a throttle cable problem because he's planting that throttle down, and that car is going absolutely nowhere, and he stops on the outside of the national loop. Gracie Mitchell though moves up into 2nd place and will set off in pursuit of the 23 Charlie Wyatt. So Wyatt, Mitchell, Mack, Mentier, Charlie Benson in the 25, Fox Whiteley, Potter up to 7th again, having slowed at the start. Frankie Smedley in the 73, Isabella Stansmore Wilson 9th, Max Shields 10th, McLeod 11th, Finley Fishburne 12th, Ollie Poole already up to 13th in the Mini Rock. As looks like Mitchell has managed to break away in 2nd place. Mack is coming under pressure from Mentier in the number 50. Out at the front, got quite a gap as well, the 23 of Charlie Wyatt. So it's Wyatt, Mitchell and Mack, the top 3. Mentier, Benson and Fox Whiteley in there as well. And then on the back of that, Catherine Potter on the back of the number 22. Trying to make amends for the slow first lap. They're going to come up on the back marker on the inside, one of the spinners from earlier on. And they will have to run all the way around the outside there. Mentier trying to get past David Mack in the 16. She's going to cut to the inside and get a run. Mack's no stranger to squeezing people tightly there on the inside, as he did in heat number 2 to pick up the victory on the final lap. Finds himself currently though down in 3rd place. Fox Whiteley now takes up the battle on the back of Lizzie Mentier in the 50. So Mack, Mentier and Fox Whiteley 3rd, 4th and 5th. Behind them Charlie Benson and Catherine Potter. Potter struggling to get past the 25 of Benson. Benson doing well to hold off the number 20 of Catherine Potter. They come through, it will be we are beyond half race distance. Charlie Wyatt will come through. There'll be 3 laps remaining as he crosses the line. The gap was 1.4 to Gracie Mitchell. It's now 1.3 as Jared Fox Whiteley goes right round the outside over the start line and up into 3rd place at the expense of David Mack. So Fox Whiteley is 3rd, Mack 4th, Mentier 5th. Mack goes back to the inside of Fox Whiteley, forces his way through. Mentier as well goes round the outside. So Fox Whiteley all the way back down to 5th place. It could be 6th though by the time that Catherine Potter's gone down the inside, although Potter has to get stopped by the back marker, and Fox Whiteley goes right back round the outside, and it's everybody back into the positions that they were. Behind them, the fast charging 94 of Ollie Poole, who won the O-Plate last season. out of contention for it this year, though, unfortunately, choosing to run the mini rock. So we've got Wyatt, Mitchell, Mac, Mentier, Fox Whiteley, fastest lap of the race, as expected by Ollie Poole. The 47.899 goes through, a couple of seconds faster than the Hondas. But the battle for third continues. The top two well on their way and comfortable with 1.5 second gaps between them. So we watch the battle for third. Mac, very interested in what's happening behind him, spending a lot of time down the straight looking over his shoulder. Fox Whiteley's going to try and go wide and try and go right round the outside of Mentier to set something up for hairpin number 4. There's the move down the inside. Mentier's gone round the outside, and Catherine Potter has done both of them, moving up from 6th. She'll come over the line in 4th, so it's Mac in 3rd, Potter in 4th. Great move by Potter as Mentier and Fox Whiteley battled it out. She took full advantage and went round them both, and will now try to get past David Mack for 3rd place, and should hopefully return a fairly reasonable starting place if she gets a 3rd for the final. And I think it will be very interesting as Ollie Poole gets himself into the mix, and he's going to get involved just as the last lap starts, trying to get past this pack, and it's going to mix things up no end as he goes down the inside of Mentier and Fox Whiteley. But as the leaders come out of the final corner, it's going to be a comfortable victory for the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt. Over the line, takes the checkered flag, followed by Gracie Mitchell. Poole comes through 3rd overall from Mac, Potter, Fox Whiteley and Mentier. So Mac manages to get back past Catherine Potter on the final lap. Kian McLeod and Max Shields both get past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on the final lap. She comes through in 11th. Connor Duddy gets past Finlay Fishburne as well on the final lap, ends the day in 14th for that race. We've got a superb final in store for us in cadets. We've had 3 races and 3 different race winners, and it will be all to play for when it comes to final time. Charlie Wyatt, Gracie Mitchell, David Mack, Catherine Potter, Jared Fox Whiteley, Lizzie Mentier, Charlie Benson, Kian McLeod, Max Shields are the top 9 in the Honda class. Then we've got Ollie Poole, who came through 3rd overall in the Seoul Mini Rock, running from the back of the grid, this time finding his way up to 3rd place overall in the number 94. Good efforts further down. Oliver Watson coming through from the back of the grid, having retired from heat number 2, makes up 8 places. Connor Duddy as well comes through from 20th, makes up 6 to go into 14th. Just unfortunately, we had a few retirements at the end of that one, with Oliver Green, Jake Borey, William Howard and Josh Cook. So the 27 kart grid for cadets depleted a little bit towards the end with a couple of retirements, but as we see them come up and over our weighbridge, 2 more heats for you in Senior Pro Kart and Senior Rotax, and then it is final time. And that's when the grid is decided as an average of the 3 heats, so points awarded for finishing positions in the first heats and second heat and then the third heat added together, and the driver with the most points will start on pole position for the O-Plate final. So out in the background in a few moments will be our Senior Pro Kart drivers. And on pole position for heat number 3 will be the O-Plate of Josh Folkus. And, thank you very much for joining me here live at Teesside Karting, wherever you are in the world, including one of our biggest fans over from the Isle of Man, Dan Bugard, listening in to the coverage live on Alpha Live through his radio and listening to all of the action, and listening to Josh Folkus taking the win in heat number 2, and he will line up on pole position for heat number 3 alongside our current champion, Connor Lucas, in the number 43. Adam Nichols had to settle for third, and that's where he starts in Heat 3, alongside David Brown, so that completes row 2. Rob Lowe, Scott Tate is row 3. Mason Barker and Mark Tate will be row 4. Row 5, Ross Jackman and Darren Brown. Stephen White and Mick McDonald are row 6, and 13th, Simon Doughty, alongside Nick Smales in 14th. Steve Nichols 15th, Nigel Richardson 16th. Then we have Emma Brown, Thomas Lowther, Josh Yeadon and Michael Yeadon are your 20 drivers. Josh Fulkus rolls himself onto pole position on the inside of the start straight, alongside the 43 of Connor Lucas. Drivers all fairly quickly into place for Senior Pro Kart. Final few rolling themselves into position. The 4 of Josh Eden on the inside of the final row. Michael Eden in the 118 rolls himself into position on the outside. Everybody is stationary. We just await the marshal at the back of the grid to give us the thumbs up, and that will signal that we can get ourselves underway. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are racing in heat number 3, and it's a great start by Connor Lucas, and he's going to go through to take the lead from Josh Fulkus. Another slow start from the O-plate of Fulkus, hands the lead to the 43 of Connor Lucas, and Josh Fulkus will be all the way down in 5th place, struggling off the start line today. In the O-plated kart is Josh Fulkus, and he will find himself down in 5th as we have a couple of spinners at the hairpin 1 for Josh Yeadon. Adam Nichols, though, up to 3rd place, having dropped a few places down to 5th, now back up to 3rd off the line. Rob Lowe, though, is 2nd, so it's Connor Lucas out in front, looking to take his first victory of the day. Adam Nichols dives to the inside of hairpin number 4 and goes past Rob Lowe. They're going to try and run side by side, though, over the start line, and Adam Nichols is going to run in very wide. Lowe's going to keep his foot in, though, and he does so. Brave move by the 64 of Rob Lowe, and stays in 2nd place. Adam Nichols will settle for 3rd. David Brown 4th. Fulkus is 5th. Scott Tate 6th. Mason Barker 7th. Ross Jackman is 8th. Mark Tate and then Stephen White round out the top 10. Before we have Darren Brown, Nick Smales and Steve Nichols. Nichols, though, Adam this time will go to the inside and try and force his way past Rob Lowe. Lowe's going to try and run it all the way around the outside. I think he's going to run out of tarmac, and he does. Adam Nichols comes through into 2nd place then. Rob Lowe is 3rd, but this battle for 2nd is around 10 karts strong, all the way back to Steve Nichols in 13th. So we've got 2nd to 13th, covered by less than 2.5 to 3 seconds, but out in front, clear tarmac and away by 2.5 seconds is Connor Lucas. Rob Lowe forced wide by a couple of drivers, and Josh Fulkus is up into 3rd place. Rob Lowe will drop down to 6th, I think, or 5th behind Scott Tate. And the battle continues round the south bank. Adam Nichols, though, out at the front of the pack, will look to try now and break away and catch up onto the back of Connor Lucas, who has a 2.5 second gap out of the front. Mason Barker under pressure from the 55 of David Brown, having just got past him. So they'll come over the line at the end of lap number 3. It's Connor Lucas, Adam Nichols, Josh Fulkus, Scott Tate, Rob Lowe, Mason Barker, David Brown, Mark Tate, Steve White and Ross Jackman will complete the top 10, and all of those battling it out at the front. There's a slight gap as Mason Barker backs David Brown into Mark Tate, and they've got a slight gap then forward to them. It's Rob Lowe, Scott Tate, Josh Fulkus and Adam Nichols in their battle for 2nd place, and Nichols hasn't been able to break free at the front of the pack, and it's allowed Connor Lucas to extend the gap even more. It's 2.5 seconds now at the front of that, as 25 of Steve White goes down the inside of Mark Tate. Tate's going to have track position, though, as the circuit sweeps back to the right-hand side. Darren Brown and Nick Smales both make up places at the expense of Ross Jackman. Smales now in touching distance of the top 10, having started the day from the back of the grid. Rob Lowe, late move to the inside of the 31 of Tate in their battle for fourth. Tate has a quick look across. And Tate's going to try and squeeze Rob Lowe to the inside, but Lowe has got the job done. Lowe certainly won't back out of a move. We saw that earlier on in the race as he ran all the way around the outside of Adam Nichols and kept his foot in to the first chicane to hold on to second at the time. Currently battling it out now for fourth as Stephen White takes a very, very wide line out of the hairpin number 4. Nick drops all the way back down to 10th place. Smales 11th, Jackman in 12th. Steve Nichols on the back of that in 13th. Changes further down the pack as Michael Eden and Josh Eden both move up. Emma Brown runs in 20th. Rob Lowe gets his head down on the back straight, but it doesn't stop. Scott Tate closing up in the slipstream as they go into South Bank at half race distance. 2.2 seconds the gap at the front. This front two of the battle for second have broken away a little bit. It's Adam Nichols and Josh Folkers off in hot pursuit of Connor Lucas at the front. Fastest lap of the race is a 46.9 and it goes to the 13 of Adam Nichols. Takes 2/10 out of the lead, but it's still 2 seconds with 4 remaining to the 43 of Connor Lucas. So we could have 3 different winners again from 3 heats, the same as we've had in our cadet class. As the 111 of Mick McDonald down in 15th, battles with Thomas Lowther and Nigel Richardson in the 19. Richardson on the back of Lowther. Lowther has a quick look to the right to see that he's not there and coming through. Opens up a little bit of a gap to the 111 of McDonald. That is your battle for second as they work together to try and close the gap. They do. It's down by another 10th, but with only 3 laps remaining, it's not enough. It looks like Connor Lucas is on his way to take the checkered flag. And remember, he started heat number 1 in 18th place, having had only 1 attempt at qualifying. Now finds himself at the head of the field in heat number 3 with 2.5 laps remaining. Richardson on the back of Lowther. Richardson goes to the inside, skims a little bit of the curb and runs out to the edge of the track. Oh, crossing over at the bottom end of the circuit, and Josh Folkers finds his way into second place. Caught the back end of that move there, but no denying that Josh Folkers has found his way through. Mason Barker and Rob Lowe are side by side into the chicane. Let's see where they come out in the end. I think Josh Folkers defends to the inside on the brakes, locks the rear end sideways, and Adam Nichols is going to have to work very hard to get past Josh Folkers. Folkers defending with 2 to go, right to the inside of the track. I think both of these have given up any hope of catching Connor Lucas, and they're just going to battle it out for second place for the remaining lap. The last lap board is out, and waiting our current leader, the 43 of Connor Lucas. He'll come through, and he's got 1 lap remaining. Josh Folkers second. Adam Nichols pushes him over the line, nose to bumper. Mason Barker and David Brown have up to 5th and 6th respectively. Rob Lowe down to 7th. So it's Lucas, Folkers, Nichols, the top 3. Nichols all over the back of Josh Folkers. Folkers has been defending now for at least a lap to try and keep Nichols behind him. He's going to defend again. He's gone to the inside. Nichols ducks out to try and get a better run round the south bank. Folkers is going to defend to the inside again and does. It's going to be one last move from Nichols. He thinks he's going to try and cut back to the inside. Folkers is going to try and out-drag him to the line. They're going to be side by side as they come through. Josh Folkers, though, will hang on for second place. So it's Connor Lucas from Josh Folkers and Adam Nichols. So 3 different winners from our 3 senior Pro Kart heats. Scott Tate 4th, Mason Barker 5th, Mark Tate 6th, Rob Lowe 7th, Darren Brown and David Brown 8th and 9th. Stephen White is in 9th place. So that brings, we only have 1 more heat now, and that will be our senior Rotax. And as we look towards our live stream comments, it would appear that it's turned into a bookmakers with £5 on at William Hill for Mick McDonald to get a contact warning in Senior Pro Kart, and I'm going to take your £5 because there was no contact warning for the 111 of Mick McDonald in that race, so I will take that via PayPal or other reputable money transfer services. One heat remaining though now, and it will be our senior Rotax class. On the front row of that and on pole position will be double heat winner Kai Hunter in the number 15. Alongside him will be the O-plate of Reese Hunter, so they'll line up side by side on the front row. Then we're going to have Sam Harrison in behind. We're going to see if Sam can get a better start this time and see if he can get the power down a little bit earlier and get himself going, because once he's got himself going, he's got a lot of speed in that number 44. As the final few senior Pro Kart drivers come over the grid, the ever-improving today's 27 of Nick Smales. Tough start to the day, now finds himself battling for the top 10. So Rotax are out on track. The front row, Kai Hunter on the inside, Reese Hunter on the outside. Then we're going to have Samuel Harrison and Casey Watson on row number 2. Max Prentice and Dan Kell, row 3. Andrew Collins and Sam Barrett, row 4. Tom Reeve, Steve Kell are going to be on row number 5. Then we're going to have Chris Gibbon, and then we have on the screen, we've got Stephen Haswell and Stuart Middleton, but neither of those have made an appearance since the start of the day. So it's going to be 11 karts coming through. And the power is down from the leader, and the leader is gone, and he's bolted, and he is away. And it's going to be a comfortable first corner as the green flag flies, and it's going to be Kai Hunter into the first corner, followed by Reese Hunter in the O-plate, followed by the 44 of Samuel Harrison. Harrison going to try and make an early move to the inside. But Reese Hunter, as we've got a number of karts facing the wrong way. Prentice is involved, the 77 of Casey Watson as well involved. As we watch the leaders go around hairpin 2, a number of karts getting themselves involved at the back end of hairpin number 1 though. It's still Kai Hunter out at the head of the field from Reese Hunter behind and Samuel Harrison. These three have been off and away into the distance for most of the day in senior Rotax. And it's the 15 of Kai Hunter setting the fastest lap on the opening one of a 42.098 as the slow-moving Max Prentice threads his way through the chicanes at the end of the circuit, and it looks like his arm is up and his race is done in the number 33. So it's Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter, Samuel Harrison, the top 3. Andrew Collinson is up in the 74, taking full advantage of the opening lap incident to find himself up in 4th place. Dan Kell 5th, Sam Barrett 6th, Tom Reeves 7th, Steve Kell in 8th. Got Casey Watson in the 77 in front of Chris Gibbon, and then Max Prentice out of heat number 3 in the number 33. He was one of the drivers involved in the spin at the opening lap on hairpin number 1, and he finds himself back in the pit lane and unable to complete heat number 3. Casey Watson, though, already back up to 7th place in the number 77, and we'll hope if he can catch up onto the back of Barrett, Kell and Collinson, that those three battling, he can find his way back through into 4th place as the leading trio cross the line for the 3rd time. It's another fastest lap, and it's again to Kai Hunter, 42.069 for the junior Rotax British champion and O-plate winner, followed by the British O-plate winner in senior Rotax, Reese Hunter, behind him in the O-plate, the 44 Samuel Harrison coming through. So that is the top 3, and they are well on their way. It looks like there's been a move further back as well. Looks like Daniel Kell has found his way past Andrew Collinson for 4th in the background, but we'll stick with the leading battle as Hunter and Harrison follow through and over the line 4 down, 6 remaining in senior Rotax heat number 3. Personal best for Casey Watson in the 77, a 42.414, as he tries to close the gap onto Sam Barrett. The front 3, though, running line astern, as it was for much of heat number 2 until the final lap, when things heated up a little bit as Kai Hunter defended the inside of every corner, anticipating a move from Rees. Will Rees try to make a move a little bit sooner when Kai's not expecting it, or will it be another 2-lap shootout at the end of the 3rd heat? There's the move to the inside, and we've got a new leader for the first time today. It's Rees Hunter in the O-plate. Goes down the inside of the 15 of Kai Hunter, and Rees leads for the first time. Kai's going to try and return the favour very quickly, and he does. It's back to status quo, and they're going to change places again as they go into hairpin number 3. And there's no change into hairpin number 4, so they've finally got that one sorted out, and the new race leader over the line will be Rees Hunter in the O-plate from Kai Hunter. Samuel Harrison watching in the number 44, watching it all unfold in front of him. Confirmation on the screen that the 89 of Dan Kell has moved up into 4th from Andrew Collinson 5th. Casey Watson's found a way past Sam Barrett for 6th, and will now try to close the 2-second gap in the remaining 4 laps to Collinson and Kell in front of him. Chris Gibbon has got 9th off Steve Kell, and obviously we're missing Max Prentice, who retired early on in the race at the end of lap number 1, having been involved in that first lap incident on the outside of hairpin number 1. So 3 remaining, they come over the line. Now Rees Hunter with some clear track in front of him for the first time. Will look to try and break the toe from Kai Hunter behind, but so evenly matched to these two, he's going to be there or thereabouts come the end of the day. Of course, he's going to have all this to do again, as if it stays as it is, Kai Hunter will line up on pole position. For the final, looks like we've got a mechanical flag for the number 22 of Tom Reeve, so he will come round and over the start line he will receive either a black flag to bring him in, or he will move himself off the circuit on his own accord. So that will remove the 22 of Reeve out of 2nd place, and that is 8th place, and that's the reason why the rear bumper of the number 22 hanging off the back of that kart. We are missing some bolts, and that is hang off as the leading trio come through. Tom Reeve sensibly stays offline, allows the leaders through. They are 1.5 laps away from the checkered flag in heat number 3. As Harrison tries to make a move down the inside of Kai Hunter, goes up and over the curb on hairpin number 3, and it's quite an aggressive curb to the inside of that corner, as are a few of the curbs here at Teesside. Some of the corners really smooth, some of them have got quite an aggressive curb to the inside that you don't want to go up and over, although Josh Falkus made full use of it earlier on in his overtake on the final lap of Adam Nichols in Senior Pro Kart Heat number 2. But our leaders are on their final lap in the final Rotax Heat, and out in front and fairly comfortably now by half a second is the O-plate of Rees Hunter, and he will lead brother Kai Hunter over the line for a Hunter 1-2, and this time it's Rees taking the spoils from Kai. So Rees comes through, takes the checkered flag, will line up towards the front of the field, but it will be Kai Hunter, I think, on pole position for the final in around about an hour's time as they battle it out for the Teesside O-plate. Got a few more drivers to come over the line. There's a battle still going on out on circuit between Chris Gibbon and Steve Kell. It looks like Gibbon's going to take that one over the line. He does, and Steve Kell finishes in 9th. So we've got Tom Reeve out to 1 lap down with the rear bumper missing, and Max Prentice only managed to complete the first lap before returning to the pit lane. in the number 33. So disappointment for the 2019 Junior Teesside Rotax champion in his first Teesside race in seniors. As all our leaders head off the circuit, it's time to move on to our finals, and the first one of those will be the youngest of our drivers, our Bambinos, and we'll be back in a few moments with the finals. Welcome back to the 2019 NRG Cycles Teesside O-Plate meeting. It's time for the finals. The Bambinos are out on track, and on pole position will be the number 44 of triple heat winner Edward Haynes. He will start alongside Oliver Sibbald, who's finished second in all three of our heats. Alex Harrobin and Lewis Smith will be third and fourth. Jacob Rump and Edward Rye in 5th and 6th, Riley Buckton-Young 7th, Ollie Carter in 8th. And then we'll have Joshua Sullivan 9th, Dax Farrer in 10th. So Haynes makes his way round, and he will line up on the inside of the front row. And so far today he's taken 3 heat wins and has been out in a commanding lead at the front of the pack here in our Bambino class at Teesside. And all being well, he will be there again at the end of the day. So the final few of our drivers roll themselves into position. Final one, the 35, Dax Farrer rolls in. So 10 drivers on the grid for this final. Front row, Edward Haynes on the inside, Oliver Sibbald on the outside. Green flag in hand, and we are underway and racing. It's a really fast start from the back row by Dax Farrer in the 35. As the drivers thread their way through the first chicane for the first time. And out at the head of the pack is the 44 of Edward Haynes, but it's the 17 of Alex Harrobin who makes an early move towards the front of the pack, and the 44 of Oliver Sibbald has dropped from 2nd to 5th on the opening lap. So it's Harrobin, Rump's in there, Smith's in there, Sibbald as well. Rump recovering from a difficult third heat, in which he finished well down the pack with some problems, started running slowly, but credit to him, he managed to bring the kart home and pick up some points for finishing in his position towards his grid position, and he now finds himself in 2nd place and in pursuit of the number 44 of Edward Haynes. Harrobin comes under pressure from Sibbald, runs Sibbald wide, and that's going to open the door for Lewis Smith. Smith backs out of the move though, and as they come round for the first time, it's Haynes from Rump, Harrobin, Sibbald, Smith, Buckton-Young, Rye, Dax Farrer, Ollie Carter, Joshua Sullivan are your 10. And Sibbald on the back of Harrobin, Smith as well in there, and Smith and Harrobin very evenly matched so far. Smith goes to the inside, a little bit of contact with Sibbald. Sibbald's going to defend and try and run to the inside. Smith bouncing in the seat, trying to get a little bit more power out of the Comma C50 engine. Not enough though to power him past Sibbald, and he will settle back into 5th place. Sibbald though gets a good run right round the outside. Harrobin though very difficult to get past, as we saw earlier. Smith struggled in the previous heat to get past, finally got it done towards the end, but off out in front and on his way and 6 laps away from the Teesside O plate. The first one of 6 that we'll be giving away today is Edward Haynes in the number 44. He's currently got a 4.5 second lead from Jacob Rump, Oliver Sibbald, Alex Harrabin and Lewis Smith. Sibbald finally does get the job done and gets past Harrabin. And then behind them, Edward Wright, Ollie Carter, Dax Farrer and Joshua Sullivan in his first competitive motorsport race in the number 10. Lewis Smith, though, tries to get a move done on the inside of Alex Harrabin. Down the back straight, Harrabin going very wide into the South Bank corner. It's opened the door and Smith will drive the number 13 kart down the inside and in to the place. Harrabin will then try to dive back down the inside. Smith keeps his foot in and goes round the middle of the corner. So Lewis Smith is in 5th place. Riley Buckton-Young 6th. Now Smith will be come over the line. He'll be up into 4th. It'll be Harrabin down into 5th. Buckton-Young in the background. 2.5 seconds off the back of Harrabin. Will now try to close the gap to the number 17. Edward Wright, Ollie Carter, Dax Farrer, Joshua Sullivan complete the 10 with 5 laps remaining here. As Harrabin takes the line to try and cut back to the inside of Lewis Smith. Can't do it this time as Smith gets his head down and away. Sibbald, though, is off into the distance in front of these two as he searches out Jacob Rump for 2nd place. Gap is 1.8 seconds between those two. But out at the front of the field, Edward Haynes has a gap of 6.7 seconds and is now only 4 laps away from the 2019 Teesside O plate. Rump over the line in 2nd. Gap closes ever so slightly from Sibbald behind, but it's still only 1.6. Sibbald's going to have a little bit of work to do if he wants to take the 2nd place trophy home instead of the 3rd one. He goes into the left-hander at the start of the track. Round hairpin number 2. Sibbald trying to close in on Jacob Rump, but he's got 3.5 laps as we see our leader composed out in front of the number 44 of Edward Haynes. Came ever so close to taking the Teesside Bambino Championship in the summer and was pipped in the end by Thomas Potter, and now looks like he's going to be on his way to an O plate and will set him up very nicely for the summer season here in 2020 in his hope that he's going to try and take the title. 3 laps remaining then. Sibbald closes the gap to 1.3 on Rump. It's going down ever so slightly lap by lap, but might run out of laps at the end. It certainly looks closer than 1.3 as they go through there. So Sibbald goes to the inside, tries to run as smoothly as he can round the 2 hairpin corners, trying to close that gap on Rump down the inside. All 10 of our runners still going out on circuit, and our Bambinos have provided us with some great action today, and we have 2.5 laps remaining. It's Haynes out at the front, Sibbald closing the gap almost corner by corner on Jacob Rump. And it's going to be quite an intense last lap battle. We're down to 2 laps as the leader has crossed the line. It was 1.3 last time. It looks a lot closer. Sibbald has got the bit between his teeth and he's closing through. It's under a second. It's 7 tenths, and the number 4 is closing in on the back of the 15 of Jacob Rump for 2nd place as our leader goes off track at the outside of hairpin number 1. No harm done. Uses the rumble strip and carries back on. So tense moments for our leader. He's 1.5 laps away from a clean sweep and an O plate, as long as he can keep the number 44 heading in the right direction. Haynes, though, well out of the way. These 2 behind him, though, are going to battle it out with 1.5 laps remaining, and Oliver Sibbald is right on the bumper, and he's going to try and drive it right round the outside of Jacob Rump, and now he's going to go to the inside of hairpin number 2. Gets the job done. 15 of Rump is going to try and go back round the outside, but it looks like Oliver Sibbald is going to move through into second place. So it's Sibbald into second, Rump into third, Smith fourth, Harrobin fifth, Buckton Young in sixth. The last lap board has been taken by our leader and he is already out and onto the back straight as we follow the intense battle for second. Rump now half right up onto the back of Oliver Sibbald. He's going to try and go to the inside as Sibbald's going to hold that one off. Rump's going to have to try something towards the end of the lap. They're out onto the back straight. Sibbald's going to defend to the inside. Rump's certainly gone there to try and get through, but they're going to go behind each other into the final corner at the bottom end of the circuit. Then we're going to go through the two final corners. The leader's going to come through over the line. The 44 of Edward Haynes takes the win and wins the first O-Plate on offer here at Teesside this season. And in second place, coming through, will be the number 4 of Oliver Sibbald to grab second place from Jacob Rump in third. We await Lewis Smith in the battle for fourth alongside Alex Harrobin. Harrobin's down the inside. Harrobin's going to grab fourth, is he? He does on the line. Harrobin fourth. Smith is fifth from Buckton Young in sixth. Edward Rye will come through for a comfortable seventh. Ollie Carter the same in eighth place. And then it will be Joshua Sullivan, I think, through in ninth as Dax Farrer has already come through to take the checkered flag behind Edward Haynes. But it's been a commanding display from the number 44 of Edward Haynes. And certainly something that will please his sponsors, Wellborough Project Management and MKM Hexham, as he takes a clean sweep of 3 heat wins and a final, and will go home with the Teesside Bambino O-Plate, which he will be able to use on that kart here at Teesside for all of the 2020 season. There he is, up and over the weighbridge. Followed by the number 10 of 9th place finishing Joshua Sullivan in his first competitive motorsport event. And personally, I think I've done amazingly well to remain impartial as my son races in Bambino for the first time. And he crosses the line in 9th place. Behind him, coming over the weighbridge in 4 is number 4 and the number 15 of Oliver Sibbald and Jacob Rump. That rounds out the podium for Bambino here today. So it's Edward Haynes, Oliver Sibbald and Jacob Rump, the top 3, with Edward Haynes taking the main honours of the 2019 Teesside O-Plate. So that's 1 down with 5 to go. Junior Pro Kart are up next, and in the box seat for that one will be the number 38 of Aaron Alexander, looking to add to his 3 heat wins with a final and an O-Plate to boot. So the rumble of Junior Pro Kart is out in the background, and we will welcome them onto the grid very shortly. 14 drivers will battle for the O-Plate. Aaron Alexander alongside Kieran Lambert on the front row, Jack Morris and Callum Booth on the second row. Jake Richardson, Owen Spears share the same number of points, but Richardson lines up 5th, Spears in 6th. Ballesteros is 7th, Franklin in 8th. Brandon Jennings, Thomas Braid, Ben Hogarth, Alex Mallard, Sebastian Pereira and Caitlin Frame. Runners through from 9th to 14th. So Junior Pro Karts coming round to grid themselves up. On the inside there, orange, white and grey helmet, Aaron Alexander, the pole sitter. And he will be our favourite for the O-Plate, having taken 3 victories so far today. He's going to line up with Kieran Lambert on the outside of that front row. Lambert having made some good starts so far today from that front row. Will slot in nicely into second if he can get the power down in front of the 24 of Jack Morris. Those two battled it out throughout the day for second place, as Alexander has been driving off into the distance. Green flag is up and we are racing in the Junior Pro Kart final. Alexander with a good start. Morris with a good start as well, but not enough to get up past Morris. We've got a spinner on the outside, and we've got one mid-corner. Looks like that could be Bella Franklin round in the 8. It is along with Thomas Braid. So the back end and midfield have been spread out early on in this 12-lap Junior Pro Kart final. The top 7, though, are out there, and it looks like we've got Ben Hogarth as well in the background, tagging on with the top 8. So we've got 8 front runners and then a couple of other drivers that have been getting themselves into some first lap excursions. Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert, some first lap overtakes down the inside. Morris trying to go down the inside. Lambert holds off, and this one's just going to allow Aaron Alexander to move away at the head of the field once again, as he has done for the first 3 heats, as the drivers behind battle it out for second place. Lambert, Morris, Booth and Spears, before we've got a gap back to Ballesteros. Morris goes to the inside, though. That's going to allow Booth as well to try and make a move on Lambert, and he's going to try and dive down the inside on the back straight. Lambert's going to defend. Spears is going to stay where he is on the outside, but Jack Morris is up to second. Callum Booth up to third. Kieran Lambert's going to try and dive back down the inside into hairpin 3. He does. Gets that sorted. Callum Booth has to settle for 4th. Owen Spears in 5th. Runs very wide coming out of hairpin 4. Sandro Ballesteros behind him with Jake Richardson in the number 9 in 7th. So it's Alexander from Morris and Lambert, but the gap 1.1 seconds already, with only 2 laps in the book of 12. With Alexander well on his way in that number 38 to adding to his impressive list of achievements in karting, and there he is off into the distance. Morris gets his head down to try and get onto the back. He's got to do this all by himself now, with Lambert a little bit further behind, and looks like they're going to battle it out between them for 3rd. Morris, though, will have to work without somebody to try and push him along, because all they were doing before was battling anyway and allowing Aaron Alexander to move out at the front. It was a gap of 1.1, it's 1.2 this time, but Jack Morris seems to have stemmed the flow, with Alexander moving away at around half a second a lap. Needs to channel what he had at the final round of the 2019 season to try and where he wrestled some wins and the final victory away from Aaron Alexander to take his first victories in owner-driver karting. And now he's going to have to channel that as he tries to wrestle the O-plate away from the grip of the number 38. And he's already got one hand on it as he comes out of hairpin number 4 through the chicanes and over the line. 4 laps down. The gap extended again ever so slightly by another 10th. We are 1.3 seconds now, so it's Alexander out at the head of the field by 1.3 seconds from Jack Morris. Kieran Lambert 3rd, Callum Booth in 4th, Owen Spears 5th, Ballesteros is 6th. He's broken away a little bit from Jake Richardson. They are in the background in the green cart, which is Ballesteros, Richardson behind. And then we've got Jennings, Braid, Alexanders, Mallard, Bella Franklin, Ben Hogarth, Caitlin Frame and Sebastian Pereira. There they are battling it out over 13th. Frame in the 18th, Pereira in the 21. In his first race in Junior Pro Kart here at Teesside as well, in the number 21. He's going to try and go right round the outside of Frame as Frame slows into there and runs wide into hairpin number 2. Opens the door and allows Pereira through into 13th place. As our battle for second place flies through the screen, and the leader's had a spin. Aaron Alexander spins at hairpin 1, the race leader, and has gone out of the lead. He's well down now. He's down into 6th place. He's going to try and battle back past Sandro Ballesteros, but the number 38 of Aaron Alexander has thrown what looked to be a comfortable win away, and now he's got a lot of work to do with 7 to go. He's going to have to battle past Ballesteros first, and once he's got that done, and Sandro's not going to let him have this easily, drops in. Alexander's got to work now. He's got 6 laps to make up 6 places and 3.5 seconds. And he was off out into the distance, as he has been for most of the day. But as we've seen earlier on, likes to get the fast lap times in when he's out on his own. It looks like he was pushing a little bit too much into hairpin 1 and found himself facing the wrong way as Jack Morris said thank you very much in the number 24. So the lead battle is now Morris from Lambert, Booth, Spears. Then there's a gap back to Ballesteros. There's Jack Morris with his head down. Beyond half race distance, 5 laps left. And it doesn't look like Alexander's managed to find his way past Ballesteros just yet. Ballesteros sets a personal best, inspired in 5th place in that number 19. The lead quartet though, round hairpin number 2. It looks like Alexander's finally got the move done on Ballesteros, but has the damage been done to hold him back? Is he going to be able to close the gap down of 3.5 seconds to the leaders in 5 laps, which will be 4 by the time they come round and over the line? Disappointment for the 38 of Alexander, but it's not over yet. He's got 4 laps and he's really got to get his head down now and try and close it in. He's got 3 laps remaining as Owen Spears goes past Callum Booth. Callum Booth has dropped well down the field in the number 13. He's now down in 8th place, so problems for the number 13 of Callum Booth. His charge at the front of the field for an O-plate is out of the window, and it's now Morris, Lambert and Spears, the top 3, and they've got a gap of 3.2 seconds then back to Aaron Alexander in 4th, with Sandro Ballesteros 5th, Jake Richardson's, Brandon Jennings and Callum Booth now down in 8th place. The leaders come up to catch up to Caitlin Frame in the number 18 as Kieran Lambert closes right onto the back of our leader Jack Morris. 3 remaining, and he's going to try and have to go right round the outside. Both of them are going to need to try and find a way past the 18 of Frame. Frame has spun and she's taken Owen Spears. Owen Spears up and over the grass in evasive action. Stays on track though, keeps the power down and remains in 3rd place. So it's still Morris, Lambert and Spears. Callum Booth going round the outside of the 18. So the front runners are dropping one by one, and now it's a battle. Straight battle between Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert. 2.5 laps remaining. Owen Spears remains in 3rd and on course for the final step on the podium, unless Aaron Alexander can close in the number 38. And he's going to have 2 laps to close in 1.1 seconds as the lead battle goes round the national loop for the penultimate time. Into hairpin number 1, the number 24, Jack Morris, in front of the number 14 of Kieran Lambert. Down the back straight, Lambert knows what he's got to do. He's done it a few times already today here at Teesside, mainly down this end of the circuit, round the South Bank loop and into hairpin number 3. And then it's a dive down the inside of hairpin number 4 has been the preferred move. We will come through, and it will now be a straight battle for one final 48-second lap between Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert for the 2019 Junior Pro Kart O-Plate. Morris leads the way so far from Lambert. Lambert right in behind. Owen Spears behind these two, waiting to see if anything happens, but his charge was halted by a trip across the grass. Morris out onto the back straight. Quick look behind, he's still there. Half a lap into South Bank for the final time. He'll go to the inside to defend. It's the only thing that he can do. Lambert's going to have to try something special. It's going to be a dive down the inside, is it? Morris holds firm. Morris will run outside. And Jack Morris in the number 24 comes through to take the 2019 Junior Pro Kart O-Plate. Kieran Lambert is 2nd, Owen Spears 3rd, Aaron Alexander 4th place in the end of the number 38. Disappointment for the 2019 Teesside champion, spinning out of the lead half distance. And then it was just a straight battle after that between Morris and Lambert after Spears and Booth fell away in their battles. Last few drivers over the line. Ben Hogarth in 12th. Sebastian Pereira will come through in 13th place. But a superb end to Junior Pro Kart final there, and to our 2019 O-Plate champion, the number 24 of Jack Morris. Delay as we come up and over the weighbridge there. Drivers having the transponder removed from your kart. At the back, the transponder, little box on the back of each driver's seat, which tells race control how fast each driver's gone. And they'll have it removed from their kart, and that will be returned. But there is third placed Owen Spears in the number 17. Takes the final step on the podium. Jake Richardson and Ben Hogarth coming over out in the background. Junior Rotax are out on the track. And it looks like I've counted all 5 of our drivers, so it's great to see Alex Warnaby back out onto the circuit. And he will line up on the grid. Jude Cole on pole position. From Alfie Lindsay, Oliver Buckton, Harry Pullen and Alex Warnaby. Great to see him back out in the number 25, having missed heat number 3. So round the bottom end of the circuit, remember, rolling start and no first chicane for our Junior Rotax drivers. And on the inside of the front row will be the number 77 of Jude Cole, alongside him the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. 2 regulars here at Teesside. No will look to power down as they go. The green flag flies and the 77 of Jude Cole moves to the outside to block off Alfie Lindsay. The chicane is slotted back into place as the sun begins to set at the far side of the circuit here at Teesside. 2 O-plates already handed out, 4 more remaining. And on the opening lap of 12 here in Junior Rotax, Jude Cole is out at the front from Alfie Lindsay. Oliver Buckton up to 3rd, Alex Warnaby already up to 4th, Harry Pullen in 5th. Warnaby's going to try and go right round the outside of Oliver Buckton. He's then going to try and cut to the inside, and they'll run side by side. Well, they know Buckton's got the power down early on the way out of hairpin 4, and he is away into 3rd place, and Warnaby's charge is halted for the time being as he tries to get onto the back of Cole and Lindsay, a place where he certainly was in heat number 1 before the chain departed the rear end of that number 25. Cole, though, out in the lead at the moment. The gap is just over half a second in the number 77, with Alfie Lindsay in behind. Lindsay, though, looks a lot closer than half a second. He certainly is very quick round the bottom end of that circuit. Cole goes very wide on the way out of the hairpin number 4, allows Lindsay to close the gap. We're down under half a second. Buckton, though, remains 3rd. Warnaby 4th, Pullen in 5th, so the final step on the podium, currently going the way of the 66 of Oliver Buckton. Lindsay trying to close in on the back now of Jude Cole. Cole comes to the inside, or at least 1 kart length to the inside, down that back straight to try and hold on to the first place. As Alfie Lindsay seems to be getting closer and closer every lap, certainly around the bottom end of the circuit. I think Cole has a little bit on him at the top end of the circuit, round the national loop and through the chicanes in the first 2 hairpins. And I think Alfie Lindsay's got the edge at the bottom end of the track. So let's see how this one pans out with 9 remaining as they blast through the chicanes and into hairpin number 1. Cole doesn't go quite as wide as Lindsay. Lindsay uses a little bit more track to hook back. And Cole knows he's there, cuts to the inside a little bit to hold him off. And then Alfie Lindsay's going to try and dive into the inside. Jude Cole comes across, closes the door before the move's even considered from the point of Alfie Lindsay, and Lindsay will settle back in. And Jude Cole, a race winner outright last season in 2019 for both junior and senior Rotax when we were running both classes together, finds himself at the front of the junior class at the moment. Right behind him is the number 86 of Alfie Lindsay. Cole going defensive already, it would seem, with 8 remaining, certainly in the middle part of hairpin number 2 to not allow Lindsay to cut back down the inside. Not quite as defensive into hairpin 3 though, down the bottom end. I think he's confident that he can run with the speed right round the outside of that corner, even if Lindsay dives to the inside. Although with 8 remaining, 7 as they come over this time, Lindsay's been less than forceful in making his moves, and I think that will change as we see a few laps as we come through, as Oliver Buckton sets the fastest lap of the race with a 43.983. In third place, there he is in the background, closing in lap on lap. He's within half a second of the back of Lindsay, and the battle for the lead will soon become a 3-kart battle rather than a 2-kart battle, as the number 66 of Oliver Buckton throws his car into hairpin number 3. Alfie Lindsay makes a late dive to the inside. That's balked by the 77 of Jude Cole. There is Buckton in the 66 in the background, closing in. Dropped a little bit on the last lap, but he's still there or thereabouts for when it matters. We are at half race distance. We are 6 of 12 in junior Rotax. And the 77 of Cole continues to lead out front from Lindsay and Buckton. Alex Warnaby's dropped away. He was following Buckton for the early part, and Buckton has managed to get the hammer down and catch up onto the back of Alfie Lindsay. So this really now is a 3-kart battle for the lead. Lindsay runs out wide and closes right up on the back of the 77 of Cole. This is as close as he has been for a couple of laps, as Cole managed to break away for a few. And now Lindsay is back to within 2 tenths and is right up on the back of the number 77 of Jude Cole. 4.5 laps remaining here in junior Rotax. The third of 6 O-plates up for grabs, and it's going to go the way of one of these 3 drivers. Cole, Lindsay or Buckton out at the front of the pack before a 3-second gap back to Alex Warnaby in 4th. Lindsay, I think, biding his time. I think he knows his 4.5 laps remaining. There'll be 4 as they come over the line. I think he doesn't want to make his move too soon on the number 77 of Jude Cole. Cole, though, with a personal best of 43.876 to try and break that gap out in front, but it's still only a tenth, and Lindsay will try a much wider line. Jude Cole goes to the middle of the circuit, as he has done on almost every lap, and then he comes inside again. Lindsay stays with him to try and gain some toe down the back straight. Buckton can't get any closer, these two, as they go into the inside. Alfie Lindsay's going to try and make the move down. Cole's give him enough room, and Cole lives to fight on the outside, sticks the kart where it needs to be, and Alfie Lindsay couldn't get the job done. I think if that was 2 laps time, I think Lindsay might have just let that one run a little bit more to see if he could get something out of it, but he's still got another couple of opportunities to stick the number 86 past the 77 and take the Teesside O plate in junior Rotax. Cole defends as he has done on every lap, the similar line. He comes into the middle of the circuit, stops the early move down the inside from Lindsay. Buckton is still there, waiting to see if anything happens in 3rd place. And if these two, it's a wide line by Cole, and they've caught themselves up. Neither of them are through. And Warnaby's through to 2nd. Oliver Buckton is well on his way now with 2 laps remaining to taking an O-plate victory, thanks to a collision between Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay on the outside of hairpin number 4. Lindsay made the move, Cole didn't see him, and they got hooked up. Warnaby up to second, Cole third, Lindsay is down to fourth. And disappointment for both the 77 of Jude Cole and the 86 of Alfie Lindsay. It looked like it was going to be a battle between those two. Lindsay made the very late move down the inside and they got hooked up, and then Oliver Buckton just ran right the way round the outside, and now this race is his to lose. He's got a 3-second gap at the front, and last year's Cadet Extreme champion moving up into Junior Rotax in one of his first races here in the juniors at Teesside. Looks like he is on his way to taking the 2019 O-Plate. Alex Warnaby second, started from the back, and this will be a superb result for him, having had a fairly difficult day. He's going to have to defend though with half a lap remaining from Jude Cole as they go round South Bank. Our leader is already round hairpin 3. He's going to come round hairpin 4 as Cole defends and tries to go down the inside of Warnaby. We'll come back to that in a moment as we look to crown our Junior Rotax O-Plate champion. It's Oliver Buckton in the 66. Warnaby grabs second on the line from Jude Cole in the 77. Alfie Lindsay is fourth, and then Harry Pullen will come through in fifth. So maybe a somewhat fortuitous win in the end for Oliver Buckton in the 66, but he was there or thereabouts for the whole race, closing the gap all the way, and you've got to be there when things go your way. And they've certainly gone the way of Oliver Buckton today. Adds the 2019 O-Plate to his crown as the 2019 Cadet champion here at Teesside. So congratulations to the number 66 of Oliver Buckton. In he comes. So get them numbers peeled off the front of that cart, get yourself a number 0 and strap it to the front, because you can wear that for 2020. Here's the move on screen now. Lindsay makes a very late dive to the inside. Cole runs a little bit wide actually and then jacks the cart to the inside. Lindsay's not exactly on the inside either. Those of them both carry too much speed and then come to a very abrupt halt. Before you know it, Oliver Buckton is through and Alex Warnaby's followed through into second place as well. So it's Buckton from Warnaby, Cole in third. Disappointment in the end for both the 77 and the 86 of Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay. Lindsay in the background shaking his head. Knew there was an opportunity there for an O-Plate. Had to make a move at some point. And then contact with Jude Cole meant that it opened the door for Oliver Buckton. And Oliver Buckton doesn't turn down offers like that and takes the O-Plate here at Teesside. We move swiftly on to our cadet class, and on pole position, the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt lines up alongside the 20 of Catherine Potter. Then we've got David Mack and Lizzie Mentier, 3 and 4. Charlie Benson, Gracie Mitchell, 5 and 6. Jared Fox-Whiteley, 7th. Kian McLeod in 8th. Frankie Smedley, 9th. Stansmore Wilson is 10th. Subcore King is 11th. Thomas Potter, 12th. Max Shields, 13th. Jake Bory, 14th. Finley Fishburne, 15th. And Jack Thompson, 16th. And we are barely half the way through our class there. Connor Duddy, 17th, alongside Addison Smith. Oliver Watson and Jacob Giblett-Lee, 19th and 20th, with Sophie Pawsey and Max Bory, 21st and 22nd. Felix Smedley will line up alongside William Howard in 23rd and 24th. Then we have Oliver Green, Josh Cook, and at the back of the pack, the number 94 of Ollie Paul, shown there on screen as being minus 53 places. That's just because where he's finished in all the heats, and then he returns to the back of the pack on each of our races because he is running a mini rock engine and testing that one out in the number 94. Having won the O-Plate here last year in the 160 class, he will hand that to another driver at the end of this race. And on the front row, battling it out, will be Charlie Wyatt and Catherine Potter. Anyone really of the top 10 on this grid will be in the mix for this O-Plate, and it will be Action all the way down to the end, if anything like the previous Cadet races here today and throughout the season in 2019 at Teesside are anything to go by. We're just going to get the final few drivers into place, which has been a common theme with Cadets. I think it's an issue with the 94 coming in the field and then moving to the back of the pack in all of the heats, and he will line up at the back in the 94, and with 10 laps we'll see whether he can make his way through to the front like he did in one of the heats earlier today. Everybody is in position. The green flag marshal has the flag in hand and we are underway. Charlie Wyatt in the 23 leads everybody away. It's a good start by Lizzie Mentier off the second row, and she's going to run right round the outside and she will slot into second place. So it's Wyatt, Mentier, Potter. Mack is down into fourth, Benson fifth. Mitchell is in sixth. She's going to dive down the inside of Benson. Benson's going to keep the cart there, but we've got a couple of spinners. I think we've got the 22 round. Going to have to wait and spin that round and make sure everybody is out of the way. Fox Whiteley spins from what was a good starting position in the top 10, well down towards the back of the field, and his charge for an O plate has gone with inside a couple of corners. Charlie Wyatt, though, leads and will lead over the line for the first time from the fast-starting Lizzie Mentier in the 50. Behind 20 of Catherine Potter, David Mack, Gracie Mitchell, Charlie Benson, Frankie Smedley, Kian McLeod, Seb Corkin and Max Shields round out the top 10, with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson behind, and Thomas Potter in 12th in one of his first races with the 200 attached to that number 38 car, having won the Bambino Championship this year. Moves into Cadets and takes the charge towards the top 10 in the number 38. Wyatt, though, has broken a gap out at the front as Catherine Potter looks to get past Lizzie Mentier in the 50. So we've got Wyatt, Mentier, Potter, Mack and Mitchell. There's Mitchell coming through in the bright yellow and green cart number 11 in the background. Had an excursion off the track earlier on in the heat up the bank, and that dropped her down the grid, and she started in 6th at the start of this race. Could have potentially been much nearer the front row if we hadn't have had a near retirement in that race. But Charlie Wyatt remains out at the front, 4/10, unable to break free from the 50 of Lizzie Mentier in second. Catherine Potter is third. David Mack comes to the inside to defend. Potter gets the run on Lizzie Mentier down the back straight, and Catherine Potter is through into second place. She'll now set off in sight of the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt. 7 laps remaining as they'll come through over the line this time of this 10-lap Cadet final. Gracie Mitchell has also found her way past the 16 of David Mack. She's up to 4th. Mack drops down to 5th. Benson is in 6th. Mack tries to return the move on the way out of the chicane. No can do this time, and Mitchell will move into 4th place. So it's Mitchell, Mack and then Benson. Then there's a gap back to Frankie Smedley in with the 73. Running in 7th with Seb Corking, Kian McLeod and Max Shields. With Potter closing the gap at the front to Charlie Wyatt. It was 3/10 over the line, but now she's managed to find her way past Mentier in the 50. She is hot on the heels of the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt, and these two battled it out for most of the 2019 season, along with Ollie Buckton, Alex Mallard, Bella Franklin, David Mack and Gracie Mitchell. Those 7 constant front runners, 3 of those in Mallard, Buckton and Franklin have moved up, and we have all 4 of the previous ones mentioned, along with Lizzie Mentier running in the top 5. Mentier currently 3rd, Mitchell 4th, Mack in 5th. The 3 of them looking to work together to try and catch up, as we've got Ollie Poole in the 94, the sole mini rock out there on the track, using his additional power to try and get past the 54 of Kian McLeod, running currently in 8th place. There he does, doze down the inside. Frankie Smedley trying to take advantage as well in the 73 to get past McLeod. Round the outside as well goes Max Shields in the 18, and quite a battle going on for 8th place. So Paul up into 8th, McLeod, Smedley and Shields. So Paul at some point will catch up to the battles for 4th, 5th and 6th, and then the lead battle as well. And then that'll get him involved as the 3 at the back there find their way past the back marker, and that has allowed Gracie Mitchell to move up into 3rd from Lizzie Mentier. Mentier went one way, Mitchell the other. Mitchell got the drive, and Mitchell moved up into 3rd place, and provisionally the final step on the podium for our cadet class. Out at the front though, it's a battle between Charlie Wyatt and Catherine Potter. Potter right on the back of Charlie Wyatt. Less than 2 tenths between the pair of them now. Ollie Poole puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 48.628. We are 3.5 laps remaining. Gracie Mitchell working hard to try and close the gap to the front 2. Wants to be there when it matters in 3 laps' time. Signals back to Mentier to try and stay with her and work together to try and close the gap, as the front 2 will inevitably start to battle it out sometime soon. I'm not sure Mentier wants to stay there in 4th place. I think she can see her potential 3rd and a trophy coming her way in the 50 as she attacks the 11 of Gracie Mitchell through the sweeping bends, over the start line, into the bus stop chicane and round the national loop. We've got 4 laps remaining or 3 now as the leaders have gone through. 3 laps remaining of 10. And it's Charlie Wyatt at the head of the field, coming under pressure from the 20 of Catherine Potter. And as we've seen in both of our previous races, it really isn't over until right at the end. Wyatt has gone to the inside to try and defend. Potter's going to try and go back to the inside. Wyatt in his bright yellow helmet. Oh, and something's fell off a cart in front there, and they're both going to slow down in front of them. It's going to give Potter a chance to run. It looked like a chain guard had been discarded off a cart and is currently finding itself on the outside of hairpin number 3, as is Josh Cook. He's stopped on the inside of hairpin 4 in the number 3, and that's closed up the front view. Gracie Mitchell's going to try and run right round the outside through the chicanes, as is David Mack. As we start catching up now, the extra 2 laps means that we're going to have more back markers into play here at Teesside for the final cadet meeting of the year. Wyatt and Potter though, nose to tail as they have been from around about lap 3. They go round hairpin number 4. That chain guard's still there. Just make sure nobody hits that, and it's quite a big chunky bit of plastic to sit over the chains on these cadet carts. They'll come over the line. The last lap board is out, and Charlie Wyatt leads from Catherine Potter. And they'll come through very shortly into the first chicane. It's still Wyatt leading the way. Ollie Poole in the 94 is closing through. He's currently all up to 4th from the back of the field in that mini rock. Half a lap, and Catherine Potter's going to try and go to the inside. Wyatt's defending round the south bank and into hairpin number 3 for the final time. Wyatt goes to the inside. Nothing that Potter can do. Wyatt's going to defend as well down the inside. I think he's going to take this one. Gets the power down. Comes through the 2 sweeping bends, and the 23 of Charlie Wyatt comes through to take the O plate in cadets from Catherine Potter right on the line. Ollie Poole gets 3rd in the end. Gracie Mitchell gets class 3rd in extreme, with a 4th place overall from David Mack and Lizzie Mentier. Charlie Benson, Seb Corkin, Kian McLeod and Max Shields. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson gets 10th in class in extreme from Thomas Potter at the end in the number 38, and Frankie Smedley in the 73. All of our cadets almost through. We've got a couple more to take the checkered flag. Then we've got our class winner and our 2019 O-Plate champion, the number 23 of Charlie Wyatt. Started on pole position and led from start to finish in a commanding victory. Came under pressure halfway through from Catherine Potter, but there was nothing she could do to stop the 23 of Wyatt from taking the victory. In he comes for the final time in 2019. And he'll be able to run the O-plate on that kart here at Teesside for the 2020 season, which starts on the 23rd of February 2020 and will run for 9 rounds over 7 weekends. Handshake there for our race winner from one of our circuit owners, Bob Pope, just congratulating the winner as he comes up and over the weighbridge. So that is Cadets out of the way. We now have 2 remaining races. It is Senior Pro Kart and Senior Rotax. So 2 more O-plates up for grabs. 4 already handed out to Edward Haynes in Cadets. And we've had Oliver Buckton in Junior Rotax and Jack Morris in Junior Pro Kart. And that will go with Charlie Wyatt's O-plate that he's just taken there. In the Cadet class, we have 2 more up for grabs. And once we get our final kart off the track, we've finally got the number 3 of Josh Cook moving again off the outside of hairpin number 4, and he will come through in a few moments and off the track, and we will have Senior Pro Karts through and onto the grid for their final. And it will be a battle between Connor Lucas, Josh Falkus defending his O-plate, and Adam Nichols at the front. See if we can figure out who's going to win that one. I certainly wouldn't like to make a guess at this early stage between those 3 drivers. Very, very evenly matched. All of them can have taken a win so far today in the heat. So just having a quick look at our live stream once again, and thank you very much to everybody for getting involved. If you're watching us either via Facebook through the Alpha Live page and the Teesside Karting page, but also through the YouTube channel at Alpha Live, thank you very much for joining us. And do make sure you give the video a like, press the subscribe button, and then the little bell icon so that we stay notified. So every time a video comes up on Alpha Live, you'll get a notification, and we'll get some live karting and racing action on that channel for you throughout 2020. Plenty of congratulations coming in on the live stream comments for Charlie Wyatt having taken the O-plate there, and also, and rightly so, congratulations as well. 3 girls in the top 4 in our Cadet class, and certainly know how to mix it here at Teesside and often take race victories, and many of them went the way of our female drivers here at Teesside, certainly in our Cadet class. At least one obviously has moved now up into our Junior Pro Kart, and I'm sure she'll be running at the head of the field in no time at all. Junior Pro Karts out of the way. We're now on to our Senior Pro Kart class, and at the front of the grid and on pole position, the O-plate of Josh Falkus lines up alongside the number 13 of Adam Nichols. Row 2, Connor Lucas and Rob Lowe. David Brown and Mason Barker, row 3. Both Scott and Mark Tate line up on row 4. Ross Jackman and Darren Brown on row 5. Steve White and Mick McDonald. Row 6, Steve Nichols and Simon Doughty behind them. Then we've got Nigel Richardson, Nick Smales, Thomas Lowther, Emma Brown, Michael Yeadon and Josh Yeadon. 20 karts, O-plate racing underway. The green flag flies, and it's Josh Falkus who leads into the first corner. It's going to busy up just behind as a lot of drivers end up taking some curb. Adam Nichols has had to go right round the outside. Rob Lowe, once again, another superb start from him. Knows how to get the power down early, up into second place, and it's Josh Falkus from Rob Lowe who tries to make a move down the inside. Then we've got Connor Lucas and Adam Nichols, the top 4. The front 3 down the inside, trying to push their way past Josh Falkus. Falkus has broken away a little bit, so we've got 12 laps here to see if Josh Falkus can hang on to the O-plate that he won this time last year. Adam Nichols, though, not wasting any time, up from 4th, down the inside of Rob Lowe, and him and Connor Lucas are both going to try and find their way through. They can't. Lucas is the one that misses out. So it's focus from Nichols, Rob Lowe and Connor Lucas. Then we've got David Brown, Mason Barker, Scott Tate, Stephen White with a move up from 10th to 8th now. Darren Brown and Ross Jackman are your top 10. Steve Nichols just outside, moves up from row number 7, is now in 11th as Connor Lucas makes the move to the inside of Rob Lowe. He's going to force Rob Lowe right round the outside of hairpin number 3. I've no doubt Rob's going to try and stick it out. He does, and he's going to stick it back down the inside of Connor Lucas. Connor Lucas has to give on the inside. Lucas, though, will now run right round the outside, see if he can get the drive. I think Lucas might try and keep the foot in, and we'll see how it pans out for him. Lowe holds firm and sticks it in third. Lucas, with every lap, is dropping further back off the front duo of Focus and Nichols. Nichols is on his own, trying to close down the gap. It's 8/10 over the line, with 2 laps of 12 in the bag here in our Pro Kart final. So Josh Focus out the front. He's already got the O plate on the front, and I'm sure he wants to keep that for 2020 and defend his title. But behind him is the number 13 of Adam Nichols, the 2018 Pro Kart champion here at Teesside. Rob Lowe remains third, Connor Lucas 4th, David Brown 5th, Barker 6th, Darren Brown in 7th, Stephen White 8th, Steve Nichols up to 9th now. Charging in this final with Mick McDonald in the 1-1 bomb behind him. Both of those drivers making good moves up the pack so far. We are a quarter of the way through this final, and Adam Nichols is trying to slowly close the gap on Josh Focus. Focus, though, remaining firm, and Connor Lucas is finally going to get the job done on Rob Lowe, as he is, and he's had to be forceful with it to get himself through. He's ran low all the way out to the edge of the track on the way out of hairpin number 3, but it's finally got the job done for Connor Lucas. So Lucas up to 3rd, Lowe 4th, Brown in 5th, coming under pressure from Mason Barker there in the red suit behind. Barker making a return to Pro Kart action, having spent a year in junior Pro Kart last season. Moves up because he far exceeds the weight limit in juniors, and at 14 years old is starting out in the mix and will be one of the favourites, I think, for Clubman Honours when we split the classes back down in 2020 between our pro drivers, our Clubman drivers and the 40s. And I think the 41 of Mason Barker will be at the right end of the field come the end of the 2020 season for Clubman Honours. Focus comes through, 5 laps down, and he's got 7/10 in the bag from Adam Nichols in 2nd place. Connor Lucas 3rd, but he's got 2.5 seconds to try and close down now. That's the amount of time it's taken him to get past Rob Lowe. This is the battle for 9th place, with Steve Nichols heading that pack. Mick McDonald behind him. Stephen White is in front of those, but he's well down the road, as we see Mark Tate getting involved with Ross Jackman just behind. Nick Smales behind in 13th, watching the action unfold in front of him. McDonald looks to make a late move on Nichols, can't get it done. And those two now pushing each other away from Ross Jackman behind them. So we are at half race distance, and Josh Focus leads from Adam Nichols, and at the moment there's not much Adam Nichols can do to stop Josh Focus driving away with this one. He's got almost a second in hand now. Focus is adding about 1/10 a lap as Mason Barker defends quite aggressively his 6th place from Darren Brown in the number 89. As we return back to Steve Nichols in the 13, he's got one driver in his sights. That driver, Josh Focus, in the O plate. But Focus adds another 10th to his time. And Adam Nichols needs to find something with 5 laps remaining or Josh Folkus will defend the O plate once again. The light beginning to fade here at Teesside Karting. The picture's not doing justice just how dark it's gone. In the last couple of moments, the floodlights are on the main straight. And our drivers out there, and we've got our senior Rotax final to come after this one to bring a close to the action and a close to karting here at Teesside for 2019. Folkus will come through over the line to add another lap to the tally. 4 remaining, 8 already in the book for him. 1 second now is the difference between him and Adam Nichols. Connor Lucas and Rob Lowe. David Brown and Darren Brown 5th and 6th. Steve McDonald remains 9th. Mick McDonald remains 10th behind Steve Nichols in 9th. Mark Tate, Ross Jackman as Nick Smales makes a dive to the inside of Jackman for 12th. Smales has got the move done, as has Mark Tate down the inside of Mick McDonald. McDonald will now cut back, run to the inside. Smales picks which one to follow. It doesn't matter because McDonald cuts in behind, and the move is done by Mark Tate in the number 81. So Tate up into the top 10. McDonald down to 11th. Smales 12th. Jackman in 13th. Behind them, they are followed by the 31 of Scott Tate coming through. 3 laps remaining, and Nichols has taken a little bit out of Josh Folkus, but I'm not sure that it's going to be enough as they circulate very evenly at the front. Steve Nichols, though, is heading a train of 6 karts in 9th place, keeping everybody behind him. But now it's not Mick McDonald that wants to get through, it's Mark Tate who got past Mick McDonald at this time in the last lap. As Connor Lucas catches a little bit too much curb on the inside, it also catches Rob Lowe out, and Rob Lowe spins out of 4th place, will drop down behind Stephen White as Nick Smales does a little bit of grass tracking as well on the outside of South Bank, and he will drop right the way down to all but last. He's down into 19th, so an unfortunate end to the day for the 27 of Nick Smales. 1.5 laps remaining, and out at the front, Josh Folkus is being hunted down by Adam Nichols. It's 9/10 on the screen in terms of timing. I think he's going to be a little bit closer this time as Folkus just looks to remain comfortable. He's going to see the last lap board as he comes through and over the line this time through. And now he's just got 1 lap, sets the personal best of a 46.9, opens the gap out to just under a second again from Adam Nichols. Round the national loop, through the chicanes for the final time, and into hairpin number 1. Round hairpin number 2 and onto the back straight. He's got half a lap to keep hold of the O plate, runs a little bit wide, catches a lot of curb, bounces it around and sends him on his way round the South Bank into hairpin number 3 for Josh Folkus. He won the inaugural O plate here in Senior Pro Kart last season, and it looks like he's going to take the 2019 one as well. It's 2 O plates in a row for Josh Folkus. Very, very happy coming over the line. Fist pump. Adam Nichols will have to settle for 2nd. Connor Lucas in 3rd. David Brown a superb 4th. Darren Brown 5th. Mason Barker 6th. Steve White is 7th. Rob Lowe 8th from Steve Nichols. And Scott Tate in 10th. Mark Tate will come through 11th from Nigel Richardson, Ross Jackman, Thomas Lowther and Emma Brown. Simon Doughty grabs 16th on the final lap from Josh Yeadon. Nick Smales comes back through to finish in 19th at the end, and Mick McDonald retires with 2 remaining, and he will finish in 20th place. So Josh Folkus takes the 5th O plate on offer today, and will keep the one that he won last season, becoming the first driver to roll over his O plate. And through he comes and into the pit lane. He will go up and over the weighbridge, as all our drivers do, to make sure that they exceed the minimum class weight limit for each of our drivers. And there is the 2019 O-Plate champion, Josh Folkus. And I think he looks very relieved, and he's worked incredibly hard for that race. I think he's very, very well deserved for the O-Plate of Josh Fulkus. One race remaining for us today on the card here at Teesside Karting. It is our senior Rotax class, and they will be out in a few moments. Rolling start, as always, for our senior Rotax drivers, and then they will have 12 laps in order to try and take the final O-Plate that is on offer. On the pole position will be Kai Hunter in the number 15. He will run on the inside of the front row, and as he has done in the previous heats, dictate how we start. And if the previous heats are anything to go by, it will be get to the final sweeping bend and get the power down and try and leave the rest of the pack behind him as he tries to negotiate 12 laps of the Teesside National Circuit and take with him the 2019 Teesside Senior Rotax O-Plate, the first O-Plate that we've had for Senior Rotax here at Teesside, having only handed them out for our Cadet drivers and Senior Pro Kart last season. We now have 5 O-Plate winners this season, and one more is about to be crowned as they go out in the background. So, starting grid up on the screen, it's an all-Hunter front row as it was in heat number 3. Kai Hunter on the inside, Reese Hunter on the outside. Sam Harrison in front of Casey Watson on row number 3. Daniel Kell and Max Prentice on row 3. Sam Barrett, Andrew Collinson on row 4. Then we've got Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve and Stephen Kell, our 11 drivers, with Stephen Haswell and Stuart Middleton not racing from the start, so they've got no points so far. So 11 drivers. Front runners will be coming through. Looks like we're going round for a second time. The back of the field not caught up onto the back, and it looks like we're going to wave them round and have another go at making a start as our drivers slow down under the yellow flag conditions. We're going to give them another opportunity to line up correctly and take the green flag for the final time here today at Teesside Karting and bring a close to 2019 here at Teesside Karting. So a lot of support coming in on the live stream comments on YouTube for Josh Fulkus. Congratulations as well for his O-Plate, especially coming in from his mum Angie Fulkus, who's made up that he's managed to hold on to that O-Plate for a second consecutive season. Looks like we are lined up much better this time. The power is down from the 15 of Kai Hunter, and we are green flag racing for the final time here at Teesside Karting. 12 laps of O-Plate action, and it's Kai Hunter leading Reese Hunter through the chicane. Sam Harrison in third behind them as they go into hairpin number 1 for the first time. Hunter out onto the back straight. Everybody seems to have managed to negotiate the first lap without incident this time round. Last time it was a little bit more bumper car and it split the midfield up, but the front runners are away. Casey Watson was one of those who got involved, and here he is now back into 4th place as a result of his aggregate scores in the 3 heats. So it's Kai Hunter from Reese Hunter, Samuel Harrison, Casey Watson, Daniel Kell, Max Prentice, Andrew Collinson, Sam Barrett, Chris Gibbon, Stephen Kell and Tom Reeve come through. Tom's got that bumper fastened back onto the number 22 that caused him to retire from heat number 3. And Sam Harrison will try now to catch up onto the back of Reese Hunter, but Kai Hunter's broken the gap out at the front in the number 15. 2 heat wins for him so far today. The other one going to brother Reese in the O-Plate that he won at the Senior British Champions, the Senior British O-Plate. Kai Hunter, current Junior British Junior Rotax champion, along with O-Plate in that class before moving up into seniors, and between the 2 of them, they've had 3 heat wins today. Sam Harrison, though, took the pole position in qualifying and has been there or thereabouts since the start, and those front three up until now have made a breakaway in the 3 heats, but are being kept very honest by the 77 of Casey Watson and the 89 of Daniel Kell. Kell finished second here in the senior Rotax championship last season, being followed by our junior Rotax champion Max Prentice in the 33, currently in 6th. Fastest lap of the race, a 41.964 for Kai Hunter in the 15. We are a quarter race distance as the number 15 leads from the O-plated Reese Hunter. Sam Harrison in 3rd. Behind them, Casey Watson and Daniel Kell, the top 5, split by less than 1.8 seconds. Dan Kell sticking right to the back of Casey Watson in the 77. A much improved performance in the final from Dan Kell. He's had a tougher day than usual. Usually he's up there taking race wins. Finds himself in 5th at the moment. 2 seconds off the front of the pack though. So Kai Hunter and Reese Hunter broken a little bit of a gap to Sam Harrison. Harrison's still there on screen though. I think he was a little bit slower over the line, and there is more of a gap than there has been so far between that front 2, as they'll go round South Bank and into hairpin number 3 before negotiating hairpin number 4. Blasting out through the 2 sweeping bends and over the start-finish line, through the bus stop chicane and round the national loop. Personal best for both Hunter in the lead and Harrison in 3rd. Same for Collison in 7th. In the number 74, as the top 3 look to break the gap away from the 77, and looks like they've got more of a gap this time to the 77 of Casey Watson, with Dan Kell behind him. So it could, at the moment it's a 2-horse race, and it just depends as to which Hunter is going to get their name on the O-plate. At the moment it's in the hands of Kai. Reese behind him, and we saw earlier on in the meeting that it was often wait until the last lap and then try and argue it out towards the end once they'd broken enough of a gap into the chasing pack. But here it looks like they're going to have a bit more of that gap earlier on, and it'll be interesting to see at half race distance when Reese decides he wants to try and make a move down the inside maybe of hairpin number 4, which is a favoured move here at Teesside. As they go round hairpin number 3, they often find somebody just throwing it down the inside of hairpin 4. The final corner, which was the corner that both Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay came to blows earlier on, that handed the O-plate to the 66 of Buckton in the junior Rotax class. 5 laps remaining now. Kai Hunter leads from Reese Hunter. 4/10 is the gap. And then we've got another second back to Sam Harrison in the 44, with Casey Watson and Daniel Kell behind. And then we've got a larger gap back to Prentice in the 33, last year's junior champion, running in 6th place, with Collinson in 7th. With Barrett in 8th. Then a big gap back to the battling Gibbons, Kell and Reeve for 9th, 10th and 11th. They're split by less than a second at the tail end of the field in their own intense battle for 9th. So as they come through and over the line, through the chicane that starts the lap here of the Teesside National Circuit in Middlesbrough, the final NRG Cycles Teesside O-plate up for grabs. And at the moment it's Kai Hunter in the number 15, leading the way from Brother Reese onto the back straight. They've got much more of a gap than they've ever had so far today from the number 44 of Samuel Harrison, who looks like he might have to settle for the 3rd place trophy unless the front 2 come into any sort of problems. It will be 3 remaining as they come through and over the line. Hunter leads, the gap was 4/10, it's now almost 6. He's opened up a little bit of a cushion at the front. And it looks like either way the O-plate is going back to the Hunter household. And as it stands, it will have the name Kai Hunter attached to it, and he will win the first senior Rotax Teesside O-plate, with brother Reese behind, and then Samuel Harrison in third place. We've got Casey Watson fourth, Dan Kell fifth, Max Prentice in sixth, Andrew Collinson seventh, Sam Barrett eighth, Chris Gibbon ninth. Then we've got Stephen Kell and Tom Reeve completing the 11 drivers as they battle it out for 9th, 10th and 11th, although looks like Sam Barrett in the 7 has dropped at least a lap somewhere and dropped all the way down to 11th, shown now as 2 laps down. In the number 7 is Sam Barrett, so could be a disappointing end for the Lockwell Hill driver, running down now in 11th place. Dan Kell in the 89 closes right up on the back of the 77 of Casey Watson. It's as close as he's been all race, and we will come through to take the last lap board, and he's going to have 1 lap to try and make a move for 4th place. The gap is out though at the front to over a second. The 15 of Kai Hunter looks like he's going to add a Teesside O plate to his British Championship and his British O plate. As he goes in juniors, now he's going to take a senior O plate at the Teesside NRG Cycles O plate meeting. Down the back straight for the final time and round South Bank. Doesn't look like he's going to catch the back end of the field. He's going to have a comfortable run round the 3rd, round the 4th hairpin as well. And Kai Hunter in the number 15 will come through to take the 2019 Teesside Senior Rotax O plate. Holds off Brother Reese at the end from Samuel Harrison, Casey Watson and Daniel Kell. Got Max Prentice, Andrew Collinson, Chris Gibbon, Tom Reeve, Stephen Kell and Sam Barrett. He ends the day 4 laps down, unfortunately, in the number 7. So we've handed out 6 O plates here at Teesside Karting today. The final one goes to the number 15 of Kai Hunter. He's been very difficult to beat so far today. 2 heat wins and a final. Only beaten once by Brother Reese in heat number 3. So as we watch our final few drivers come off the circuit, that brings a close to the action here at Teesside Karting and brings a close to karting action probably across the UK for the whole of 2019. I do hope you've enjoyed your day, and I do hope you have a very enjoyable new year, and we hope to see you back in 2020. And just like to say a big thank you to all of the marshals working out there on the track today, along with the medical staff. Fortunately, we've not needed to have them at any point during the day. So thank you for everybody for putting on a very smooth and friendly meeting, as always, here at Teesside Karting. Thank you very much from myself, David Sullivan. Thank you for joining me, along with the whole team here at Alpha Live, Luke, Darren, Ian and Adam, who've helped us bring you all of the action here live from Teesside Karting throughout the day. Hopefully you will join us in 2020. And once again, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you soon.